Welcome back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, home of our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. It is day 4. If you're still with us, this is our Monster Day, 4-game day. We got action for you all day on Perfect Game TV, sitting next to Tyler Cotilla, who's the National Scouting Coordinator for Perfect Game, covering the Iowa region. I'm Danny Wexelman. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning, Danny. It's good to be back. I'm excited to be up here again today.
It's a beast of a day, but we got a whole new crop of talent. They had their workout day yesterday, and I know you were down on the ground watching these guys. This is what our schedule looks like today, but while we look at the schedule, what did you notice from last night?
Yesterday's BP round was really exciting. I think we saw a lot of guys hitting balls at 105, 110 miles an hour, which was pretty crazy to see. A couple really loud rounds throughout the day. I know Brock Rain's round really impressed a lot of people. Hit almost every ball over 95 the entire round. Just 10 really good swings, which was pretty crazy. But no, it was good. I think overall we saw a lot of guys do a lot of different things at different positions. Obviously, Wednesday we had Pontotoski throwing 101 across the infield, which was pretty crazy. You know, that shattered a record, so that was really cool.
A 20-year record,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think it was like 20 years, yeah. Antonio Jimenez, I think.
Oh my gosh. Oh, wait. No.
That was the other one.
So I saw Greg Sabers yesterday, and he told me the Savion Sims hitting triple digits was the 20-year record.
Yeah.
I'm getting my triple-digit records mixed
a lot
up.
of 100 and 101.
Yeah, these guys are strong, huh?
Yeah. But no, it was good. There's some good swings during the games yesterday too, kind of before we even got into workouts. But I think overall we just kind of saw some of the guys that we expected to do big things come out and do that, and there was also some surprises along the way too. You got some guys that just took really good swings. Colin Bland, I know, took a really loud round. Our PG Tennessee guy, or Hoover guy now, Troy Sutherland, definitely was excited about that one. He shot me a text immediately that he was driving balls into the pool left and right, so that was cool. I saw him last week during 17U WWBA, and I felt like he was able to kind of do more of the same, even in games. Just really physical left-handed hitter, just a ton of jump off the barrel, and he takes some really loud swings, and definitely was able to do that during BP yesterday, so that was fun to see.
It is really cool to see what these guys do during the workout day. If you're interested in those numbers, by the way, it's really easy to find it. So if you want to just go to perfectgame.org, you can find the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, or you can just Google it. It'll come up. It's the first thing that comes up. And then you can go and look under event information, and it will have workout results. And so then you can look at every single type of workout and drill and the top guys in it. So here's some from the entire week. Jacob Lombard ran a 6-1 60-yard dash. There were 3 guys who threw 100 from the outfield. You mentioned Matt Pontotoski, who threw 101, and then Cody Boschel out at first base at 96. Andrew Costello, a 1-8 catcher pop time. That is not surprising from a guy who's been working at that position for a really long time. Cody Goff had a 184, I believe. So these guys have just become elite. Again, this is the class of 2026. So their draft is next year. I know we have a big draft on Sunday for this year, which everyone is getting ready for. You're getting ready for. I'm getting ready for. Everyone at Perfect Game is. We're going to have teams at some of the homes of these guys, which is going to be really special, and we'll document the day. But there's a lot to look forward to with this class. I think throughout this week, the thing that's really stood out to me has been the arms. The height of these guys, right? But also just how developed their bodies are. And they're pumping in high 90s or triple digits like Savion Sims has. But the pitching has really impressed me.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive to see some of these guys going out and just the amount of arms that we've had that have been in the mid-90s. And, it's a conversation that I feel like has happened a lot lately with guys saying that, today's day and age is a little bit different. Guys throwing the mid-90s is pretty normal, but it's just been rolling out guys in the mid-90s throwing strikes, and some of the best breaking balls we've seen. We've had multiple guys spinning at above 3,000 RPMs on their sliders. It's pretty crazy to think about with just what we've been able to see rolled out. And we're going to get Joseph Contreras right here, and this should be a pretty loud start to the day, so not a bad way to kick off the monster day we've got ahead of us.
That's right. We'll introduce you to him in a moment. Here's the lineups for the green team. We've got a couple of pages of these guys. They'll get probably 2 at bats, maybe 3 today. And then, of course, they'll have games tomorrow as well. So you'll get a chance to see them and watch them in action. Of course, the pitchers will get 2 innings, sometimes towards towards the end of the game. We've got a guy who will go one. They're not necessarily a primary pitcher, but it's going to be a ton of fun today to watch this next group, our last group who's coming in to participate in the games. By the way, those 3 throws from the outfield that we showed you, the top times, Juriel Collazo, Brady Harris, and Matthew Kelly, all through 100 from the outfield if you're interested. That is Joseph Contreras, and we are so excited to get a chance to see him on the mound out of Alpharetta, Georgia, the right-handed pitcher. 6'4", 195, uncommitted. Tyler, what are you looking forward to with him?
He threw yesterday. He threw last week at 17 WWBA and was one of the louder outings I've seen. You guys can go see the video up on Twitter and just listen to the mitt pop. It's incredibly loud, and he just had everything going for him that day, and I'm really hoping he can kind of replicate that today. If he comes out today and does what he did last week, it's going to be a really fun outing for us to sit here and watch. Splitter is really good. It's really hard to argue with the frame there, too. Another one of those guys with big frame. A little more lean than some of these other guys, but when your dad's Jose Contreras and has a historic career in the big leagues, it's going to be fun to see what he can do. And I'm just really excited to see it. It's be the only second time I've seen him live, so I'm excited.
Yeah, Jose Contreras, the right-handed pitcher, World Series champ back in 2005 with the Chicago White Sox. He was an all-star the next year in 2006, an incredible 11-year big league career. And now we get to see his son do more of the same, and I'm excited to get a chance to watch it as well. Malika Ahu will step in for the green team. He'll be leading off, playing second base and shortstop later today, and he takes a ball outside. So as we mentioned, Joseph, the son of Jose, his mom Isabel, and he shared a little bit about his scouting report, what he hopes people learn about him, as that's hit on the ground to short, firing across the diamond, not quite in time. That was a tough play, and with the speed of Ahu. That's Robert Omidi, who's playing shortstop right now for the Navy team. Just a little more on Contreras, though, Tyler. So he shared, I'm a competitor on the mound. I'll always go after the hitter. I'm good with adjusting with the flow of the game, figuring out the holes in a hitter's swing. My fastball has life. I create good run and ride. My two-seamer is a very good weak-inducing contact pitch, and my slider has late and sharp bite that misses the barrel. My changeup has good floating and fading action, and my forkball, how about that? My forkball, as he throws in a breaking ball there, has good depth and floating action. I mean, if you don't know and you're just tuning in, Joseph Contreras, the son of the World Series champion right-handed pitcher Jose Contreras, on the mound.
That breaking ball has also been very good too. The off speed, the entire arsenal is really exciting, but the whole arsenal that he comes out and attacks hitters with has been good. I want to see the forkball. Honestly, I thought it was a splitter, so that's news to me. But hey, the self-scouting report helps us out a little bit sometimes there, so it'll be cool to see that one for sure.
That's right. Graham Carbonneau is the batter as he swings through the pitch, and the runner's going to slide in safely. Ahu, who beat out the infield hit. Carbonneau is from Kingwood, Texas, committed to Baylor. He plays for the Houston Wildcatters 2026 national team, coached by Heath Bender. Up in the zone for strike 2. That evens the count up. That one coming in at 95.6. Top left of your screen if you're interested in velocity and spin rate. We've got you covered.
Looked like he opened up 93, 94. He's sitting more 96, 97 now, so took him a few pitches, but he's definitely starting to get into a groove here.
Get a little comfortable now. There's a punch out for Contreras and one away in the top of the first.
Now back, number 28, Caleb Traylor.
Caleb Traylor comes up. He'll be playing third base today for the green team as Contreras checks on Ahu at second. Contreras plays for FTB Phillies 2026. He just turned 17 and goes to Blessed Trinity Catholic. Looks like he's been up to 97, Tyler. So I think what I've learned about kids who have pitcher bloodlines, big league bloodlines, as that one gets away, is that they kind of understand you don't necessarily have to throw your best stuff, your hardest stuff right away. You can work towards it. And I think that that's a really special skill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can kind of see he came out and built up to it a little bit. You know, kind of just, I'm going to go play catch at 93, 94, which is still crazy to say, but I'm just going to play catch at 93, 94 for a few pitches, kind of find my groove. And then, okay, now we'll start opening it up and getting comfortable. And, you know, like we said, now he's been sitting 96, 97, and it's been still consistent right around there.
Ahu over at third base. The 1-1 pitch, a little too far inside. It's 2-1. Trailer comes all the way from the Bronx in New York as he smacks that one into center field. That's going to bring in a run, a nice piece of hitting from the Missouri commit.
Now batting number 7, Dylan Bowen.
Carrick Jackson has to like to see that. Dylan Bowen is going to step in, 1-on-1 down in the top of the first. He's from St. John, Indiana, takes a ball outside. Committed to Oklahoma State. He goes to Hanover Central. Top tier American is his travel team. Matt Plante is the travel coach. Nice pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Bowen said he's an athletic middle infielder, speed and strong baseball instincts. He's got advanced bat-to-ball skills with developing power as he fouls that pitch away.
He showed it off a little bit, too, during BP. Hit some balls really hard, just able to kind of get into that strength a little bit. I know I enjoyed that round 2 days ago. That was pretty loud swings there.
We're trying to keep track of the days. You're doing a good job so far. No one will blame you if you misspeak on the day.
Yeah.
That one's inside and hits him, so he's going to stay in the box. If you're new to Showcase rules, of course, our scouts want to see these guys hit. So he's going to hang in there. We're going to get a runner over at first, and now it'll be straight fastballs from Contreras.
Looked like he tried the forkball there, just kind of got away from him out of the hand there and just ended up getting in there and hitting him.
You know what I like is that he tried it.
Yeah.
When I talk to these guys down there, Tyler, and you do as well, sometimes they're trying out new stuff here. That is a line drive into center field. Bowen waiting on it, and he's going to drive in Trailer. Sliding into second with a little hustle there. He's safe. Dylan Bowen comes up swinging and is rewarded.
There's that good swing there, just stays on it, able to kind of stay short and direct, catch the barrel out in front, and line that one into the gap and plated 2 runs. Good little swing there.
But these guys are sometimes coming into this event working on things, right? They have already played a lot this summer. They've got a lot to come up as well. But, you know, maybe they're working on a curveball. I know there was a player earlier this week who had mentioned that to me. I'm working on this. I'm working on a changeup. Yes, you're going to see a little bit of it. McCoy Silich grounds out to second base, and that's going to end the top of the first and an inning of work for Joseph Contreras. So 2 line drives from Trailer and Bowen, and Contreras with a strikeout. We'll get another chance to see him coming up later, but when we come back, we've got more. We'll see the Green Team taking the field.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
welcome you back into the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is our 4-game day, so we're excited to have you with us on Perfect Game TV. The Navy team will get a chance to bat. Now, we just saw an inning of work from Joseph Contreras. If you're just tuning in this morning, waking up with us on the Pacific time here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a little bit later in the afternoon on the East Coast, so we'll get to see the Navy team come up and swing the bat. We're here all day with you. These guys already did their workouts yesterday. If you're interested in seeing those times and seeing the velocities from them, some of the top times from yesterday or throughout the week, those you can find very easily on the website, perfectgame.org. Just go to the workout results on the events info tab. Here is the new pitcher. This is Matthew Maxon taking over on the mound, 6'3", 190, committed to Stanford.
Leading off with the Navy team, number 23, Easton Austria.
He plays for Alpha Prime 2026. He ran a 6.65 yesterday.
It says he's listed 6'3", 190. Bit of an athletic frame. Kind of looks the part so far during warm-ups. Kind of like the way he's moving down the slope.
He fires in a first pitch to Easton Austria, who swings through it for strike one. So quickly, Maxon head 0-2. Autry committed to Texas. He plays for Corsicana, Texas. It's the name of his high school. He fouls that pitch away.
It's working quick so far.
Yeah, we like that. We got a long day today, so pace is important. And that one, nice pitch. Sinking action for the strikeout and one away.
It's a really good slider there. You can kind of see him get around it and just pull hard through, and you just see that bite and depth kind of show up there, and he's able to miss the bat.
So that's going to bring up Sean Dunlap from Crown Point, Indiana. Pops it up back to us. Foul play. He's committed to Tennessee. He plays for 5-star Great Lakes National Midwest West. Jerry Cohen, the coach of that travel team.
I really liked Dunlap the other day during his workout. I kind of go back to that. He was really loud during BP, really good behind the dish. I mean, it's a really good frame, easy to like, with just he's just really athletic, kind of uses his length well, both at the plate and behind the dish.
Yeah, he's a catcher. We'll see him catch a little bit later in this game. Looking forward to that.
He just swung it well during BP. He just creates a lot of whip through the zone, and you kind of see it there. Even obviously a little out in front and gets over the top of it, but just really good at just staying through it. Kind of creates some length through the hitting zone, which is something else that I just really think is important for hitters. Just being able to get the barrel, not just like through the zone or in the zone, but staying in the zone as long as possible and being able to kind of get to the baseball out front and do damage.
And he's called out watching strike 3. So 2 strikeouts now for Maxon, back-to-back, and there's 2 away in the first.
Looked like it might have been a splitter there. I didn't get a good look at the grip on that, but definitely had low spin. Yeah.
Just catching the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, it looks like a splitter, upper 70s, spins down around 1,000. First one was at like 843, I believe.
There's Jacob Webster. First pitch swinging on the ground to shortstop. Trey Ebel fires over a quick 1-2-3 inning. Matthew Maxon, the Stanford commit, 2 strikeouts so far. We'll see him come back. We're through 1 in our first game, and we'll head to the second. The green team's up 3-0.
3-pitch mix so far, just been really good. Splitter and the inning through a couple of them, just really nice. Slider as well, gets around it. Just froze Dunlap there. Good stuff so far.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Welcome back to Chase Field. Joseph Contreras back out on the mound in his first inning of work. He got a strikeout, and we'll get to see a little bit more of him now. Tyler, he shared some of his favorite guys to watch: Chase Burns, Tarek Skubal, and how about Pedro Martinez, the Hall of Famer? He said, Burns has taught me how to be aggressive and stay on top of hitters. Skubal's taught me to trust my stuff and throw with confidence in the middle of the plate and then expand into strikes. And Pedro's taught me how to have a killer mentality and to never be afraid to go in.
Yeah, I'd say those three definitely would help you become a good pitcher in terms of just mindset and the way you work. I mean, that's three really good guys to go off of. Obviously, growing up in Michigan as a Tigers fan, been a big fan of Skubal these last few years.
That pitch is out of play into the stands.
Definitely can't argue with Pedro either. That was a really good comp there.
Oh, I mean, I think anytime you are pulling from that versatile of group of guys, I think that you're going to be able to have some success.
A little bit different pitches. We always talk about the Pedro Martinez changeup and how good that was back in the day. He's got a forkball that just kind of looks like it out of the hand, just disappears.
You can see how big his hands are as well in that shot right there. That baseball looks like a tiny speck of sand in his hands.
We actually were talking about that the other day on just somebody went up and like shook his hand. He was coming off the field at a showcase or something like that, and they said that Jose's hands are also massive as well. And they were like, Joseph might have bigger hands than him at this present day and age. And it was like, no wonder he can do that with a forkball and just create the shapes that he does on some of his pitches, just with the size of his hands and just how strong he is.
Nolan Ramley is the batter out of Palace Park, Illinois. Committed to Kentucky, goes to Brother Rice. Angelosi Sparks is his travel team. Tyler Thompson, his travel coach. His goals this year to continue to get stronger and faster, be a captain on his high school team, and lead them back to state. He also wants to graduate high school with a GPA above 4.0.
That Sparks team that he plays for has always been really good. Last few years, they've come out to Iowa, always competed really well. I'm pretty sure they've been a finalist or won or at least made it to the championship in the Colonel's Foundation event that we do in the fall each year, almost every year, which is like one of our premier events that we do in Iowa. There's a Jupiter bid handed out there for the winner, and I feel like Angelosi always comes to play. Romoli specifically, too, is always kind of impressed in my looks. It's been a really good Sparks team that I kind of seen grow up. Mostly the 25 group, not just the 26s, but just a lot of good guys that have come through there.
So that one hops over Contreras' glove over to second base. That's Colt Springall. No play for him, but nice job getting over to cut it off at least. And that's a base hit for Ramley. We'll see Ramley playing the outfield a little bit later in this game.
That last one there, too, was at 98, so I believe that's a new PR for Contreras.
Good eyes there. Top left of your screen if you're interested in velocity and spin rate. Bradley McCafferty is the batter. He hits that one in the air to right field foul, and it gets down. Contreras again ranked 83rd overall in his class. He was up to 97 at the 17U WWBA. So as you just heard Tyler say, new PR for him, hitting 98. Uncommitted, still making his decision. This class by far has the most uncommitted guys that I've seen in my, 7-8 years. being a part of this event. Omidi makes the play at short, and there's one away in the second.
The uncommitted guys have been very good too. They've been coming out and definitely playing for something. You know, you see these guys with a lot of college coaches in town and here to see everything. They definitely we're no stranger to that being here and that going on, and just kind of did their thing. You know, just, hey, I'm still uncommitted. I'm looking for somewhere to play, and they try to make the most of their opportunity. And I mean, it's been good.
Desmond Francis is the batter. He takes one inside. I got to talk to Des yesterday, and he has been drumming since he was 2-3 years old. His family shared with us, and we sat down and talked about being in the jazz band and having a love for music, which was really cool. He hits it hard on the ground to second. Nice running, ranging play. Yeah, and a stretch over at first. Colt Springall makes the play over at first. Chase Wilk makes the reach.
Thing I've noticed with Contreras so far is he's just kind of been living in the zone and just trying to get weak contact. A couple fly balls, a couple line drives, obviously, in the first inning that he worked around, but this inning, it's been just a lot of, I'm just going to find ways to beat you and keep the ball on the ground. So definitely seems like he's settled in a little bit. Obviously, hit 98, so I think he's feeling pretty good out there.
Yeah, I'd say so. This is his second inning of work, by the way. He had one strikeout back in the first. He's had a couple ground outs. Now Drew Messi, the batter out of St. Louis, Missouri, committed to Louisville. He plays for U.S. National Scouts 17U and swings through strike one. Jack Zimmerman, the coach of that travel team. His goals this year, he's at have an exit velocity of 100 plus, a 6.69 60-yard dash. Oof, that is pretty. Catches the black, and it's strike two. He wants to throw 94 from the infield and gain 20 pounds. That is the goal of Mr. Messi.
He came out to one of the indoor showcases that I was at and was really impressive. Just had a really good workout, showed up in game as well, hit a little bit, but definitely just made some noise during the workout.
Yeah, we'll see more of him, but the day is done now for Joseph Contreras on the mound, and we were impressed. Up to 98, 2 strikeouts, and going in and out, kind of doing what he wanted.
Yeah, just was able to kind of go out and do his thing, like I said, just inducing some weak contact. Up to 98, big day for him for that. Showed the fork ball, slider as well, so good stuff from him.
Bottom of the second, 3-0 green team, our first game of the day. We've got 3 more. Our scouts are here. They're settling in. They got their clipboards and their pens, pencils, stopwatches. They've been here all week long. It's one of my favorite things to get to see these guys in the stands, and they're here to watch this talent from the class of 2026. We got a new arm on the mound for the green team. Ganon Grant is the pitcher. He's out of Greenwood, Indiana, committed to Tennessee. He plays for the Indiana Bulls, coached by Ryan Bunnell.
Another Midwest area guy. Seen him a good bit on the circuit. Big fan. Should be interesting. Should be a good little outing here. I'm excited to see what he does for us today.
First pitch in at the knees for a strike. Elliot LaSalle coming up out of Toronto Ontario, the Yale commit. How about that? That's pretty cool. And you and I were talking before the game started about the talent in Canada and Perfect Game going out for that National Canadian Tour, identifying guys and how impressed you were.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of become our resident Canada guy for the company, and that's just kind of been the badge that I get to wear proudly, and I definitely do enjoy that every time I go up there and cover the CPBL stuff. It's just such a good experience. I gotta say thank you to the guys out there for Jamie and Adam and Robbie, and just being able to take care of us and helping us kind of go up there and run our events, and also just get the job done and scout all these players. But in terms of the talent, I feel like every time I go up there, you just kind of run into new talent, whether it's some of the guys we've known about on the 25 class, 26s, just guys that have taken strides forward. Like I said, I just kind of go up there, see some of the best players and guys that maybe even some college coaches haven't heard about, some uncommitted guys as we've seen today. So it's just been really fun for me, at least, to go up there and find some talent that maybe gets overlooked. Obviously, like I said, from the Midwest myself, so just kind of getting to do that and see that always makes me feel happy. Just giving these kids a chance to get some more exposure, get seen by some more schools, and also just get some more experience just with kind of the job that we do with Perfect Game. And like I said, there's just such an abundance of talent up there that is just crazy to me. And obviously we've got a couple of them here right now with Lascelles just now, and then Robert O'Meady. So there's been a couple. We'll get to see Noah Powell later as well, so that should be really fun too.
Judah Oda is the batter out of Honolulu, Hawaii, committed to Arkansas. We just saw a strikeout, by the way, the first for Grant, one away in the bottom of the second. 1-2 pitch floated into left field, ranging over, getting a good jump to make the play. There's one away. It's Desmond Francis making the play out there. Obviously, we just saw Vahiva Aloy out of Arkansas, coming from Hawaii, winning the Golden Spikes Award this year. Arkansas making an amazing run, of course, to the Men's College World Series, falling a little bit short. But an incredible program. Dave Van Horn runs over there. I got to talk to Matt Hobbs this week. I'm very excited to see where Zach Root and Gage Wood go in the draft this year. So great program, of course, with Arkansas. Sammy Kane is the batter. Uncommitted. Takes a pretty pitch on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-2. Grant working pretty quickly here.
We talked about earlier, too, the guys that are spinning at around 3,000 RPMs. He's been pretty much above 2,900 on the slider consistently, and it's a really good pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he continues to wow. So a pair of strikeouts for Grant. We'll get to see him again, but the spin and the command to me stood out so far. Really nice inning of work from him.
Yeah, he did a really good job just working quick, kind of attacking hitters from the get-go. Fastball to 95, just really good shape to it, just spotting it up well. You see it right there, and just getting an elevated whiff there, and was able to just kind of show some good sliders in there too. Like I said, up to 2,900 RPMs, gets around it well, just good shape to it, solid stuff.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
New pitcher on the mound for the Navy team. This is Wyatt Clater out of Nolensville, Tennessee, committed to the University of Virginia. Chris Pollard, the new head coach there. Brian O'Connor headed to Mississippi State. So Clater, 6'2", 185. Tyler, looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, it should be interesting. He's up to 94, 95, I believe, on the circuit. quick arm working through release. So it'll be fun to see what he's got for us today.
We just saw Ganon Grant strike out 2, his spin rate up to 3,000 RPMs. Top left of your screen will have velocity and velocity and spin rate for you. I'm only halfway through my coffee this morning.
Leading off for the green team, number 32, Jensen Barris.
Jensen Varys leading off for the green team.
Varys took a really good round of BP. You obviously can see he's a physical right-handed hitter, and he hits some balls really, really hard. Just a lot of ability to do strength or show the strength out in front, and I think he just can lift really well when he does get on time, and just took some really good hacks overall.
0-2 count to him. He's out of Plantation, Florida, committed to Florida State. I watched him yesterday during the workouts, and he just looks smooth. Like, he runs smooth. He's got a great stride. He looks very athletic. I haven't had a chance to see him play in games, so I'm interested to see what he's able to do here. Tough spot, 0-2. That one just fouled away. Got a little piece of it.
Good breaking ball there. See a little spin, get over the top of it, and just pull down hard. And had a good depth to it.
A little too far outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Clater shared this year he's hoping to continue to be an efficient pitcher, increase his velocity, and he'd also like to hit on 195 pounds and maintain that peak athleticism, he said. I also want to get straight A's my senior year and keep growing and finding new relationships with others. As that's popped up on the right side, trailing foul behind first, and the catch is made for the out. Frank Gerhardt playing first base right now for the Navy team.
Now batting number 2, Johan Castro.
Johan Castro is the batter. Swings through strike 1.
Fastball there at 95. You can see he's getting about 22 inches of horizontal up there on the scoreboard. Just notice that, and you can see it too. Just a ton of ride. You just watch it out of the hand. You can see that fastball just kind of take off.
Yeah, he's working the plate right now. Castro uncommitted out of Puerto Rico. He's a catcher who goes to Colegio San Angel David. 0-2 is up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Swing and a miss by Castro. They're going to throw the ball down for the out. So a strikeout there for Clater, an inning of work for him. 2 away.
It was a really good changeup there from him. Saw him get that circle change grip in the mitt when he was digging around before he started his motion to home. Just to see that that fading depth to it just kind of disappeared, and Castro just wasn't able to get the barrel on it.
We just saw Maxon start this game. He had a pair of strikeouts. Now he'll get a chance to swing the bat. Again, Maxon, the Stanford commit. Plays for Alpha Prime 2026. That pitch catching outside for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. As a pitcher, I'm sure it's hard because you know the strike zone in a certain way, right? He was just on the mound, and now he's at the plate. So he's wondering where that pitch was. Taps it on the ground to shortstop. Again, a nice ranging play over there for the Navy team at shortstop. Sammy Kane playing that position in the top of the 3rd inning. So an inning of work in the books for Clater.
It was a good little outing from early on. Showed the changeup there well on Castro. It's like, just running the fastball too. I mean, 22 inches of horizontal on it. IVB's been pretty good too as well. And just up to 95, good breakers. So good stuff from him in the first inning.
Welcome back to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Our crew has been here in Phoenix, Arizona all week long, doing a wonderful job bringing you all the live action from the games to the workouts. We've got 4 games today on Perfect Game TV. Sitting next to Tyler Cotilla, I'm Danny Wexelman. We're excited to be with you for the first half of the day. Ganon Grant back out on the mound for the green team. He had a pair of strikeouts in his first inning of work.
It was a good first inning from Grant, kind of just mostly mixed fastball and slider. Like we said earlier, just spinning it really well. There's another one right there, just missing bats with it, 2,900 RPMs. You can see he gets around the slider well. If you kind of pay attention to that release, you see him just kind of trying to get around that baseball, kind of to create that slider depth to it. And he's done a really good job of that. I mean, strong hands as well, just consistently able to land that and just keep hitters guessing. Some bad swings so far.
Evan McIlvain is the batter. He's out of Thompson Station, Tennessee, uncommitted. Plays for FDB National. Billy Haney is the travel coach there. He goes to Nolensville High School, coached by Zach Hudson. Leaves it up in the zone. It's 1-2. McIlvain's goals this year: be committed to a top baseball program, grow more interest from pro scouts, win a state championship my senior year, drop 3rd strike. And there's one away in the bottom of the 3rd. So that's a 3rd strikeout for Ganon Grant.
Change up there, similar to Clater last inning, just kind of pronates it there and just lets it just disappear, fading, and just looks like McIlvain wasn't able to get the bat on that. Just looked like he might have swung over it there.
For Grant, is this surprising to you to see the spin rate on some of his pitches?
No, not for me. I've seen him spin it a couple times, a couple of different outings, and it's usually around this. I mean, definitely really good today for sure. It definitely seems like it's a tick up from the last time I saw it, and it's been good though. It's been, up to 95, and in the past I've seen him just, spin that breaker really well, but it's been 3 pitches for strikes. It's been good.
Another talent from Canada, Easton Katura, out of Vernon, British Columbia, committed to Miami as he fouls that pitch away. He plays for Energy City Cactus Rats. That's his travel coach, Jordan Blundell. He said his basic goals this year: get stronger, faster, as well as lengthen and strengthen my arm to throw harder and maintain. These goals over the next 12 months, of course, would be to get drafted. He wants to graduate with a 4.0. watches that closely. Just outside, the count goes full. Good at bat here. We haven't seen many 3-ball counts so far in this game.
No, a lot of strikes early on. Just They're gonna attack the zone.
So ball 4 means we'll see a ghost runner head over to first base and run. These guys can volunteer to do that. It'll be straight fastballs now from Grant.
Looks like the other fellow Canadian there, O'Meady's over there on first base.
That's right, Robert O'Meady going over there to run.
I really liked Contreras round of BP. Just athletic swing, just wasn't trying to do too much. Just a lot of the well-struck line drives throughout. Just kind of looked the part for me. It was first time I've seen him. I know I mentioned earlier the CPBL guys. He's from Alberta, so a different league. But no, he was good.
He's hanging in the box right now, waiting to get a pitch he can hit. He also shared that he played hockey. Said he was second team All-League in his last year playing. He won MVP of basketball and curling as well. Very athletic. Line drive, got a hold of that one, dumps it into right field. So had a chance to get some fastballs there and did a little damage.
He's swung it well in game. I think that's his third hit between the last 2 days.
Now batting number 24, Frank Earhart.
You just see him stay short to it there, and like I said, just not trying to do too much. Just turns really hard, throws the barrel through the zone, and caught it out front. I mean, taking advantage of knowing fastballs coming there, just being ready and being on time for it. And you see him pull that one into right field, and another hit for him.
All right, so 2 guys on for Frank Earhart. He'll be playing first base in this game. From Chandler, Arizona. Down the road as he hits it on the ground over to first base.
Another good slider there from him. I feel like he's just been able to replicate that time and time again.
Now batting number 5, Johnny McDonald.
Looks like McCoy Silich is playing first base right now for the green team. This is Johnny Badala. He swings and misses through strike 1. Badala plays outfield. Uncommitted.
Grant's like getting about 14 to 16 inches of IVB on his fastball there, which means it's going to play up in the zone. Obviously, that last whiff there, you can kind of see that. He's able to miss some bats when he does elevate the pitch. Just kind of disappears. Some people call it like the invisible. It's not necessarily as much IVB as that, but it's been a good pitch for him today.
It's hard to do damage on, as you can see. He did have 3 strikeouts in this one. Gave up a couple hard hits, but that's 2 innings of work now for Ganon Grant, Tyler.
Yeah, really good stuff overall. Up 95, slider up at 84, change up at 82. Just kind of mixed all 3. Spin the slider really well. Just able to make his pitches and show us what he's got. It was a good outing.
I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up.
Welcome back into Chase Field, right inside the dugout, top of the fourth, 3-0 Green team. We got a 4-game day for you on PGTV. We're with you all day, so just leave us on. We're not going anywhere. Day 4 of this event. We've got one more day tomorrow as well. Wyatt Clater back out on the mound for the Navy team. Had a strikeout in his first inning of work. And that's first pitch swinging, dumping it in to center field. Onyx Parson.
Hunting first pitch there. Able to get to it out front and just send it right back up the middle. Nice on-time swing.
Onyx out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, committed to South Florida. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think a lot of times we see the best pitch is the first pitch, right? You want to see those hitters being aggressive. So he gets aboard. That pitch is high. Jordan Ransom is the batter out of Gilbert, Arizona. The shortstop uncommitted. In on his hands for a strike. It's 1-1. Who makes the call when these guys try to pick them off? Who's making the call out there if they're out?
I think it's got to be just pitcher and catcher for this,
Yeah.
right? Like he's just...
I know we have an umpire in the field, but we just have one in the field, so I'm wondering if there's some self-policing going on too. That's a drive into center field. Coming over and making a nice catch there for the Navy team. It's Judah Ota.
It's got to be the old standard, where one dugout's screaming, he's out, and the other one's screaming, he's safe. The other one, whoever's louder, I guess, might influence it, right?
I think that might be it. Yeah, with of course, help from our umpiring crew here. Jackson Wood steps to the plate, the shortstop, 5'9", 165, committed to Tennessee. He's out of Hoover, Alabama.
I really liked Wood's workout. Just good actions on the infield, flipping balls across, just consistently around the bag, just easy to like traits there. And then he got in the box and took a good round of BP. Just simple, functional swing, short and compact, and just good bat speed too. Just accurate barrel, just kind of things you're looking for. It was just a good day for him during the workouts.
Well, I always feel like anyone who's coming from an Adam Mosley team in Hoover is doing all the little things right. He's a 14U Select Fest alum, plays for Team Elite. Smacks that over to third base. And that's going to be a double play. It looks like they are able to turn 2. And so a nice inning of work there. And that's 2 in the books for Wyatt Clater. Tough to hit. Got some contact, but let the defense work for him, Tyler.
Yeah, I'd say that's going to work. Couple quick outs. Just I'm going to throw a few pitches and roll up some quick outs, and we're going to head back to the dugout and turn it over to the next guy. It was good stuff for him.
Good morning. Welcome back in Chase Field, the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. I'm Danny Wexelman sitting next to Tyler Cotilla, the National Scouting Coordinator. for Perfect Game covering Iowa and unofficially Canada. Is that what we're saying now?
Yeah. When we were actually joking about this down there yesterday. We were talking about kind of the area that I'm responsible for kind of spans across. We were doing the math, and it was like 10 or 11 states in Canada. So we could say Iowa, we could say Midwest, you can say Canada. We made a joke that anything that's not touching an ocean might be Catilla's space.
I like it.
Who knows?
I like it. Michael Vigil on the mound, the right-handed pitcher. We'll get a chance to pitch 2 here for the green team out of Miami, Florida, uncommitted as it stands right now. And again, we've kind of been talking about this all week. I just feel like there's not as much of a rush anymore, right? Since the rules changed a few years ago of when you can officially commit to a school, I think that these guys have realized that maybe there isn't such a rush, and it's okay to figure out what you like and where you fit. And, for Michael Vigil, goes to Westminster Christian, 5'11", 180, plays for 5-Star Mafia, 17U Black. Maybe he's decided, along with all the other guys who are here uncommitted, that they've still got some things they want to figure out.
Yeah, and I think kind of to speak to your point on the commitment there, or the commitment stuff there, it's just the whole game's changed since that started. We don't see guys committing at 13, 14 anymore. Obviously, they can't, but I don't really think that's the worst thing in the world either. It's no shame to the guys who did commit, because a lot of them are those guys that are really tooled up really early and are definitely getting ahead of it. But I think it gives these kids a little bit more time to focus on just developing and becoming the best player that they can be, so that when it is their turn to get that call and start really getting on the recruiting trail there, they're kind of their best versions of themselves. You don't want these kids at 13, 14 already starting to think like, I got to get committed as early as possible. And I think that can kind of misconstrue some guys and lead them down a tough road of, maybe just rushing, or their development gets stunted because they're so worried about trying to find a commitment or a place to play. And I think this way allows the college coaches to kind of not ignore them, but just like, hey, we'll see you when you're ready, and we'll start seeing what you have to offer once you get there. And for these kids on the other side, they can, show their stuff early on, have a good track record when they're 13, 14, 15 years old, and then they can kind of show that and like, hey, look how far I've come, look how much I've developed. Like, this is where I was when I was 13, this is where I was 14, 15, when I was coming to showcases or just playing in the tournaments, just showing us the path they've taken. And when it is their turn to commit, they have all that to back it up.
Kahanu Martinez is the batter, and he's worked it all the way to a walk. He's going to stay in the box. We'll see a ghost runner come out. He's from Honolulu, Hawaii, committed to Oregon. He plays for Hawaii Elite 2G. Brandon Toro, the head coach of that. He plays for St. Louis High School, coached by Benny Agbioni, former big leaguer. And I think just to put a bow on that, it also kind of protects those kids who, when they were 13 and 14 and signing with schools, and maybe the school decided we want to go in a different direction, or we're going to dip into the transfer portal and pull someone in, it kind of leaves those kids hanging. There's less of that, much, much less of that, which is important and I think impactful for those families.
100%. The portal is a completely different, day in it, or completely different thing than it was even just a few years ago. It's a whole new world out there, and I'm sure any college coach you talk to, any even parent of just a high school kid kind of going through the process, just will tell you that maybe they had a kid who went through it a few years back, and now they've got another son going through it. That it's been a really different process these days, but some parts of it have definitely changed for the better. And like you said, that's the thing that I think is part of the good parts of this. Just it's not leaving kids out just hung out to dry, and not that schools are all doing that either, but you just don't want to be in that spot. I don't think any college coach would want to say that or have to do that to a kid, especially somebody that they may have recruited when they were 13 or 14 and kind of strung them along, not even on purpose. It's just the way it works out. So I think kind of eliminating that from happening is definitely a good thing.
Great point. Really great point. All right, so Martinez now getting straight fastballs. His goals over this year to get a 4.0 GPA, gain 10 pounds of muscle. He wants to also grow his relationship with his family. And so Vigil, who maybe was having trouble finding that strike zone there, comes back and gets the strikeout, Tyler.
He's been good, up to 90, 92 so far, spinning above 2,200 RPMs. Just a long arm, kind of more of a compact build out there, but just a long arm action working through it. Gets a little bit of arm speed, definitely takes off a little bit, gets a little bit of run to it. He's just spotted it up well so far.
Ethan Rathman is the batter. As you see the back pick down there over to first base. Behind the plate for the green team this inning. It's Johan Castro. Rathman out of Windermere, Florida, committed to Miami. Plays Power Baseball 2026. Marucci, Blue Jays scout for his travel team. Jesse Marlowe, the coach of that, goes to Olympia High School, coached by Kyle Blum. Rathman's goals this year: I want to finish summer and fall baseball on a high note. Going into 2026, I want to put together a monster year for my high school baseball team before going off to play baseball at the next level.
I saw Ethan Rathman, a bunch when I was in Florida, but at one of our high school all-state events that we run, the high school all-state select championships down in Houston, the first year, and it's just been really cool to kind of see him come all the way around from, when he was 14 years old. Kind of like we were just talking about, you see these kids kind of grow over the years and just turn into really good players, and just kind of, they show us flashes and traits early on, and just kind of seeing them progress and develop has been really cool. And Rathman's kind of one of those guys that I think I've seen the entire way, all the stops along the way, and it's been awesome.
On that pitch, by the way, you just saw Tegan Scott take second base, the catcher who came out to ghost run. Chase Wilk will get a chance to bat. He takes that pitch high. It's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, goes to Bishop Gorman High School. Uncommitted. 6'3", 210. Hard on the ground. That was a hot shot past the third baseman. They're going to send Scott. And Johan Castro at the plate makes a nice tag. The left fielder throwing that in for the green team. Looks like Jordan Ransom with the assist there. So Ransom to Castro for the out. And that was one inning of work for Matthew Vigil. Michael Vigil.
Yeah, a lot of quick outs there. Just fastball 90-92, good curveball in there, and a really good play by Castro there. Nice back pick, couple pitches back. It was really good just seeing him just, wait on the right time and go over to first.
Welcome on back into Chase Field, our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. We got a new pitcher on the mound for you. This is the Navy team. Brock McDonald taking over out of Phoenix, Arizona, committed to Baylor. 6-1 on the mound there, Tyler, and we'll get 2 innings of work from him.
Yeah, Brock's a really big physical guy. You can kind of see the frame there, just sturdy build, kind of that imposing starter's build, or just that imposing big righty that you look for there. Fastball up to 93, I believe, before, 92 so far today. 93 if you're running up there. But looks like it's got good life to it. Spotted a 3-up right there for a quick strikeout.
Yeah, quickly working. He gets E.J. Booth Jr. to strike out. Booth out of Bassville, Mississippi, the Vanderbilt commit. We'll see him again, though. That is a nice pitch there from McDonald for out number 1. Trey Ebel comes on up out of Corona, California, goes to Corona High School, committed to Texas A&M. And he takes strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. So McDonald right now doing a nice job of locating that spin rate above 2,500 too, which is something to pay attention to. comes right back and is ahead 0-2 in the count.
Another guy just working quick, too.
Yeah. Trey, the younger brother of Brady, of course, looking forward to the draft on Sunday with their family. And then they're all going to head out to the All-Star game. Their dad, Dino, will be the third base coach for the National League. Yeah, what are you noticing about that spin, by the way, Tyler?
Yeah, there's a couple of them are 26-ish, right around that 2,600 mark, 82, 83 on the velo there. Kind of like the way he gets around it, just, able to spin it well. He sees, strong hands just come through, get around the baseball, create that, that shape and bite that we're seeing so far. And fastball's been good too, flashing a little bit of a sinker at times, but also just letting it run and showing the carry that he's got to it.
Trey hits it on the ground over to third base, and there's the second out of the inning. So I want to ask you about that. So when we're talking about guys kind of getting over the baseball, right, as opposed to what? So if we would see somebody here who wasn't spinning it the way that McDonald was, what would you say would be lacking from the mechanics there?
So it really just depends on what you're trying to execute. When it comes to sliders, there's obviously different variations, especially in this day and age. You've got sweepers, just true sliders, gyro sliders, a lot of different shapes that you can work with. I just, from the very basic standpoint there, everybody's obviously got different grips and stuff like that, but just being able to kind of get around the baseball, just simple physics in a sense, just the way that you're able to kind of manipulate the baseball in your hands as you're getting through release, and just how well and how efficient you are at, you talk about pronating versus supinating, but being able to kind of supinate and get around the baseball. And the guys with stronger hands, stronger wrists, just a ton more strength tend to be able to spin it better because they're just able to manipulate the baseball well so that it comes out with an efficient spin, or, just able to get that spin path that you're looking for. Everybody's seen the Pitching Ninja videos, or even guys with Edgertronic cameras. You can go back and look at a litany of guys in the big leagues that you can see the way that their fingers are on the laces, the way that their wrist is at release, and just kind of being able to do that. Same thing with curveballs. You kind of want to get over it from the top and just pull down hard, for those guys that throw those 12-6 curveballs. So everybody's different, but there's definitely a world of stuff we could talk about with pitch design.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you for that. Good news is we get to see another inning from McDonald when we come back. That was awesome to see, and talking about how he's able to spin that baseball. A really nice job by him. A quick inning of work. 3-0 Green team. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Michael Vigil back out on the mound for the Green team in the bottom of the fifth inning. This is our first game today. We've got 3 more after this. It's a monster jam day. Luis Bermudez is the batter, and he takes ball 1. Green team turned double play to get out of the 4th inning. Vigil had a strikeout in that one. Bermudez uncommitted out of Manobo, Puerto Rico, and that is a hot shot off the bat down the third base line. He's going to turn into second and stand up with a double.
Now batting number 2, Colton Springall.
All right, so runner on second, Colt Springall is the batter. Out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Committed to Tennessee. And he takes strike 1. I liked that pitch from Vigil, right? 1 getting ahead and 2 had a little life on it.
Yeah. Yep. Springall's another bat that I've liked this week, too. Another guy with just a functional swing, just athletic in the box, and just working at bats well too, from what I've picked up on.
Yeah, this is a guy we've known for a while as well. I mean, the first thing I think of that comes to mind with Colt is how giving he and his family have been to Perfect Game and to all of the events that we fundraise for when it comes to those select festivals. Just an outstanding job by him. He was in the 13 and 14 U Select Fests. And we mentioned it earlier this week. David Ronsley did the homework on it, that 32 of the possible 39 guys from that 2022 14 U Select Fest are here, which is pretty incredible and really speaks volumes to the scouting job that Perfect Game has done. It's that one hard into right field. That's going to bring home Bermudez. Springall with the wheels. He's going to turn for third, and he's going to stand up easy. And they're going to send him home. The throw is offline, and all the way, touch him all, Colt Springall. I mean, it was a really good hit, got past the outfielders. This is a big ballpark, Tyler, and he comes home. Nice job by Colt Springall.
You see it again, they're just short and direct, just stays on it, pumps it into the gap, and like you said, it's big ballpark. It just kind of rolls and rolls and rolls, and he got moving quick. Just showing off that speed there too. 6'7" runner. I believe he was, just able to get just all the way around the bases pretty quickly there. Sending him there aggressive. We like it.
I'm wondering if he's coming around third looking at Woj and he's like, really? You're really sending me? Is that okay? All right, I trust you, man. He didn't even look back, by the way. That is something that we've talked a little bit about here, and I see at the college level, we see all over at the high school level, even at the big league level, guys sometimes watching the ball. He didn't watch the ball. He didn't look back. He kept his head down and he ran.
Yeah, he had the head down the entire time. I'm just going to keep running until somebody tells me to stop.
Robert O'Meady, the Canadian, another one at the plate. We saw him come in to ghost run a little earlier.
O'Meady is a hitter in every sense of the word. Just, people joke about the word hitterish traits, and he just constantly gets it done. I mean, a little backside double there. The old standard O'Meady backside swing there, so good to see him doing that. That's a regular occurrence up there in Dorchester. I liked that he let the ball travel, right? The bat-to-ball skills there going with the pitch, which stands out to me. He's from Mississauga, Ontario, committed to Kentucky. He goes to St. Martin High School. His travel team, the Fieldhouse Pirates, coached by Jimmy Richardson. All right, so runner on second base, bottom of the fifth, no outs. Tegan Scott, the batter. He also came in to ghost run earlier. He'll be behind the plate a little bit more in this game. He takes a ball low. Scott out of Salem, Oregon, committed to Oregon State. 5'11", 198. He said over the next year, I'd like to win Gatorade Player of the Year, State Player of the Year, State Championship, sign to Oregon State, play in the Perfect Game All-American Classic, and be a top draft pick. Also wants to be a 4.0 student, impact his community, grow his faith. It's going to be a busy year for you, young man. I really like when these guys are specific with their goals. Year after year, we see them, I would say, expanding the possibilities for themselves, not limiting themselves, but just being really specific with their goals, which I think is really cool.
in on Scott. We'll have a ghost runner head over to first, so that puts 2 on. Michael Vigil, the pitcher, on the mound. He's out of Miami, Florida, goes to Westminster Christian. Uncommitted. Still making his decision. It's going to bring his catcher out.
Quick little visit, looks like. Just try and hit the reset button. You know, just, hey, let's get back in the zone. Let's just start executing pitches and give them your best.
Yeah, this is Onyx Parson coming out to have a chat, which I like. Listen, you and I talked about this. It's a big stage, right? There's a lot of people watching. You're still trying to make your decision for schools. Undoubtedly, there will be nerves. I love that Parson went out and did that. And that one catches, so comes back with the strike. 2-1 the count.
Just go out, settle him down for a second. Hey, man, like, you got this. You know, let's just, you know, take a second, breathe for a minute, and let's get back in the zone and start attacking, guys.
There he is. Ooh, heads up. Lost the bat. Gonna get a little extra grip. Looks like he has enough there.
Yeah.
A little extra. Good pitch there by Vigil to even the count. 2-2.
It is 2 pitches, 2 strikes since the mound visit there. So
that's right.
That'll work.
Swing and a miss. So he gets the strikeout. How about that? Onyx Parson comes out, gives him a little confidence, gives him a boost, whatever he said, and he gets the K.
I always like the catchers, too, that are kind of vocal like that, too. And you see after he gets the punch out, stands up, does the whole, point, gives him a little encouragement there, right there, just quickly like, hey, you got this. Hey, we're back in the saddle. Let's go. And I just think guys that are able to kind of command the game and work with their pitcher always makes for a good battery. And there is, again, you can see him kind of like, hey, let's bring it back down. Let's stay settled. Let's settle down. Let's stay locked in and just do what we need to do.
Parson is the South Florida commit, by the way, out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Goes to Leadership Christian Academy. Yeah, that's one of my favorite qualities of a catcher.
I think part of it's, too, just that personality. Just guys that are back there that are not only, high IQ game manager guys, but just kind of a little bit of, heartbeat guys. You see, even in the big leagues, you got like Cal Raleigh from the Mariners, kind of been, a big famous guy from their squad, commands the locker room a little bit, big personality. And you got guys all around the league like that. I mean, Yadier Molina back in the day, Joe Mauer even with Twins, a little bit, different style, but still like, the big guy in the room. And just, a lot of, catchers historically that I think that stand out to people are just those guys that aren't afraid to, work with their teammates, kind of fire guys up or be the support that they need to in a tough spot or, through some adversity. It's just, I don't know, it's just feel like that's what you look for. And guys who are able to do that from, even from this age now, even 14, 15, 16 years old, all the way through, you see those guys have success.
Trenton Ramsey is the batter, the Miami commit. Goes to North Marion High School. 2-2 count to him. I think, too, on this stage, like just from the human element, it's nice to know that someone's in your corner, right? You could probably feel a little alone out there, especially on the mound. You can see the scouts behind, right? They're literally perfect game. Scouts are right behind home plate, and then the rest of the scouts are in the stands. And if you happen to glance back, it's nice to know that you've got someone on your side and your battery. I mean, Parson is a huge piece of what's going on here right now.
And definitely, too, like, it is a showcase setting. Obviously, some of these guys play on the same teams or they've played together over the years. It's not like, guys don't know each other. These guys have been, playing in the same leagues, tournaments, and events for, the last 4 or 5 years. So, but still, it's, it is a showcase. It's kind of like an individualistic sense. Like, sure, they're on a team, but, we're evaluating everybody from, what they do at each position, what they do in the box, what they do when they're pitching. And I think for that, to speak to that, like, it's nice to know that you got a teammate out there too. You kind of made a friend along the way that's going to, help you get through it. And like, hey, we're all doing this together. We're all, they're evaluating us individually, but it'll be fun. Yeah,
and letting his defense work. Drew Messi with the great grab there. And 2 strikeouts for Michael Vigil in his outing. Onyx Person being a great catcher back there too. So 2 innings of work in the books for him. We're going to head into the 6th inning here at Chase Field. Welcome back in. Brock McDonald back out for another inning of work. Excited to see him spin this baseball. He was very impressive in his first inning. Graham Carbonneau is the batter, the Baylor commit out of Kingwood, Texas. Top left of your corner is velocity and spin rate, if you're interested. That's a nice pitch and a really good hit. It's ripped into left field for Graham. He's got a base hit off of McDonald. McDonald shared his self-scouting report. Tyler said, four-seam fastball sit 90 to 91, tops at 94. My slurve with 2,900 spin rate also throws a sinker and a changeup to force weak contact with rotation on most pitches. Can challenge batters by attacking the zone and weaknesses. So that one hits Caleb Traylor, so he's going to take a second. That does not feel good, but obviously he's mentioning his spin rate, something he's paying attention to and working on.
And kind of to circle back to pitch shapes and pitch design that we talked a little bit about last inning, it's funny that you said he called it a slurve, because I was just going to say the two of the breaking balls this inning have been a little bit lower spin and a little bit slower velo, just more in that 79-80 range rather than like 80-83 where he was last inning. And I kind of picked up, it was like, oh, that's got a little bit more tilt to it. So to kind of relay that back to the pitch shapes, and with the sliders, he's getting around it more, but when we call it a slurve, obviously he's blending a slider and a curveball shape together. So that slider, when it has that more lateral sweep, shape that we talk about, it's more when he gets around the side of the baseball and kind of pulls through it. And with the breaking ball, he's getting a little bit more over the top of it. So it's not a bad thing by any means. Some people, you don't like if you're blending it that much, but in his case, they look similar enough to where you could just, you could bucket it as a slider or a curveball, or in this case, the slurve, and it's totally fine. It just means that, sometimes he's getting a little more over the top of the baseball with the fingers rather than kind of getting around from it. Still a good pitch either way, spinning 25, 2600, so we'll take that.
Trailer hits a fly ball into right field. Diving can't make the catch over there in right, and so that's going to bring in 1 run. Trailer's got speed. He's already looking to third. He's going to have to go back to second. He thought he was going to be able to sneak into third base over there. He wanted it, but nice job just getting a handle on the bat and dumping that into right field.
You talk about not watching the baseball while you're running. I think he was watching the baseball. He turned around second and was like, oh, I'm going to get to third on this, and realized there was somebody in front of him. Had to put the brakes on real quick.
That's a great effort in right field, by the way.
Another good swing, too, from Trailer. I believe that's hit number 2 on the day.
Luis Bermudez is playing right field for Navy right now. That hit up the middle, and nice job ranging over to make the grab. Again, great defense here, right? We've seen a lot of that. When you do let your defense work for you, they're making pretty nice plays. Second base is Colt Springall.
Number 34, McCoy Sealy.
Springall with the inside the Parker last inning, too, and I think during his infield workouts the other day, he was just really smooth on the infield, just throws across the infield. We're, carrying across, hitting the guys in the chest, what we like to see, but good hands, kind of quiet mover. Just, I was enjoying that round of infield for sure.
McCoy Silich is the batter, 6'5", 200, committed to Ole Miss. 1 on, 1 down in the top of the 6th inning. Takes that pitch inside for a ball. He's out of Bakersfield, California, goes to Bakersfield Christian. Swing and a miss. 2,700. Tyler's over here, like, thinking he's talking to himself here, like, wow, 2,700 on the spin rate. You can say it out loud.
Yeah, that's it.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout. What do you think?
First one above 27 for him. Still, that same pitch, just really good.
So a pair of strikeouts for McDonald so far. A little bit of ride as well. That's tough to hit. You got to catch up to it. Coming in at 93. All right, so Nolan Ramley will come up to bat, the Kentucky commit out of Palace Park, Illinois. First pitch swinging, dumps it into left field. That's going to bring in a run. It hasn't been easy, right? Really impressive by McDonald in this outing, but they're going to turn the inning over. Give me a little recap of what you saw.
For McDonald, just coming out, doing his thing, spinning the baseball really well again, up to 93, solid stuff there. And another good swing from Trailer. Charbonneau had a good single too. I know I was kind of talking there about pitch design, but that was a really good swing from him. Just good bat speed shown, just good stuff.
Green team came out swinging at 6-2. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome back into Chase Field. Tyler Cotilla with me. I'm Danny Wexelman, hanging out with you guys on Perfect Game TV. We got scouts in the stands. We know you guys are at home hanging out with us. Bottom of the 6th, new arm on the mound. Ryan Walls takes over out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Committed to Ole Miss. He goes to Providence High School. Tommy Boss is his coach.
Leading off for the Navy team, number 20.
Cam West, his travel coach. Smart Tents, the show National 17U. Easton Autry will bat. He'll lead off for the Navy team. Euron Castro. No, Onyx Parson back behind the plate for the green team. We saw him last inning, pretty impactful for Michael Vigil, coming out making sure they're on the same page. First pitch outside for a ball. Autry said his favorite person to watch play baseball is his brother, Hunter. He said, I grew up watching him and his work ethic. He inspired me to be the best that I can. He's been working on his plate discipline, just working hard at taking what the pitcher gives him and hitting strikes hard. Spin rate, by the way, top left, hitting 3,000. Autry dumps that into center field for a base hit.
Yeah, not surprised here with Walls being over 3,000 RPMs. He's one of the guys that can spin it. Kind of seen him with Smart Tense, and the staff, we were joking that we've had so many guys spinning it so well, and he was going to be the next guy to come out and just spin it above 3,000 consistently. So this should be pretty good when it comes to throwing the breaker and just landing it.
All right, so we'll obviously keep our eyes on that. You can keep your eyes on it too. Top left, Sean Dunlap, 6'3", 205, committed to Tennessee at a Crown Point, Indiana. He takes a pitch inside for a strike. There you see the spin rate. That's the highest I've seen it, Tyler, 3,100.
I think the only guy who might have been above it was Lucas Naraki.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that off the top of my head, but I believe it was like 3,200 RPMs.
Okay. It's a nice pitch he comes back with. It's 0-2.
It looks like Naraki was indeed over. It was 32.02 on his.
Okay. So you were very much right on that 3,400. How about that?
Yeah, and just like that, I think that'll break the record there.
I mean,
on the event.
3,400, like, that's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare.
Those are just frisbees.
All right, so one away in the sixth. Jacob Webster will bat. UCSB commit out of Victorville, California. 6'4", 190 shortstop. His goals for the next 12 months: to gain muscle, to get his infield velocity up to 95, exit velocity in the 100s as he taps that to third base. Fired across the diamond. Strong throw there. Trey Ebel playing third base right now. So 2 away. Parson comes back out one more time with Walls. And by the way, like, right, again, credit to Parson for catching these. The spin rate up to, did we say 3,400?
Yep, 3464.
3464. And Parson is back there catching frisbees. Yeah. Elliot LaSalle will bat. Inside for ball 1. I like Parson. LaSalle again committed to Yale. His goals for this year: be a top performer on the Canadian junior national team, increase his metrics, arm power, and speed, and get drafted. It's inside. It's 2-0.
Celis has been really good for me every time I saw him up in Canada. Last 2 trips I've had up there, and even last year, just one of those standout guys. Just, you know, kind of one of those players that you talk about with like gamer traits. Just one of the guys that plays hard in all facets. You know, he might walk or get a single and end up on first, and he might end up, you know, on third 2 pitches later by just getting good reads, stealing bases, or just, you know, doing it right. And I mean, hey, there's a triple there, pump one into the gap.
They're going to hold him up.
Looked like they were going to send him.
Probably
Almost
the right choice. That's right. Probably the right choice there. But you saw him drive that into the gap in right center field. Stands up with a triple. A really nice piece of hitting. Not easy to do with the way that Walls is spinning it. Evan McIlvain will bat out of Thompson Station, Tennessee, uncommitted. 6'3", 210. He takes strike one. It's 1-1. McIlvain plays for FTB National. Will Haney, the coach of that travel team, goes to Nolensville High School. Zach Hudson, the head coach there. His goals this year: commit to a top program, grow more interest from pro scouts, win a state championship. He also wants to achieve all A's in the classes that he's had in the past, grow stronger in his faith, continue to keep good relationships with his brothers. He said they're far away. He strikes out there. Nice job by Walls. So we get an inning of work from Ryan Walls, and wildly impressed.
Yeah, spinning 3,400 on the sliders, crazy. I mean, just frisbees. Look at those things. I mean, that's incredible. And fastball 85, 88, just 2,500 spin, throwing strikes.
Wow.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
All right, we welcome you back in. Noah Powell taking over on the mound for the Navy team. Another Canadian here in Phoenix, Arizona, committed to Missouri State. His travel team, the Toronto Mets. Rich Leach, the coach of that team. We had a chance to see him for 2 innings. His goals over the next 12 months, Tyler, he'd love to see himself grow a little bit more on the physical side. He said having a smaller build puts players at a slight disadvantage. So going into his senior year, he wants to put on some extra weight and muscle.
Yeah, Powell has always been somebody that's caught my attention. He actually two-weighted for a long time up there in the CPBL. Really good athlete, played center field, good range out there, good swing too. He just, twitchy, moves well, running down balls in the gaps, really, showing off that speed and, ability to make good reads. And, up on the fastball, getting up on the mound, throwing up to 95. He was actually out here with the team that came down here and threw in front of Tyler Henninger and Joseph Cohen, our Arizona guys. And they kind of showed up their best, and Powell's up to 95, so it'll be exciting to see what he is today. Last few times I saw him, he was, more 88, 91, 88, 92, a couple at 90, 93. So it's, still good stuff, though. He's 3-pitch mix, should be really exciting.
The Virginia commit, Bradley McCafferty, is in the box. And he takes a strike. It's 1-1. So Powell shared a little bit about his scouting report. He said, as a right-handed pitcher, I've got a whippy arm with twitchy muscles. I'm able to generate velocity despite a smaller build and locate my stuff well. My changeup is one of the strongest parts of my game. I'm confident in throwing it to lefties and righties. Pitches outside. He said, my slider's probably my main strikeout pitch, though, with high whiff rate due to the tight spin and relatively quick speed. McCafferty was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Massachusetts. He said he's been working on picking better counts as he leaves that low. to be aggressive. He's been working on understanding counts, what pitch could come next, and making the right swing choices. Nice pitch there from Noah. 3-2 the count. Three-two inside, so we'll see a runner head over to first base, and we'll see straight fastballs from Noah Powell. Alika Ahu will go over there and run. That pitch is high. McCafferty also shared that he's made honor roll every semester. He's also helped his local community around Austin Prep, coaching youth baseball. As he drives that deep into left field, but foul.
91 off the bat there on that.
You can see at the bottom of your screen, by the way, we've got our ticker up with top 10 drills from their workout portions. Another ball trailing foul on the left side, not a play. Ducks out of the way of that one. He's done that twice now. That was smacked into center field. That's going to drop down. Nice job by Bradley McCafferty. Waiting on that one. He had a couple of long foul balls and waits a little longer for that one, Tyler, to drop it in.
Yeah, I mean, almost left the yard on the one foul ball there, but it just goes up to get this one. You see him elevate the barrel and just kind of find a way to just put it onto the open grass out there in left center. Good little swing there.
Desmond Francis back at the plate. Out of Indianapolis, Indiana, committed to Notre Dame. I asked him if, when they go for their visits, they get to put the gold helmets on. He said, not during the visit. You got to wait for that. I thought that was kind of funny.
That's awesome.
That pitch paints outside for a strike. It's 1-1. Francis is a fan of Mookie Betts. He said, I like the way he plays the game with energy, fun, and obviously dominance. That's what stands out. His ability to play multiple positions and impact every part of the game is something I've paid great attention to. I've tried to pick up on some of those habits and stay consistent and great on a daily basis.
I remember when his Indiana Bulls team came down to Fort Myers back when I was down there, and it's funny. I remember it was the first time I had seen him, and a couple guys, Desmond Francis, Tate Troxell, several guys, even Mason Braun, I think he was playing with them at the time. And they stood out to me a ton, and then once I moved back to the Midwest and started seeing more guys on the circuit, it's been cool to see them come full circle from those days in 14, 15U all the way up to where they are now.
That pitch missing inside. It's 2-2. Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest parts, right? It's just to get to see the growth and development. And man, these guys work so hard. They do so many things that we never get to see. And then, 2 years pass by, a year passes by, and then we get to see them at an event like this. all that hard work paying off as that pitch is fouled away.
You can see with Powell too. He's got, some arm speed here. You can see just the way he kind of gets into that back, that backside, just the way the arm swing starts when he plunges down towards the back and just creates a ton of whip through it. It's really long and really loose, and the arm talent's certainly there. It projects really well moving forward. We've seen it before with a lot of guys that they just maybe the velo just keeps trickling up over and over and over again. So he's definitely shown us some good stuff here.
He gets the strikeout. Late dying action with that pitch right at the knees. And so there's one away in the 7th. 2 runners on. Drew Messi back at the plate. Made a nice outfield assist earlier. Pitch inside and past the catcher. Both runners will advance. Excuse me, not an outfield assist. He was playing third base earlier and made a nice play, nice strong throw.
Right. Here we go.
Messi, a Lindor fan, he said no matter the outcome, he smiles and moves forward. Pitch outside, it's 2-0. Messi describes himself as a lean, athletic build that creates an effortless left-handed swing when batting, producing consistent jump off the barrel with nice extension and consistent contact. Definite room for more mass and quickness to come. That pitch catches for a strike. It's 2-1. Plus arm, soft hands, great footwork, primary shortstop on defense, great understanding angles and working through balls. Hands work well at the ball with some snatch, has the tools and actions to stay in the middle of the field. Pitch is outside. It's 3-1. So that pitch is up. We'll see a runner head to first. That'll load him up. So this is pretty cool. We asked these guys to share a little bit about what they do on and off the field. And Drew Messi shared that several years ago he started Messi's Mission, Tyler. He wanted to help attempt to give back to the unhoused community in St. Louis. And he said it started as a small group of baseball friends who helped make breakfast sandwiches in his kitchen, has grown. This past winter, they raised $2,000 in various donations to help his community out. They made over 500 breakfast sandwiches, got 300 pairs of socks, 28 tents, and a boatload of other tools and items for these families that are unhoused in St. Louis.
That's awesome.
Great play there in center field. That was a very long run.
Like Easton Contreras, I believe, coming in on that one, covering a lot of ground.
Yeah, Easton Contreras able to get the nice jump and make the play. He's had a couple out there that have been in that same exact spot, and this time he reaches it. Look where he starts and then where he finishes.
Quick jump comes all the way across there and ends up making the play.
All right, 2 away. Jensen Veras will bat. Fouls the first pitch off he sees. It's 0-1. Veras, that Florida State commit. I got to talk to Link Jarrett earlier this week. Just getting set for the draft on Sunday. Throw down, not in time, double steal, and strike 2 to Veras. And we were kind of just talking about, too, the recruiting process. what's going on right now with colleges, and everybody is inundated with those official visits that guys are taking and trying to get ready for the next class that they've got coming in. It's been busy for college coaches this time of year. I don't know if they're sleeping.
I think that goes back to the portal conversation, right? It's a different day and age. A lot of teams and coaches just having a lot to deal with. Bringing in guys for a visit, it feels like daily, trying to round out their rosters for the next year. Finding their new guys to come in and fill roles. And like you said, I don't think college coaches are sleeping. I've got some guys that have been texting me, and just got a text the other day that was like, "Hey, we're finally starting to look at 26s. We've been hammering out some portal stuff. We're gonna go clean up, finish up our 26 class. We need a couple guys." And it's been crazy to hear, the different ways that some of these teams approach things, and they've been busy, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I know about Link Jarrett and that Florida State staff, though, is they love to recruit athletes. Jensen Varys, man, you can kind of dream on this kid right now. Like I said earlier, I was just kind of watching him in the workouts yesterday. Just looks smooth. He kind of looks like he's gliding when he runs. It makes it look very easy.
It's a nice blend of strength and just athleticism, too.
It's going to be straight fastballs. He was hit by the pitch, and he's hit by a second one. He's going to take a second. Obviously not on purpose by Powell. The pitch is high. So Powell just trying to find the zone, right? We've seen a lot of really good things from him. Committed to Missouri State, and that's a nice pitch there on the outside part of the plate for the strikeout, and that's going to end the top of the 7th inning, an inning of work for Noah Powell. We get to see more of him coming back in the 8th. 7-3 Green team over the Navy team here at Chase Field. What stood out?
That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Supermark Pro, no matter where you go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco Cookers.
We got a couple scouts in the stands here at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Pro scouts, college scouts. I saw Jim Schlossnagel here yesterday. Saw a lot of coaches here from the college landscape coming out, seeing the class of 2026. We get to see Ryan Walls for another inning, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, hard not to like guys spinning at 3,400 RPMs. I mean, like we've been saying last thing, just a bunch of frisbees. It's awesome.
Judah Ota will lead things off out of Honolulu, Hawaii. committed to the University of Arkansas. His goals this year is to win the Hawaii State Baseball Tournament and become bigger, faster, and stronger. That pitch is outside. It's 2-0. He's fans of Vahiva Aloy, Juan Soto, Freddie Freeman. He said they're all stellar hitters who are able to overcome top-notch pitching. Outside for ball 3. So what we saw in the first inning of work from Ryan Walls was spin rates up to 3,400 on some of his pitches, which is pretty exceptional, especially at this level. That's the best we've seen so far. We've got 3 more games. Lucas Naraki had held that before, and that's going to be a line drive into left center field off of Oda's bat. He's going to turn into second and look to third. I mean, these guys, how many triples have we had today? Standing up there with a leadoff triple. Impressive.
Yeah, guys just driving balls gap to gap today. It's been pretty crazy, honestly, but another good swing from there. He took really good BP. You see him get on the backside there and just turn on it. Stays through a little bit of an inside-out path, just finds it and drives right to that 413 sign out there in left center field, just rolling it and just comes all the way to third. Good little swing. Physical guy. It's a lot to like.
Yeah, his strengths, he said, as a player, he said his attitude, effort, determination, and physicality. I'm very coachable, he said. I've been working on my strength and speed. That was a great piece of hitting. Sammy Kane will come up. Swings at a pitch outside. Oda, those long legs coming home to score. 7-4, green team. I believe we have Bradley McCafferty behind the plate now for the green team. Last inning, it was Onyx Parson. And I think, again, giving these guys a lot of credit behind the plate, maybe not having caught a guy who can spin it at 34 revolutions per minute. Impressive. Walls comes back and gets a strikeout there.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tough to catch anybody spinning breaking balls like this, but both teams of catchers have had their work cut out for them. I know Onyx Parson earlier was kind of doing his thing, trying to just handle these pitchers, but it's been pretty crazy. It reminds me of when we went through that phase in the big leagues where there was a bunch of knuckleball guys, and you had the different catchers that kind of specialized in that. I believe Sandy Leone for a while there. He had the big mitt back when he was with the Red Sox for a while there when they had Wakefield and a couple of those guys, but. It was tough sledding for a catcher for a while there when knew you had to go catch a guy with a knuckleball.
AC Contreras is the batter. I actually covered Sandy Leone when he was with the Harrisburg Senators in AA. So back before he was with the Red Sox, he was with the Washington Nationals in their organization. And I got to see a season of him.
That's awesome. I remember, at one point they did, a little thing where he showed off his glove because he had different catcher's gloves for when he would catch the guy with the knuckleball. It had, a bigger just shape to it because it was, I don't really know where it's going. We're just going to put the mitt up there and hope we can catch it.
If there's more real estate, we can make the catch, right? All right, so Contreras going to be safe down the line, perfectly placed in between the fielders. He's got a lot of speed. So the Navy team has a base runner.
Now batting number 24, Frank Gerhardt.
Frank Gerhardt will bat. Inside. Gets away from McCafferty.
That was the 4th hit, too, for Contreras. Obviously, a little infield hit there, but just consistently finding ways to get on base this week. Shine during BP to kind of start things off. Just really like the swing there. It's translated really well into the games. A couple really nice swings yesterday. I think he had a couple extra base hits, and just really like the way he takes his at-bats.
Contreras committed to Miami. He's from Vernon, British Columbia. Again, we were talking about just the expansion of the sport. And, you know, I mentioned to you at the Little League level, they've really made a concerted effort in Canada to get more kids playing diamond sports. They want to identify that talent. They want to continue to grow that. They're so proud of their baseball roots in Canada. Fly ball into left for the out. That'll retire Gerhardt. 2 away in the 7th. And it's pretty cool. So Perfect Game has also continued to grow their reach and make sure that you guys are going out there to seeing these guys. They had the National Canadian Tour event where you were there as well. And there's a ton of talent in these lineups right now from Canada.
Yeah, like I mentioned before the broadcast, we just did that event out there in June, and I think that was pretty monumental for both us and the CPBL and just really baseball in Canada overall. We did the PG National Championship or PG Canadian National Championship Tour where we had teams coming out. We had the Weber Wildcats out there, you know, the Langley Blaze from out in British Columbia. We had teams from, you know, Alberta all the way out to BC, team from Ontario, you know, not just CPBL teams from Ontario. We had the Mississauga Tigers or HPP Mississauga Tigers out there, just bringing in a lot of talent from all over the place, and, you know, just kind of talking with some of the scouts up there too, even just some of the local area scouts. They were all, you know, kind of raving about how we were able to get all the best players in one area and kind of just have the best play the best. I think that was a really cool experience for a lot of the teams, a lot of the kids, and even just for myself too, you know, kind of, you know, jokingly being our resident Canada guy, it was cool to go up there and just see all the best guys in one spot for an entire week.
All right, so we're going to turn the inning over. Johnny Badala beats out an infield hit, but they're going to turn it over there. So that's it for Ryan Walls. His 2 innings of work are through. Man, so impressive, though.
Yeah, up to 34.71, I believe, was the peak on the spin there. But threw a lot of strikes. Just attack the zone, miss barrels. Really hard not to like guys that can do that, that's for sure.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Welcome back to the top of the 8th inning here in Phoenix, Arizona. Chase Field, our home all week for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Of course, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're lucky to be able to be on this field all week long. The team on the road ahead of the All-Star break. Noah Powell will come back out for another inning of work. We've got 3 more games today on Perfect Game TV, by the way. This is just game 1. We started early this morning. So be nice to everyone who works here and all the people and all the crews because we got a long day ahead. Our last game tonight is expected to start around 7 p.m. local time. Might need some more coffee today. That's for sure. Johan Castro will bat. And that pitch is outside for a ball. It's 2-0.
It's definitely going to be a 2 coffee day.
Maybe 3.
Yeah.
There would be no judgment from me if that was the case. It's funny when you talk to these guys, too. Some of them are already drinking coffee.
Yeah.
I didn't start drinking coffee till much later. That's a line drive into right center field. Another one into the gap. How about that? Castro's going to turn and head for third. The throw, not in time. He slides in safely for a leadoff triple for Castro.
Another ball to the gap, another triple. But, I mean, that was a really good swing by Castro. You see him stay short and direct. Gets on that back foot, turns really well. You can kind of see the back leg and the hands just stay in sync. Able to get the hands on it, just pump it into the gap, and just pretty much the standard. Instead of just base knocks this game, I guess we're just going to have triples left and right. So
we're just going to have one of the hardest things to do in the sport is hit a triple. And again, I mean, this ballpark is humongous. It's 413 out there to right center field and left center field, 407 to dead center. Matthew Maxon back at the plate. He started this game on the mound, by the way, if you're just tuning in this morning, or maybe it's the afternoon, wherever you're coming to us from. Had a pair of strikeouts in his inning of work. The Stanford commit, 6'3", 190. Takes it inside for a strike. It's 1-1. Maxie just got a piece of that, fouled it away. 2 at-bats today for him and a chance to be on the mound. Either side you feel stronger about with him?
It's honestly been really good on both sides. I really did like that outing earlier. Just a quick inning, but, I mean, definitely showed us a lot. It was 89-93 on the fastball. Just good shapes to him as well. Spun it above 2,200 or so. Slider was 83, and then that splitter was really good as well. I really like that splitter.
He hits it really hard to no Powell. It deflects off his glove, and so he's going to be safe. Maxon safe over at first base. That brought in Castro, who tripled to lead things off. LaSalle did his best at short, by the way, after the ball deflected. Did his best to go over and get that.
One of those ones where there's really not much you can do on that.
No.
You know, pitcher did his best, shortstop did his best. It's just tough play.
Onyx Parson comes up. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I'm gonna go ahead and say his baseball IQ is right where it should be, if not higher, at this level.
Definitely.
The South Florida commit out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. I also noticed he did not go down to a knee behind the plate. He was in more of that traditional catcher stance.
It's definitely really strange these days.
What do you think?
I caught growing up, so it's very interesting to see almost everything I feel like I was taught just kind of thrown out the window and just a completely new age type of setup there. You know, it's just the way we're talking about receiving the baseball. Framing these days is 10 times different than it was. The way, you know, the right knee down stance, some guys even with the left knee down stance, depending on, you know, the situation, different players, different schools of catching, you know, teaching and coaching. It's interesting. I gotta say, I don't hate it. I really think I would enjoy, you know, being able to be back there these days, you know, with some of the receiving techniques and just the way that guys catch back there. I think it'd be kind of fun. I used to really enjoy that part of the game, just being good at receiving the baseball and just trying to steal some strikes where you can and just, you know, help your pitcher out. Kind of like we said, you know, you want to be a good battery with whoever's on the mound, and just being able to get that done is always fun. And I don't know, this day and age is just very different ways to teach it, but I kind of like it. I kind of like this new day and age.
Well, you see Tegan Scott behind the plate, who just threw Maxon out at second. He's got his knee down, and then Powell got the strikeout. And so now there's 2 away. A much quicker inning so far for Noah Powell. Jordan,
Yeah,
go ahead, Tyler.
Come out and thrown a lot more strikes this inning, especially with the fastball. Seems to have found a little bit more feel, a little bit of comfort. Have to imagine last inning he got a chance to settle himself down after that first inning, and really nice play there by Contreras.
That's the second nice play by Easton Contreras. They're going to say it was in the glove. We've got a replay. He said it was. Let's check this out. I mean, the catch probability on that's got to be low. It looked like it might have bumped into the grass right before the glove. I think I could agree. Maybe our crew could give us one more look at that. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, either way, the effort's incredible. He's played a mean center field so far today, but it looks like they did say it got down.
Ransom was over there on first base pleading his case. He was pointing at the video board. We put the replay up there. He was pointing up there with shrugging his shoulders, throwing his hands up.
So he's over at first. Scott keeps the ball close. Jackson Wood is the batter. That's a ton of fun, though. I mean, listen, Contreras is tall, right? Like, Contreras is tall. And the last play he made, he was on the right side of second base and had to run across into left center. That one, the ball's dying quickly, and he lays out for it. I'm a fan of that. Jackson Wood had a good hit his last at bat.
Was a single, unfortunately, wasn't a triple, but another ball into the gap, too.
That's right. Yeah, that's what we've seen all game long. We've been treated. That is launched, but foul.
96 off the bat there.
He was ready for it.
Yeah. Talk about being on time for the fastball. It might have been a little early, but he was ready for it.
Wood said the part of his game that's grown the most since January, his hitting, the physicality of his body as well, and the mental side of the game. That one is fair. Driven into left. No! Wow, just foul.
93-4 off the bat, 340 distance, and man, that almost got out.
I thought it was going to stay fair.
Just hugging that line, I thought we might have had a homer.
A line drive home run. He'll come back. 2-2 the count. 2 away in the top of the 8th.
2 really good swings there from Wood. Hunting fastballs again here. It'd be interesting to see how Powell decides to attack this. Got to see if we're going to be sitting on off speed or if we're going to try and go back with the fastball again and just see if he can beat him.
Swing and a miss. So Noah Powell comes back and gets the strikeout, gets him to chase. That's 2 innings of work for Noah in the books. And we saw some loud contact there, but he's able to come back and get that strikeout.
Yeah, you see him battle there, and guy hits the ball really, really hard. Come back with another fastball, guy hits the ball just really, really hard again. You know, what are you going to do? He spins a breaker there, gets the whiff. It was good. His slider looked really good today. Definitely was able to spin that 24-2600 on that pitch and mix in some fastballs for strikes once he found his groove.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
We're heading to the bottom of the 8th in game 1. So far, we've seen a boatload of triples. If you missed that, a lot of gap hitting this morning. Caleb Trailers 2 for 2. Ganon Grant had 3 strikeouts. Colt Springall had that Little League home run, drove in 2, and Noah Powell just finished with 3 strikeouts. We also saw Ryan Walls get up to a spin rate over 3,400, which has stood out to me. Joseph Contreras started this game and looked really good too. We've seen some really good pitching.
Yeah, it's been good on both sides. I think we've just had a really big theme of guys who can spin the baseball today, so that's been really fun. Be interesting to see what we got from Bohannon here.
Cohen Bohannon is the new pitcher on the mound for the green team. Out of Dallas, Georgia, uncommitted, 6'2", 155. Another guy you look at, and especially at this age, and you think, all right, those broad shoulders, a lot of room to fill out too, which is really exciting.
100%. The projectability in the frame is definitely there. Another guy with just a really long, loose arm action. Creates a lot of whip working through it. one of those, arms where you see a couple pitches and you're like, yeah, this definitely is going to project well moving forward.
The lefty throws a ball to Hanu Martinez, who's leading off for the blue team. So Bohannon's goals over the next year: gain 25 pounds, as you and I were talking about. So that one catches on the outside part for a strike. Throw 95, sign with the college, or get drafted. He also wants to finish high school with a 3.5 GPA and spend time with his family. Gary and Bonnie are his parents. That's a nice pitch. Strike 2 is called. He said his velocity's increased since January as well, Tyler. He said this summer he's focused more on working out. It's a time to add some of that weight and that muscle that he's probably hoping to do so. I'm gonna hit some. So we'll see a pinch runner come out. A ghost runner right away. There was no time wasted for McDonald to come out.
He was ready.
That's Brock McDonald, who we saw pitch, by the way, in the 5th and 6th. Eager to run.
Yeah. Bohannon works from kind of a lower slot. That's definitely some of his first few pitches that have stood out to me. You can kind of see it's got a little bit of deception to it. It's not just a regular 3/4 slot. It's almost pretty, low 3/4 and kind of gets some extension, really gets out there working through release. You can see he's working the middle of the rubber just with that leg lift. Kind of goes a little bit towards first base. That's why he's working so much at the arm side part of the zone so far. There's nothing wrong with that, and I think the lower slot definitely can create some deception a little bit. A little bit of sinker, traits so far, looking at the horizontal and vertical movement I'm seeing. But you can kind of see, especially with the fastballs out of the hand, he's running a little bit arm side, getting a little bit of sink, and you tend to get that a lot from those guys with that lower slot.
It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Martinez. Bottom of the 8th, 8-5, green over Navy. They do pay attention, by the way, when you ask these guys, hey, did you win? Did you lose? They know if they won or lost the game, even though the score doesn't matter. McDonald was taken off on the pitch, slides in, thinking about home and going back. Is anyone having more fun than him on the bases right now?
He's showing a lot of energy over there, too. Every time we pan over to him, he's just jumping around, having a good time.
This is part of his post-pitching workout, maybe? He doesn't want to ride the bike. He's going to run the bases.
Yeah, most guys will be out there running poles, riding a bike or something like that. And he's like, I'll just go get my base running in.
Bradley McCafferty is behind the plate for the green team, coming out to have a quick chat with Bohannon, which I always like. You and I have talked about this. Bohannon shared his self-scouting. He said, I've got an electric fastball that sits 88 to 90, tops out at 92. My slider is sharp. I can throw it whenever. And my changeup is a 2-strike pitch. I can throw and tunnel with my fastball. Comes back. I liked that pitch. That was not a strike, but I liked it.
Looks like it's a little more sinker two-seam from what I'm seeing so far.
Okay. So maybe he needs to update it a little bit. Add that to it. Comes inside on his hands for the strikeout.
That was more of that sinker trait there. You see, gets a little bit of that arm side kind of fade. Obviously not a changeup, but it just has that little fading look to it. That arm side, sink really. But it looks like McCafferty went out there, let's settle him down, and he's been a little bit more, in the zone there rather than missing a little bit arm side. I think maybe it was just kind of, again, he's working from a lower slot, already lefty, pushing down towards that first base side of the rubber a little bit, even though he starts in the middle. Kind of tends to, shift everything a little bit to the left. Looks like he's made a little bit more of an adjustment. He's getting more direct and on target when he's moving downhill.
Ethan Rathman is the batter. He had one of the top 60 times during the workouts. He came in, right now he's sitting 4th, and he'll stay that way because we are through our workouts here at the National Showcase. He ran a 6.25.
He's quick.
Fouls that pitch away.
I remember seeing him in the outfield, and he was just constantly, running balls down in the gap. Just really quick twitch, just fast mover, and it definitely translates when you're running 60s like that.
Brock McDonald, by the way, ran after that foul ball. Outside, painting for strike 3. So there's 2 away in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Now batting number 29.
2 strikeouts for Bohannon.
I like the pitch mix a lot here. Like I said, the fastball shape's been kind of varying. You see that sinker there a little bit, or that was a little bit more two-seam kind of running. But slider was good. Just a little bit of sweeper traits to it. 73, 74, spin above 2100. Good horizontal. It's got some tilt too. You can see it right there. It's 2200 on the spin. He's getting 8 to 11 inches of horizontal. It looks like 8 to 11 inches or so, and then he did throw a changeup in there as well. That was at 81 with 1429 on the spin there.
Fires that in for a strike. It's 1-1 to Chase Wilk. Wilk said, I haven't chosen a school yet. He's uncommitted, but I'm having an experience right now talking to a wide variety of Division I coaches on a consistent basis. It's been amazing. It's very flattering to get that interest, he said. He's a big Paul Goldschmidt fan, former Arizona Diamondback. He takes strike 2 at the knees. He said, I've tried to implement the way he approaches each at-bat and his swing into mine. I've also loved to watch Anthony Rizzo and how he handled first base. Pretty good guys to look at. Paul Goldschmidt reviving his career with the Yankees right now. Swing and a miss. There's a strikeout. So 3 strikeouts in the frame for Bohannon. We'll get one more inning from him in the 9th. Nice job so far. What stood out?
3 pitch mix. Just found ways to throw strikes, settled in really well. It was a good job by him to kind of make some adjustments there and just fill up the zone.
Welcome back inside Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We have been here since Monday. A lot of our crew since Sunday, getting ready to put this event on. Jacob Morgan is taking over on the mound, the left-handed pitcher, standing 6'4". They'll get a chance to pitch. Looks like he's going to do 2 innings. He's going to close us out for the Navy team. So we'll get a chance to watch him pitch now.
Another taller guy. You can see high-waisted build, kind of a longer arm action. Comes through it well, a little bit 3/4 slot, a little bit higher than Bohannon was last inning. Still not, directly over the top. Kind of clean release, repeats it well. You see him move down the mound pretty well, getting a little bit of drive to it. Another lefty that's kind of thrown across the body.
E.J. Booth Jr. leads things off for the green team. Committed to Vanderbilt. It's a fly ball into left field, and there's one away. Jacob Morgan, by the way, goes to Sun Lake High School. He's from Odessa, Florida, uncommitted. Here's Trey Ebel. He takes strike one. We saw Anthony Murphy earlier this week. Those two guys will be the next leaders for Corona High School, Andy Wise's team, and I think it's pretty cool. Trey and Murph have both talked about getting to learn from Seth Hernandez, Billy Carlson, of course, Trey's older brother, Brady. Ethan Bingaman came and played for that team this year. I mean, what an incredible group of guys that you get to watch, especially Billy and Brady on the left side of the infield for Trey. Just to get to learn from those guys, very cool.
It's an incredible team that they had this year. It's not often that you have got two guys on the same high school roster that could potentially go in the top 5-10 picks. Like, having that is going to, be historic in a sense, and being able to have guys like, Murph and Ebel again for years to come now too. Like, next year having another set of guys that, are going to get, high level draft looks is pretty crazy for Corona, but that's incredible. It's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, Andy Wise and that staff have done such a great job, and they create this culture where there's a lot of autonomy, but a lot of accountability with these guys. Nice pitch there for the strikeout. Paints outside. There's 2 away.
Yeah, fastball shape looks pretty good so far. He's been 89-90, spins above 2,400, gets a little bit of run to it. Just kind of spotting it up, mostly working east-west. Elevated one there, but mostly just east-west.
Alika Ahu comes up, 2 away in the top of the 9th. We'll play 10 in game 1, and then good news, 30 minutes later, we'll come back right here on PGTV for game 2. And then 30 minutes after that game ends, we'll come back for 3, and 30 minutes after that game ends, we'll come back for game 4. Definitely check on your friends here. Make sure they're doing okay today. Offer to send them some coffee. Maybe Venmo them $10. Yes, I'm talking about myself. And Tyler, of course. And our crew.
A lot of baseball to be played today. But hey, we are a baseball company, so we love it.
It's going to be a marathon day. And this game has been a blast. The amount of hits that we've seen in the gap so far, the triples that we've seen, and then the pitching too on both sides. It's been really impressive. Like that pitch, really impressive. 2-2 count. Jacob Morgan uncommitted so far, still trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school.
It's a really good curveball there. Just that big 1-7 shape. Just a big old hook that just kind of disappears. Can miss some bats. Up above 2,700 on that one there. 74, 76. Just goes up, flips it, kind of gets over, over the top more than anything, kind of like we talked about earlier. Creates that good depth and shape to it, and he's just been able to spin it really well. Lands it for strikes. He's gotten a couple whiffs there, so it's a really good pitch.
That pitch is up for a ball. The count is full. Ahu, the Stanford commit, 6'4", 195. He strikes out. So how about that? Jacob Morgan coming in, gets a pair of strikeouts in his first inning of work.
Yeah, I mean, coming out, showing fastball, curveball, just spinning it really well, just continuing that theme. And it's just really easy when guys are going to go out and throw strikes and do that for us. You can see the breaker here in the fastball as well. Fastball just getting a little bit of run, breaker there. It's just really good pitch. I mean, just a ton of depth to it. Good first inning.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
of the 9th we go. 8-5 green team over the Navy team. We're rocking and rolling. These guys who did their drills and skills yesterday, the workout portion of our 2025 National Showcase. If you want to see those numbers, by the way, it's really easy. So if you either go to perfectgame.org or you can just Google 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, click that link, and then you can go to event info. And under event info, you can click workout results. It is so easy. And then it organizes by every single workout that we see, right? We've got, of course, our 60-yard dash, infield and outfield velocities, first base velocities, and then catcher pop times, along with exit velocities from batting practice, which is pretty cool. So you can go look, organize it by team, number, by the individual skill, whatever you would like to do. It's very easy. And it's awesome to get to see. Of course, the bottom of our screen, too, we've been showing you the top 10 guys throughout the week in those different workouts. Luis Bermudez is leading things off. Going Bohannon back out on the mound. He struck out 2 in his first inning of work. You and I were talking about, you know, how much growth he's going to be able to have. He's talking about the growth too. I'm guessing he's eating a lot of calories right now. He said he earned Defensive Player of the Year in basketball, earned varsity letters the last 3 years as well for baseball. He's a Jacob deGrom fan. He said, I've always loved watching him pitch. He inspires me to be like him. I love his mechanics and pitches. He said he's a great person. Everyone says so, and he's inspired me.
I really do like the pitch mix here that he's shown us. It's, 88 to 90, gets that, that kind of like run and a little bit of sink to it at times. Seems like, it's more of a two-seam getting that run when it's up in the zone, hunting those whiffs, and kind of gets that, uphill, out of the hand look to it. As Brock McDonald sprints out again for another.
Can we just get a Brock cam? I think we just need one camera on Brock. I've never seen someone smile so big to get to be a ghost runner. So I'm going to miss. It's 0-2. I mean, don't be surprised, friends, if he takes off here.
I like that he's got the elbow guard on as if he's hitting. He's wearing that on both arms, if you notice that, too. He's got sliding mitts on both hands as well. That's awesome.
I'm going to guess that we are going to see this on social media in T-minus 5 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like, he might have a camera on that chain, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I think you're right. Probably a mic as well.
Yeah.
Social teams hooked him up. That one gets away, so he is going to get to second base. Good eyes, by the way, on the double oven mitt and double elbow protector there.
He looks like a first base coach during a rally when you see the guy over there that's got all the leg guards on, all the oven mitts and the elbow guards on.
He looks like he's about to embark on something he doesn't do often. I wonder whose mitts those are. Yeah, because those are nice mitts. Is that his helmet? Does he even have a helmet? That pitch is outside for a ball.
It looked like that was the helmet that I believe Easton Autry was wearing earlier. I could be wrong with that. He's just walking through the dugout, taking guys' stuff. They're just dressing him up and sending him out there, I guess. That's funny.
You're right. He's like, give me the best. He definitely has a mic on. So I'll look forward to that. Can't wait to see it on our socials. That one is going to... Did he catch? It didn't. I thought it was called strike 3, and McDonald takes third base with the speed. Brock McDonald really showing it off right now to the scouts, making sure they know he's not just a pitcher, he's an athlete too. All right, so the count is full to Bermudez. Swing and a miss. There's a strikeout for Bohannon. His third so far in his outing.
Now batting number 2, Colt Sprickle.
It's a really good pitch there. That's that fastball with more of the two-seam shape to it that he's showing. Kind of elevating it up there and just being able to get hitters to swing and miss at it. Sinker, when it's in the lower quadrants of the zone, also another really good version of his fastball. really like the breaking ball as well too. Like I was kind of saying earlier before I got on the Brock McDonald cam, but just 3 pitches for strikes. The breaker's really good. He's shown a changeup as well. Only one of them by my count, but killed spin on it well. Kind of similar tunnels well off the sinker. I'd like to see him kind of maybe show that changeup a little bit more, mixing it in there, just being able to work the lower quadrant, especially against a right-handed hitter, and maybe mix in that changeup here.
All right, so inside the park, had a ton of speed. And again, that was a ball hit in the gap, gets all the way back to the wall. And Colt Springall came all the way home. Man, again, this is a kid that we've known since he was 13, probably before that. But at the 13 and 14U Select Fests, he considers Bryce Harper family. Obviously, the Las Vegas connection that he had. Calls him Uncle Bryce. He said his father, Ron Harper, has been one of my instructors. Our swings have always been similar, and he taught me the work ethic it takes to keep playing the game.
It is a very pretty left-handed swing in my opinion. I really like what I've seen from Springall this weekend or this week. Just stays through it well. I mean, he got the Phillies hat on, the FTB Phillies hat, their helmet on. It looks like Bryce, right?
Yeah.
You can kind of see him load up a little bit similar to Bryce too. It's maybe not as violent of a swing as Brock McDonald scores. Great.
Slides and scores. You forgot that,
yeah,
Tyler.
true.
Maybe the most important part.
Very true.
Slides and scores home.
So he sent Contreras over to first, and it looks like Brock's probably going to go down to the end of the dugout and get ready to go once again. Yep, look at him right up there.
Tanner Schofield on it for our media team as well, making sure he gets it. I mean, I don't know if we've ever covered a guy going all the way through the dugout, a pitcher who came on to ghost run, but that's the story of the day so far. Most famous ghost runner ever. That is true.
To kind of go back to what I was saying about the Bryce Harper setup. Obviously, we're talking about two different players, but just as seeing the way he sets up here as a lefty, you can see the high hands, kind of a little bit of a squatted stance there, slightly open feet, and you can see a little bit of coil. Bryce obviously is kind of violent and aggressive with the way that he coils and then turns back through the swing. You see a little bit of the same from Springall, but he's got more of that top of the order type traits for me. And it's a very functional and athletic swing, but you can definitely see where he's getting the teaching from Uncle Bryce, as he says. It's just a really simple swing. And there's Brock McDonald again running across the field. But no, Springall's been very, very good this week, and obviously the inside the Parker today was a really nice swing. Yeah,
and right now Bohannon just missing arm side. But what I love about Colt Springall is that we've had the chance to kind of watch him develop and grow, and I know that this kid puts in the work. I know how hard he's working, and it's nice to have help, right? But you could have all of the big leaguers in the world helping you out. You got to put the work in to learn it and then connect it to how it works best with your body. They do have different bodies right now, but Colt's still growing. And it's just been a blast to see. But I said earlier, it's also a guy who gives back time and time again. They have been so kind and generous throughout the years with Perfect Game and giving back to PG Cares or Perfect Games Foundation and all the kids who, we get to see when we go to Select Fest who are in hospitals and aren't feeling well and are sick, and the families who need support. Colt and his family have gone above and beyond to give back. And I think that's among all of the great characteristics of Colt Springall, that one to me is the most important one.
No, that's huge. I think I was around for the 14U Select Fest stuff down in Fort Myers, and getting the chance to kind of be a part of that was a really cool experience. And just like you said, seeing, some of these kids, even at an early age, just step up and kind of own the moment in a sense, just go out and realize that what they're doing is, bigger than baseball at times, and seeing them kind of get out in the community and just, you could see the personalities out of some of these guys, like you said, and it was just really cool to see them go out and do that and just be a part of that process. It was definitely really cool, and it's been fun to kind of come full circle and see these guys now here at PG National. So that's been a really fun part of this week for myself, I know.
That bouncing ball is going to get past first base. Here comes Brock McDonald hustling home, and he's going to be safe. Heading all the way to the other dugout for a second. So Colt drives in two. He was getting straight fastballs there. It was a walk type count, right? That 4-ball count, and he just muscles it up past first base.
I don't know if we're able to be keeping track of it on our Diamond Cast system with the showcase setup with the courtesy runners, but I got to say, I think Brock McDonald has to be leading the way in runs scored.
He's a track star.
Yeah,
Haven't you heard?
Just going out and scoring runs this inning. I think he's come around to score at least 2 or 3 times so far. Like this inning alone.
We'll give him some extra credit for that. That's for sure. I can't give you an extra strikeout on your chart, but we'll give you extra credit. That one looks like it rode in and hit Robert Omidi.
Oh.
And
Contreras was about to go. He took a few steps and he got called back because Brock McDonald climbed over the fence and took off heading back over to first base.
You think he's tired?
I don't think so. He was ready to go.
Track star. I was trying to look at his bio and see if there's anything alluding to that, but absolutely nothing alluding to the fact that he likes to run. Another pitch inside. So right now Bohannon just missing arm side. Tyler, that's what we've seen as a run comes in. The Navy coming all the way back right now. They do lead 9-8 after trailing for most of this game. Gerhardt scores. Anything you've noticed from Bohannon in the second inning of work?
Yeah, it looks a little bit to me like kind of in the first inning he had that same issue, missing arm side. In the second inning he's doing a little bit more of the same thing. Seems like he just hasn't really been able to kind of hit that reset button and, kind of finish more direct and online with the plate. He's still, again, that low slot does mean you are going to tend to have that miss there to that side. But you can kind of see he's made adjustments a little bit more towards the third base side of the rubber here. But it seems like that one, honestly, might have been too much, kind of pulled through a little bit. But just sometimes he's overstriding a little bit. It seems like he's just pushing a little bit too much, and that's tending to lead to him pulling the ball. And then sometimes he's just striding a little bit more towards first base, not really getting that direct online push to the plate that you're looking for. So I think that's what's kind of getting things kind of moving to both sides of the plate with the misses. But it seems like he's every so often, he kind of like finds it and settles back in there. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that like we saw at the end of his first inning.
Trey Evil makes the catch and throws it in. Colt Springall was like, I wasn't going to run anyway. I wasn't going to run on you. Looks like Trey might have a microphone on too. Got all the guys mic'd up right now. Our media team and social media team do an exceptional job of bringing you guys inside the game, literally on the field with these prospects. It's really special. Tegan Scott, the batter. That ball misses outside. Everything you can catch, obviously, on social media with Perfect Game. And then, of course, on Perfect Game TV. Just try to show you the other side of these guys, not just their exit velocities, their 60-yard dash times. Other side.
I think there's something to be said about it, too, especially in this event. Like you said, the scouts are here. Everybody's looking at them. Some of these kids, it kind of gets in their head a little bit and, kind of gets guys feeling that pressure and feeling, the weight of the moment. But, it's kind of nice in a situation like this where you got Brock McDonald kind of lightening the mood, keeping his, his dugouts kind of having fun over there, just enjoying it. And I think it's got to help, especially some of these guys that may feel that little bit of pressure, kind of lighten things and just keep it fun and just be like, hey guys, we're all really good baseball players. We're all here for a reason. Let's show our best stuff and just have some fun.
I totally agree. Extra brownie bonus points for you, Brock McDonald. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Tegan Scott, the batter, plays for FTB Phillies scout team, the Oregon State commit. Probably enjoyed watching that team in their College World Series run. Mitch Canham ahead of that program. Does a good job connecting with his players. We're going to see the bases loaded now. 2 ghost runners. Colt Springall is over at third. Tegan Scott's going to see all fastballs. So he has a chance to break it open, but do a little damage here as well. We'll see what Cohen Bohannon's got up his sleeve.
You can see there, too, Bohannon was a little bit more in the dead middle of the rubber. Better move, working just direct down to the plate. He's kind of moved all over from first base side, third base side of the rubber, but it looks like he's finally found that spot in the middle. And, starting to get a little bit more online with the plate. Now it's just going to be more about controlling that leg lift and just staying direct rather than falling towards first at times.
Is that hard to do in the middle of an outing, is to adjust where you're standing on the rubber?
It definitely has to play a role for sure. You're thinking about so much on the mound as a pitcher. Obviously, you got guys that kind of work on autopilot, but even then there's a lot of menial things that, maybe you don't feel like you're thinking about, but subconsciously you're kind of going through each motion every single pitch. So being able to remember where you're stepping on the rubber definitely has to factor in a little bit, especially if you are missing and you're starting to realize it, like, hey, how am I going to fix this? What am I going to make the adjustment? So then on top of everything else going on, you're trying to remember, like, oh, okay, I missed arm side. I need to make an adjustment here based on, where I'm setting up on the rubber. So I'd say he's definitely got to be thinking about that out there for sure.
We will play the 10th inning, by the way. One more to go in game one. We got 3 more today for you on Perfect Game TV. A lot of scouts in attendance here. A lot of scouts watching at home. Friends and family watching at home. Springhall's going to come home on the pass ball. Looks like Brock McDonald would love the chance to do it. He's going to hold up with his double oven mitts and elbow guards. Oh,
he's giving us some life here. It's what we need,
it's
right?
Exactly what we needed. Yes. I'd love to get him up in the booth. Do you think he can do an inning up here with us? It'd probably be entertaining.
We got to get him mic'd up while he's down there, right? Do
yeah.
the little mid-game interview while he's running bases.
Yeah, I would like to do that. Ooh, heads up. Yikes. Another bat lost over there.
I believe that's the second time Tegan Scott has lost the bat, too.
Yeah, that's going to be it. So they're going to roll the inning. Cohen Bohannon is done. And here's a look at the superstar track star, Brock McDonald.
I mean, how can you not love it? Showing off the personality, got the chain going, 2 oven mitts, 2 elbow guards, tongue out after he scores there, celebrating with the team. What an inning for Brock McDonald.
Welcome back in. We head to the 10th inning here of Game 1. Green and Navy going head-to-head 10-8. The Navy team has come all the way back, probably thanks to Brock McDonald and his ghost running, double mitt, double elbow guard, ghost running, if you missed that. If you missed Jacob Morgan in his first inning of work, congratulations. You are treated to one more. I'm looking forward to this very much. Graham Charbonneau is at the plate. He takes strike 1.
Morgan was really good in the first inning, spinning that breaker just for strikes over and over and over again. Fastball command was there as well. It was a really good first inning. I mean, he's picked up, 2 strikes already here in a plus count. Spun 2 breaking balls. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Try and go back and do it again. Why not, right?
Yeah, he's had to wait too the whole game to get to come out here and do this. So I give him some credit for that as well. 0-2 pitch. Oh, comes in. Dropping the hammer for the strikeout. 1, 2, 3, 1 away. Wow.
3 breaking balls in a row, 3 strikes, 1 out.
I mean, what do you do with that?
Yeah,
it starts, what 2, 3 feet outside and comes back in?
It's a great pitch.
Caleb Trailer comes back to the plate. He takes the ball outside. Trailer, a Mizzou commit, all the way from the Bronx in New York. And he takes strike 1. Traylor likes to make music. He said one of his goals over the next year is to maintain a GPA above 3.8 and get an SAT score higher than 1,200. He loves to watch college and pro ball. He said college specifically for the intensity and passion, pro ball for the level of focus and maturity they have. That one up in the zone. He leaves it up. It's 2-1. He's worked really good at bats today, by the way.
He had the base knock in the first inning, center field, and then came back with that double down the line in the second. So a couple of really good swings.
It's a dribbler, but foul.
I have noticed with Morgan's breaking ball here, it's kind of blending a little bit of different shapes here, but I mean, it's still profile's the same to me. I'm still going to call it a curveball, but it's a little bit like 1.7 for the most part.
Okay.
1.7 depth, where he's just getting that big depth to it, but he does show it where it gets a little bit more sweep to it and gets a little bit more around the baseball, and you'll see it kind of move, get more horizontal movement to it, but it still has the big tilt, big shape, big depth, type of breaking ball that we're looking at. It's, regardless, still a really good pitch, but I did have noticed that he's spinning it with a couple different variations to it.
Traylor was hit by a pitch, so we've got a ghost runner at first. No, it is not Brock McDonald, even though he probably would like to run for the green team too. Let me ask you, as Traylor fights that off, is there any way you'd like to see him refine those pitches or adjustments you think he could make in the future to just make them that much better?
I personally like guys who can bridge the arsenal really well. I, love a guy that does maybe have 4 or 5 different pitches, and as long as he knows how to tunnel them well and can mix them well, I think that's valuable. Obviously, you see a lot of guys that maybe are only 3-pitch mix guys in at this level that do get, drafted or end up at a college program. And at both levels, the college and the pro level, you'll see these player development guys or their pitching coaches kind of really work with them on finding ways to optimize the pitches that they throw. And even if it's just different fastball shapes, like in Morgan's case, he's got 2 different types of breaking balls, but it might not be bad to kind of get more distinction between the two. Show the curveball, throw it a little bit harder in that 74 to 76 range, and more slower in like the 70-72 range with the breaking ball, and just kind of snap it off with that big shape that we've seen. And then maybe add a slider that he throws a little bit harder and tries to get around the side of it and create that sweeper shape to it, because having those 2 breaking balls is going to allow him to attack hitters in different ways. Like, you can spin that was the curveball shape there at 72. You can spin that one with bigger shape, bigger depth, land it for strikes. You can call that, your get me over curve, or, it's still going to miss bats, so you can do that. And then if you have that sweeper as well, you can kind of bridge the gap there. And just kind of have your arsenal be a little bit more well-rounded. And I think there's a lot of ways to accomplish that. You'll see a lot of times, too, with guys that throw fastball slider, they're able to mix in a cutter sometimes. They'll have that, it plays a little bit like the fastball and a little bit like the slider, so it gives these hitters something else to have to watch out for and have to look for, because you'll get really good hitters that will find ways to eliminate pitches out of a guy's arsenal. So if the guy all of a sudden has a fastball slider and a cutter that you've got to worry about, it makes your job even tougher in the box. So I think that it just depends on the guy and the arsenal, but there's so much you can do with pitch design these days. And in Morgan's case, I think I would like to see a little bit more of a sweeper added to it, and then also kind of firm up the shape between the two so they are 2 distinct pitches rather than blending a little bit.
That was a really good description. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Dylan Bowen fighting off some pitches here. It's a 3-2 count. That one just missing outside. And you used the word tunneling. And we used to just talk about tunneling when it came to college and pro ball. And now in high school, these guys are very well aware of tunneling. They're working towards tunneling. It's an art. And I think it reminds them that you can't just throw, you have to pitch. And if you can master tunneling or get close to it as that sails inside, then I think that you will always be a cut above. It is the art of deception is one of my favorite things when it comes to pitching. And I think it's pretty cool that we talk about it at this level now too. If you're not doing it, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You don't have to be 17 or 16 and tunneling your pitches. But I think that the concept of it is pretty advanced, and we're seeing it at this level.
It's just almost another level of awareness in a sense, like being aware of what you're doing, the way you're attacking hitters. Like you'll have these guys that are great pitchers at 16 years old, like phenomenal guys that come out and they show us great stuff every time they throw in front of us at one of the events. And sometimes you can tell that it's more, I have really good stuff, but I don't really know what I'm doing with it. And that's okay. Some of these guys, it just takes some time to kind of figure it out and find out ways to pitch. You know, there's the old adage and, the old baseball adage of there's throwers and pitchers.
Yes. Dylan Bowen, by the way, fighting off a bunch of pitches and able to drop one in to shallow left. He's standing up on second base. Dylan Bowen, nice job by him, the Oklahoma State commit. To get the best of Jacob Morgan, which hasn't been easy to do. He's had 4 strikeouts today. We've been talking a lot about the way that he pitches and how he's pitching, which is really impressive. McCoy Silich will get another at-bat. He's from Bakersfield, California, committed to Ole Miss. Plays for Wow Factor National, 6'5", 200. I mean, just look at him in the box. Like, he's taller than the umpire.
That's a big frame right there. He's also really talented on the mound as well. I believe we'll see him bottom of the 10th as well. So we got that to look forward to.
Yes. Ironic that he's getting one of the last at-bats and then he's going to turn around and pitch. The green team comes within a run. It's 10-9 Navy. Gonna see a meeting. Evan McIlvain is behind the plate for the Navy team coming out to chat. That one catches inside. Good pitch there. 3-1. Oh, excuse me. Is it 0-1? That's tapped. He's going to let it go. Shortstop. That throw is going to be offline. So the green team is going to come in and take the lead. That was just a tapper over to short. And it looks like, are we going to roll the inning? No, we're going to keep it. All right, so they're going to keep the inning 2 away in the top of the 10th.
Now batting, number 26, Nolan Ramley.
Nolan Ramoli will come up to bat. Nolan Ramley.
He's had a couple hits so far. He beat out an infield single and then had another base knock later, working pull side into left field.
He leaves it up. It's 1-2. Called strike 3 on Ramley. So that's going to end the outing there for Jacob Morgan. We got to see 2 innings, 4 punch outs from him. What'd you learn?
Definitely spin a breaking ball, that's for sure. Similar to all of these guys, I feel like. But no, it was really good stuff from him with the breaker. Like I said, maybe try and firm those up to see 2 different ones. But it was a really good outing overall. Threw a bunch of strikes. Fastball looked good. Just found ways to get it done.
PG Crosschecker delivers unmatched coverage of baseball's top players, teams, and draft prospects, and gives you everything you need to track the game's future stars. Go deep with a PG Crosschecker subscription and unlock the same advanced tools trusted by pro and college scouts. All right, welcome back in. Bottom of the 10th. This will be it for us. We'll take a half an hour break. We'll let the grounds crew, who does such an amazing job here, clean up the field and get ready for game 2 today. We got 4 on deck. McCoy Stillage is the pitcher, 6'5", 200 pounds, the righty, committed to Mississippi. He's out of Bakersfield, California, and he'll get this half inning of work. Go ahead, Tyler.
I saw McCoy last year in Jupiter. It was a fun little look at him. It was similar to this on in relief, just a quick little look at him. Can say he was not throwing 93, 94, so this was a nice little surprise to start it out there. But no, definitely taking a little bit of a step forward there on the mound. And he was very good last time I saw him as well. Fastball looked really good. Flipped a breaker for strikes, so hopefully we can get some of that today.
That was a nice play by Jordan Ransom, too, playing shortstop in the bottom of the 10th. All right, so here's Easton Autry. You were right. That was the helmet Brock McDonald was wearing to run the bases. Borrowed it from Autry.
Looks like one of those elbow ones might be one of the ones he was wearing as well.
Oh, man. Autry, the Texas commit. He's behind 0-2. Pitch coming in at 94.7. Top left of your screen, we've got velo and spin rate for you. So it looks like he's gained some arm strength, Tyler.
He definitely does look more physical to me, too. I felt like it was more of a lean look to it last time I saw him. But this is definitely more of a physical and refined build, kind of adding to it. And it looks pretty good so far.
Drop third strike. Nice throw down there and hustle from behind the plate. Onyx Parson is catching the bottom of the 10th. Sean Dunlap is going to come up to hit. He's been behind the plate for a couple of innings for the Navy team. Committed to the Volunteers. He's at Crown Point, Indiana. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. I really enjoy getting to see these guys come out and throw an inning. They just seem looser than some of the guys, I feel like, who get 2 innings because they know they only get 1 inning.
Definitely. It's like they come out and just try and make the most of what they got. They start throwing with everything they got early on. They're not, afraid to put the foot on the gas a little bit. They just come out and it's like, I got 1 inning. I'm just going to come out and give my best for,
Yeah, they attack
15,
the zone.
15.
It's like, I'm like, okay, I like this. I like what I see. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Fouled away. Count stays 2-2.
My fastball gets a little bit of ride to it. You can kind of see it getting in on the hands there on Dunlap. Looks like he's been attacking kind of that middle in quadrant of the zone, and is running in on the hands.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout. And it looks like that is going to be it. So McCoy Silich, who gets an inning of work, looks pretty good. Commanding the zone, attacking, and it looks like maybe also pumping in some extra velocity. What did you like?
There was 93, 95 on the fastball, spun above 2,500. Gets a little bit of ride to it as well. And then he was also mixing in that breaker as well. 80, 81 with some good spin. And then the changeup was really good. 80, 84, really good depth to it.
Maroon and Orange are coming up next. We'll be back here in about half an hour on Perfect Game TV with Tyler Cotilla. I'm Danny Wexelman. And for our entire crew, thanks for watching. We'll be back here with another game. We've got 3 more today. Big schedule coming up, all on Perfect Game TV, live from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona.
The first pick, he's the #1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be #1. You're going to have your #1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be #1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette are probably your main kind of candidates for this #1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock #1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the #1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan is a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're number one and you're number one for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. You don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now, with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially a number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willits, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willits, excuse me. Jackson is his brother who played shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willits.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Game's national showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 80, 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Pete Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect Game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who could play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above-average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. He's a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15 plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who's another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the perfect game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number one or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much to like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely the 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
We welcome you back into Chase Field, Phoenix, Arizona, home of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase Day 4, Game 2. You got that? We got maroon and we got orange coming up. I'm Danny Wexelman, sitting next to Joey Cohen, joining us in the booth now. Another Perfect Game National Scouting Coordinator covering the West, covering Arizona. Joey, welcome back in.
It's good to be here, Danny. I got to hang out with Darren yesterday, and now I just, hang out and talk to you. So excited about it.
Yeah, and that we will do. We will be talking for a long time here on Perfect Game TV. We're so glad that you joined us, whether it's mid-afternoon, later afternoon, wherever you're coming to us from. We're so happy to have you. We just finished Game 1. We saw some really cool pitching performances. We also saw a lot of guys driving the ball into the gap. This is a really big ballpark. 413 to left and right center, 407 to dead center. We'll introduce you to the arm on the mound in the moment. These are the lineups for Team Maroon. We've got a couple pages of rosters, and if you're new to the showcase style, these guys will get a couple at bats in this game. Most of the pitchers will throw 2 innings. Every once in a while, we'll see a guy throw 1 inning. And we're going to talk about what we see, what's important. Again, this is the class of 2026. So their draft year is a year away. Obviously, they're going to go and have senior seasons in high school. Last page of our roster lineup for you. And we'll introduce you to Wes Peterson, taking the mound uncommitted out of Menlo Park, California. He goes to Menlo Atherton High School. And this is my first time getting to see him. Joey, have you seen him pitch in person?
I've seen him a couple times. Saw him for the first time last year around this time at underclass All-American games at my alma mater, SDSU.
Okay, little shout out there.
For sure. Another shout out to new head coach Kevin Vance over there, who's going to do a great job next couple years.
Huge fan. Just got to see him with Arizona at the Men's College World Series, the pitching coach there, and I think he is fantastic at what he does.
Yeah. But back to West, you're going to see a sinker, sweeper from a low slot, a lot of strikes from my looks. Hopefully that's the case today.
Okay.
You're going to see a very uncomfortable at bats for righties. We'll see how he faces against those lefties, though, how he mixes it up.
6'3", 200 pounds. He's a little over 17 and a half years old. He plays for Wow Factor National 17U. And again, you can go check out his profile if you would like. In this calendar year for Perfect Game, it looks like he's pitched in 1 game, just 3 innings. So not a ton this summer, but we know these guys are so busy going into their senior years. The circuit, as we like to call it, if you're unfamiliar, or maybe, you're watching with your sons, with your daughters, and watching this showcase. It's a busy summer once they finish high school and hit the road for these guys. So they're constantly in planes, trains, and cars going from event to event. And the summer culminates, of course, with our World Wood Bat World Championship down in Jupiter, Florida for a lot of these travel teams. The last time these guys will play together. But this is the good stuff right here.
Yeah, it's the best against the best, Danny. I'm excited.
We've been here all week long. This is our 4th day at Chase Field. Really grateful to the grounds crew who do such a great job getting this field ready in between everything we do. Dylan Messina is going to lead things off for the Maroon team. And he takes strike 1 from Wes Peterson, fired in there. In the top left hand of your screen, in a moment, we will have spin rate, and velocity. Messina out of Cortez, Florida. Committed to Penn. Sitting in low 90s right now for Peterson.
Really good sinking action there. Getting under 5 vert and adding a ton of running action to it, up to 18 inches of horizontal break.
Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
So because of that low slot, Danny, even though it's not getting a ton of induced vertical break, if you just get a little bit because of that release angle, it will play up in the zone.
Long hold there from Peterson. Fires in, painting outside for the strikeout. There's one away in the top of the 1st.
Really good job painting the outside corner there. Because of the big movement profile on his 2-seam, he'll get a lot of taken strikes naturally in the strike zone.
Yeah. JC Pacheco will come up to bat. We'll see him playing the outfield later in this ball game. That might not be JC. Let me double check that for you.
No, it's JC.
That is JC. Got his number wrong here on my lineup. So JC Pacheco out of Wayne, New Jersey, the shortstop committed to Arizona State.
Arizona State going all the way to New Jersey for this kid.
I think we've seen, honestly, over the past couple of years at the college level, number one is how important scouts are and how that recruiting coordinator and that staff plays such a large role in trying to find all of this talent across the country. It was interesting with Arizona going to the Men's College World Series and just getting a chance to talk to Chip Hale and, of course, Kevin Vance and that staff. You know, there's a lot of guys from Chicago. They went out and looked in the Chicago area. There's ties there. So you're starting to see that more and more. And with the conferences being so wonky, I think that probably plays a role in this as well.
For sure, all these college teams are going to be going to these new cities, and when they're in these new cities, they're going to go out to these high school games in these cities and recruit players. So,
another strikeout there for Peterson. Once again, going on the outside part of the plate. Got some trailing action on that pitch.
Yeah, the running action's getting away from the left-handed hitter's barrel there. Makes it really tough to catch it there.
All right, so back-to-back, 2 away. Landon Church is the batter. Takes that pitch for a strike. Church from Clemens, North Carolina, committed to North Carolina State. He goes to West Forsyth High School.
Look for Peterson to mix in more spin here to the right-handed hitter.
I'm really impressed so far. It's early, right? But 1, locating, and 2, being able to use that east and west of the plate.
Exactly. He's running that 2-seam sinker away to lefties, and he's backing it, backdooring it to righties here in that same lane. There's a look at the sweeper there. Up to 17 inches of H break there.
I want to ask you, too, about where he's standing on the rubber. It looks like it's as far as you could be towards the first base side of the bag. And it also looks like he's a little angled. It's interesting.
So I'd assume because of the first base side of the bag, he wants to start that fastball in the left-hander's batter's box and let it have that running action to it. I think another whiff there. That's 3 whiffs with that heater this inning.
Peterson strikes out the side, so we'll see West come back in the second. A nice job by him. Really interesting profile and command of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, you get that east-west profile, like you said, running action to the fastball and the sweeper running away.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome you back into Chase Field. Bottom of the first inning. We're scoreless between maroon and orange, so we'll get to see the orange team come to the plate in this half inning. And again, these guys are from the class of 2026, some of the top high school talent in the entire country, all coming here to Phoenix, Arizona for the week to showcase their skills at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Joey Cohen next to me. Hey, real quick, it's been a full week. We have 4 games today, no more workouts. Anything stood out to you from the week?
I think the one thing that stood out is the level of athlete that we have ranked in the 200 to 400 range. We have about 20 or so kids that really stood out that are going to be most definitely ranking as risers by the end of this week.
Okay.
That have really impressed. And I'd say that's probably the story of what we've been talking about down there, the level of performance and athleticism that we've seen from that group, that tier.
And the pitchers, too. 6'7", Andrew Wong taking the mound, the Northwestern commit. He's from Stamford, Connecticut. He goes to Fairfield College Prep. And the big righty stepping on up for 2 innings of work. I cannot wait to see this. Miles Young is going to lead off for the Orange team. He'll be playing shortstop and third base later in this game. 6'3", committed to Georgia. And swing and a miss through strike 1. That one coming in at 91 miles per hour. Top left of your screen, we've got velocity and spin rate for you.
Immediately standing out here, Danny, is the level of body control and repeatability in this delivery with that size.
Young hits it on the ground to third base. Long throw across the diamond, and there's one away. I would talk to you about that in a quick second. Playing third base for Maroon is Dylan Cheek. Nice job staying down and making the throw. So this is a guy, right, 6'7". I'm going to guess he's had a pretty large growth spurt at some point throughout his high school or middle school career. Has to figure out his long levers together. What do you see? Like, what do you see from your scout's eyes that tells you those things?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, when you have those levers, sometimes it's hard to control all those moving pieces. And the best thing you can tell, okay, with that size is, hey, let's simplify the moving pieces, let's simplify the movement patterns. You know, he's not getting into too deep positions because he doesn't need to. The arm action's more compact. The lower half moves are really simple. He's getting on line at landing, and he doesn't need to generate as much force in his delivery to get to his low 90s fastball. And that will be something that he should continue to do as he gets stronger, as he gets more athletic, is maintain the simpleness, maintain the repeatability, maintain the body control.
And I want to make sure I pronounce this young man's name right. Alain Gomez Gudinho at the plate, goes to Seguro High School from Scottsdale, Arizona. The catcher committed to South Carolina. We'll tell you a little bit more about his story throughout this game. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Line drive right back up the middle. 94 miles per hour exit velocity for Gomez Gudinho, and he's got himself a base hit.
It's funny, during BP yesterday, I had chat with him. He's an Arizona guy, so I know him pretty well. And I asked him what side of the plate he has more impact from, the right or the left. He's like, I think the right. And all he did during BP from the left is hit 2 or 3 out. And then yesterday he found a barrel very similar to that one and then did it again today. So maybe he's not giving himself enough credit from the left side.
He's a humble young man is what you're telling me.
I guess so.
Yeah. Ezekiel Lara comes in to bat, left side of the box. Committed to Georgia Tech. He plays for Wow Factor National. 6 foot tall, 190 pounds.
SoCal kid, Mater Dei High School, Trinity League. So you know he's facing really good competition.
Here's a throw down. Slide coming in safely. And again, these guys have free will. They can choose when they want to run. That's up to them. They get to showcase for the scouts. Behind the plate for the Maroon team in this inning is Charles Messina.
I wouldn't say speed is a part of his game, but why not, right? Why not try to show off some, base stealing instincts?
I like it. I like seeing these guys be aggressive early. It's a great opportunity for them. We've got scouts here, of course, in the stands and watching at home on Perfect Game TV. It's a 3-0 count to Lara. Strokes that and hits a line drive into right field. It was diving down, and it is going to get down. So Lara, with the speed out of the box quickly, he scores a run and ends up on second base.
Danny, this really is a positive for me. When it's a 3-0 count, it's probably 95% chance fastball's coming. I don't like it when those guys are late on those heaters. He knows heaters come in there. He gets the barrel out front, and he drives it to the pull side. That gets me going.
Nice job by him. His goals this year: lower his 60 time, increase his arm velo, and work on that strength and conditioning. Bat speed and exit velo were a part of his goals as well. It looks like he's been doing a good job of that.
Good job there by Wong. Starting off with the breaker there. Getting the free strike.
No balls and 2 strikes, the count. Sterling Coxum is the batter.
Looking at maybe a top 5 athlete in the class right here with Sterling. Twitch, speed. However you define athleticism, he has it.
He's from Hanahan, South Carolina, committed to the Clemson Tigers. He goes to P27 Academy.
Yeah, ran a 6:04.60 yesterday, Danny.
We've got some really fast guys in this high school class. And by the way, if you want to see all those times, you go to perfectgame.org, or you can just search on your internet device, wherever you choose, 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Go to event info and click on workout results, and you can see all of the workout results from the past 3 days there, all the top times. We also have them at the bottom of your screen. If you look there, top 10, we've got you covered if you're interested in those things.
Let's see if Sterling here can simplify the approach here, put a ball in play, use his speed to his advantage.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the count. Swing and a miss. So Wong gets the strikeout. That's his first of the inning, 2 away.
Really good pitch show, right on right, which is not typically how the changeup plays, but kills enough vert on it down to 6 with 22 inches of run to get under the barrel there of Coxum.
Some of Andrew's goals this year: hit 97 miles per hour, become more mobile and explosive, and sharpen his arsenal. He fires in a strike.
When you hear pitchers talk about that, that's what I like to hear. Like you talk about, sometimes they're just focused on the velo, how to build arm speed, but when you talk about pitchers and them trying to build their athleticism, that's a definite plus in my book.
Yeah, and especially a guy who's 6'7", right? I think a lot of times we hear guys doing yoga, Pilates, hot yoga, anything to just be more nimble, so to speak. Raymond Giannis is the batter. He's from Seffner, Florida, committed to Miami, or hoping to go to Miami, excuse me. He's uncommitted. He plays for Ostinger's Baseball Academy. Jimmy Osting, the travel coach there. Goes to Alonzo High School. Landy Faedo is the high school coach of that team.
Let's see if Wong goes back to that changeup here. Yes, he does.
Swing and a miss. So he gets the back-to-back strikeouts, a little traffic on the bases, and then he brings it back in. He said, good news. We'll get to see another inning from him when he comes back, but he strands that runner. The Orange team is up 1-0, though. Early thoughts on Andrew Wong?
Yeah, I think he realized towards the end of the outing, like, man, I have a really, really good changeup. Gets the right on right whiff against Coxum, and then gets the left-handed whiff there to end the inning.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
We welcome you back into the top of the second. Wes Peterson back out on the mound with that unique stance. I really like it. I mean, it's obviously been effective, right? He struck out the side in the first looked very in command of his pitches, but it's pretty unique to see him all the way on the first base side of the rubber with that little tilt in his body.
Yes, definitely a unique delivery operation from Wes. Adds deceptive qualities.
Patrick Diaz in the box from the Bronx, uncommitted. He takes a ball outside.
Wes has definitely shown some intent for where he likes to work his arsenal versus each batter. Righties, he likes to work that fastball off the outside. With lefties, he likes to work it to the outside as well, running it off the plate. There's a sweeper there.
Yeah, he's got good chase on that pitch.
Yeah.
Patrick Diaz goes to St. Raymond High School for the boys. Primary third baseman. That is a good pitch, and it looks like behind the plate, I don't know if that felt very good. Catching is John Dolan for the Orange team.
Pitchers with this type of movement profile on their pitches are really, really hard to catch, Danny.
We were talking about that in the last game, too, as we get a swing and a miss. 4 straight strikeouts for Wes Peterson.
So we're talking about a true sweeper there, Danny. 0 inches of vert and gets 19 inches of sweep to that. And when you have that much sweep on a pitch, you're going to get those right-handed hitter chase.
By the way, John Dolan from Texas, Wes Peterson from California. I'd have to check if they play for the same travel team, but if not, even more impressive, right, what Dolan is doing behind the plate, catching that. I was just fouled away.
In this second inning, Dan, I'm interested to see if Wes mixes in that third pitch. Obviously, he has a starter operation, really low effort and loose. To complete that starter look, let's see if he can add a third pitch here sometime this inning.
No balls and 2 strikes, the count. Ahmed Nasser, the batter from Orlando, Florida, uncommitted. Primary outfielder goes to Central Point Christian. Waits on the breaking ball, chops it over Peterson, coming across the diamond. What a play. Wow, we have seen some fantastic shortstop plays in this entire week. Aiden Ruiz, who's playing shortstop right now, just came across the diamond in time for the out.
So right there, what stands out, has to work on the move, has to show off the glove-to-hand quickness there to get to a quick release and get off an accurate throw while moving away from first.
Also, Marco Cantu, who got out of the way at second base too, right? Like a lot of communication, a lot of moving pieces there. So 2 away in the top of the second.
Those are the types of plays, Danny, that solidify the evaluation where he has the ability to stick up the middle.
Good to know. Why is that?
Yeah, because it's a ranging play, right? Obviously, you look at his 60, that tells you he has speed and quickness, but you need to see if that translates on the dirt with your first step, the angles you take, the ability to, still get that transfer out, right? Get the exchange, get it to your hand, and then make an accurate throw while on the move.
That's great. That's a great description. Isaiah Gallisum is the batter. Committed to Georgia Tech. Plays for 5-star Tigers. Rusty Kellum, the coach of that travel team. And he goes to Houston County, coached by Matt Hopkins. Too far inside for a ball.
The dangerous thing about the sweeper is that when you leave it to the arm side, sometimes it can turn into a little bit of a cement mixer and leave it hanging. So he needs to make sure he executes that to the glove side.
Again, Peterson struck out the side in the first. This is the first walk he's issued, but the batter is not going to walk. If you're new to our showcases, they obviously want to see him hit. So Galson is going to stay in the box. We're going to see that ghost runner over at first base. It's Jackson Laconian in on his hands and fouled away.
That's the great thing about his running fastball. If he misses, over the plate, it's still going to get those jammed off the barrel, and when he rotates it to the glove side, he's going to get those taken strikes off the outside corner.
Chop to third base, and they go to second for the easy out. And so that's going to do it for Wes Peterson in 2 innings of work. 4 strikeouts for him, a ground ball to finish the frame. What did you like?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a strike throw-in, right, was up to 65% strikes in his 2 innings. Showed off the swing and miss stuff, and showed off the ability to get weak contact with that fastball, with the amount of movement it has getting off the barrel. A couple of those ground ball outs.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
Welcome back into Chase Field. Andrew Wong back out on the mound. The 6'7" Stamford, Connecticut resident, committed to Northwestern. His travel team is Clubhouse. He goes to Fairfield Prep. His goals over the next 12 months to have a GPA over 3.7. He also wants to lead a retreat group at his school, master consistency.
Leading off for the Orange team, number 8.
He loves to watch Brian Wu pitch. Brian Wu recently named All-Star. If you have not seen the video of Brian Wu calling his parents to tell them, it is a must-watch. He said, I like that he throws with a certain intention on every pitch and executes almost every time. He said, I've learned to get outs quickly and get ahead. The sooner I get my team back in the dugout, the better chance we have at winning. He's facing John Dolan, leading off for the Orange team, uncommitted out of Huffman, Texas. And that one catches at the knees for strike 1.
Looking forward here to see Wong throw more of those changeups. I think he felt and found out that that's going to be an out pitch for him today.
That one missing outside. 2-1 the count. John Dolan said the part of his game that's grown the most over the last year is his mental side. He said, during high school, I was kind of seen as a leader, which kept me humble and focused, and learning what it takes to be good at a sport that you'll fail at 7 times out of 10, keeping my mind open and clean and playing with confidence. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Swing and a miss. That is a great pitch there from Andrew Wong for the first out of the frame. His 3rd strikeout in 1 1/3.
3rd strikeout via the changeup. I think he knows now that this is going to be his pitch, his plus pitch. Tons of depth to it, especially off the fastball. When you're creating that vertical separation off the fastball, that's when you get those whiffs. That's when you get the productive swing and misses.
Winston Pennant is the batter. The Ole Miss commit out of Riverview, Florida. 6'3", 215. Drives it way foul. His travel team is the O Stingers. He goes to Summer High School. His goals over the next 12 months are to continue to work with his trainer and increase strength and speed. Also to increase bat speed. In on his hands. It's fair, and that was a hot shot to third base. Pennant's going to have himself a base hit.
I think he did him a favor there going back to the fastball after that 102 mile per hour foul ball. Gets his hands in it really well on the inside. It obviously has some running action to it, but shows his ability to work inside the baseball there.
All right, so a base runner for the Orange team. Logan Weidman is the batter. Plays for 643 DP Cougars. Danny Prago is the travel team coach there. Goes to Walton High School in Marietta, Georgia. Shane Amos, the coach of that program. Throw down there. Close, not quite in time.
I believe Logan's brother's Ryan Weidman, standout player at Western Kentucky. Might get his name called in the next couple days. We'll see.
I like it. Oof. Foul ball off the catcher. Behind the plate right now, by the way, for the Maroon team in the second is still Charles Messina. Pennant taking that bag on his own. He can come and go as he pleases with those stolen bases. That's up to him if he wants to show off his speed to the scouts. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count. So we're going to miss. It's 2-2.
Breaking ball showing more sharpness here. 2 whiffs already this inning with it. With the velo and the big shape, it's more of an execution pitch. He's got to make sure that's off the plate, down, and, you know, in the strike zone for a certain amount of time, and then leaving it with some late break.
That pitch is outside. Logan shared that over this last year, the part of his game that's grown the most is his power. He's hit 17 home runs in the calendar year. I'd say so. It's very impressive. He won the 2025 Georgia Class 6A state champs, too. He was named first team All-State as he fouls that off.
Really would like him go back to that changeup here.
Pennant taking off for third. He's going to be in there safely.
Does go back to the changeup there to get his 4th whiff of his outing with it.
2 away in the bottom of the second. Johnson DeBose is the batter. He'll be playing second base and shortstop and third base in this game. DeBose out of Atlanta, Georgia. He goes to IMG Academy, committed to Indiana.
Looking at one of the better infield frames here, 6'3", 185. Can run, can really field, can throw. Really good overall skill set as well.
He lays off that pitch. It's 1-2.
Really good 2-strike pitch there from Wong. More sweeper there, getting a bit more horizontal and less vertical break.
Didn't get the chase, so the count goes to 2-2. A little too far outside, and now the count is full. That one's going to get away from Messina. Pennant's going to come in, and don't forget, he stole those 2 bags to put himself into that position. So nice job by him. It is 2-1 Orange team, and we're going to get a ghost runner at first because that was ball 4. And now we'll see straight fastballs from Wong. He's been able to use those off-speed pitches, his secondary pitches, a lot, I think, so far in his outing. But now it'll be straight fastballs.
Knowing that fastballs are coming here, Danny, look for Johnson to try to get that barrel out front and drive something.
That pitch outside, he rolls over, but it's foul. And that's what a lot of guys have been trying to do, right? And the key there is, number one, is going with the pitch. It's being called a strike, so you know you have to swing at it, especially with 2 strikes. Your zone is expanded a little, but it's really tough.
For sure. I think there's a difference between catching out front and then drifting and getting onto your front side. Maintaining balance is key with that out front intent. You just don't want to be late knowing fastball's coming.
There's another one down the middle for strike 3. So that's going to be it for Andrew Wong. 5 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work. Not bad. He's got a smile.
Really good, effective use of the breaking ball there this inning. Got about 3 or 4 whiffs with it, and the changeup also showing up this inning as well. Showing that it's a true starter operation. When you show 3 pitches, when you throw them for strikes, it's always a plus.
Back. Good afternoon to all of our friends watching on Perfect Game TV. Alongside Joey Cohen, I'm Danny Wexelman. In the top of the 3rd, the Orange team is winning 2-0. In case you want to keep score at home, we've got a new pitcher on the mound for the Orange team. Arian Vargas will take over out of Lanham, Maryland, committed to Alabama. The righty goes to Archbishop Spalding, and we'll get 2 innings from him. Arian, or AV, as he goes by, plays for Wow Factor National. Evan Einhart is the travel team coach there. Joe Palumbo coaches his high school team, Archbishop Spalding. He said his goals over the next 12 months, Joey wants to get stronger in the weight room, continue to work on his craft, and become a better pitcher overall. He also said he wants to continue to have good grades and prepare for college.
Coming off a couple strong outings, Danny at UBC East through 3.1 shutout innings there, and then followed up with 2.1 more shutout innings at WWBA out in Georgia.
Dylan Cheek will lead things off for the Maroon team. Made a nice play at 3rd earlier in this game. He goes to Rockwall High School. Barry Rose is the coach there. He's committed to Arkansas. He plays for 5-Star Mafia 17U as he swings through that pitch. It's 1-1.
Looking at like a 90, 91 mile per hour fastball here, but it's got a ton of carry up to 19 inches there, which is going to allow it to play up even at the 90 to 91 velo, which is still very firm, but we have 94, 95 mile per hour fastballs here, but still getting those whiffs here.
Pitch missing. It's 2-1. Cheek shared some of his goals for the year, which I really like. He said, as a captain, lead Rockwall baseball to a 6A Texas State championship, build strength, gain 15 pounds as that rides inside. He wants to run a sub 6'5", 60-yard dash and prepare himself to be a first-round pick in 2026 or the starting freshman at Arkansas. Outside for a ball, so we're going to see a ghost runner over at first for the Maroon team.
gets me a little bit excited, Danny. Alain's behind the plate. Some of the best catch throw in the country. Let's see if you can show it off.
I like it. We'll keep an eye on the backstop. Looks like Trip Hanna is over at first running. That's a swing and a miss through the pitch for strike 2.
With Vargas here, that fastball is going to play in the strike zone. Don't need to necessarily play off the corners. If he just stays middle with it, should be quite effective still.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout, so comes all the way back and goes upstairs for the first out.
You can call it carry, call it hop, ride, wherever you want to call it, but it's going to get those whiffs above the barrel there.
It just kept carrying, too. That's a nice pitch. Dion Cole is going to step in the box. Georgia Tech commit out of Woodstock, Georgia. 6'1", 200 pounds. Hanna taking off. Here's a throw down. We saw it there. Close. I don't have my stopwatch up here. You didn't have your stopwatch either. I know that you are not happy about that.
I know. I should have it in my pocket. I don't know what I'm doing, Danny.
I know. I think you're going to get another chance. You're going to get another chance. Cole is a 2-time Select Fest alum. We've gotten to know him over the years. Here it is. Ball comes out of his glove. I mean, that's some good speed there from Trip Hanna, by the way, taking those 2 bags.
It's one of those things there with Vargas. He's got that high leg kick, right? Which, once you see that as a base runner, that gives you the green light to let's go steal some bases there. At this national showcase, these pitchers are really focusing on throwing strikes. They know the pressure that they have on them to do that. Good block there by Alain behind the play on that breaking ball.
That catches for a strike. It evens the count to 2-2. So Dion sharing a little bit about his goals as well. He said get faster, stronger, get to know baseball more, and not just get better at the game, but become a smarter player. He also wants to maintain all A's through the school year. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there from Vargas for the strikeout. And there's 2 away. He's got 2 strikeouts in the frame.
Really good executed pitch there. Right off the outside, getting away from the barrel of Dion.
Now batting number 23.
Even if you made contact, not much you can do with that pitch.
Cody Bushell will bat. Committed to Tennessee, plays for 5-star, 6'3", 220. That one's going to get away, and here comes Trip Hanna. He'll score for the Maroon team to make it 2-1.
Bushell, one of the more physical bats that we have here. Immediately stands out with the presence he has in the box. Impacted one yesterday for, I believe, a triple. Let's see if he can get one here.
That's right. He did have a triple. We saw a lot of those in our first game, by the way, guys. We're finding the gaps. It was incredible.
You mentioned it earlier, Danny. This Chase Field play is really, really big. Once it gets into the gaps, you're going to be running for a long time.
That's floated. Left side foul territory. And the catch is going to be made. So 2 strikeouts for Vargas. We'll get to see him come back out for another inning of work as we move along in game 2. Early impressions of him.
Really intriguing fastball. It's got a ton of carry, got a ton of hop. So when it's executed at the top of the zone, it's going to get those whiffs versus both left-handed and right-handed batters. And flash a pretty good breaking ball as well.
Show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you don't take
Crosschecker delivers unmatched coverage of baseball's top players, teams, and draft prospects, and gives you everything you need to track the game's future stars. Go deep with the PG Crosschecker subscription and unlock the same advanced tools trusted by pro and college scouts. Welcome back in. We're rocking and rolling here at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. It looks like Cody Bochelle is going to get some innings of work here for the Maroon team. We just saw him in the box, and now he comes out to pitch. What can you tell us about him?
Well, he's not in my area, but from what I've heard, it's a lot of moving parts of the operation, a little bit of deception with how he steps into left-handed hitters, a little bit of a head whack, but it strikes, and it's quality breaking stuff as well. So excited to see him throw right now.
Left-handed pitcher, primary first baseman, gets a swing and miss.
This is going to be a very tough at-bat for left-handed hitters. The amount of moving parts to his delivery.
Tyler Kennist is the batter. 6'3", 185, committed to Texas Tech. And that's a nice pitch on the outside for a strike. It's 1-2.
Let's see if he mixes in a breaking ball here. Really good way of changing tempo there. Kind of quick pitched him.
On the ground to second base. Nice job charging it and making the play for the out. There's one away in the bottom of the third.
Now batting number 15, Luke Vanderson.
Jax Robinson is behind the plate, by the way, taking over the catcher spot for the Maroon team. Luke Manderson will bat. From Jacksonville, Florida, committed to the University of Iowa. Plays for the Atlanta Braves Scouts. Smartens the show, excuse me. Cameron West, the travel coach of that team. Tommy Boss is his high school coach at the Providence School.
Leaking a bit arm side there, glove side there with the last couple pitchers. Let's see if Bochelle can get back in line with his delivery and arm action. When you have as many moving parts to his delivery, Danny, it creates that deception, but can also create some inconsistencies in the command.
That's driven into center field. Deion Cole there to make the catch for the second out.
96 EV off the bat, obviously. A high fastball. Good job getting on playing with it. Just, sometimes barrels don't find grass all the time.
That makes me sad.
I know, it's sad. I'm sure he's like, I just barreled at 96, but I'm out.
We should put that on a shirt. Barrels don't always find grass.
Yeah.
Warren Gravely, the fourth, steps in, committed to Notre Dame. And he takes strike one. So nice job by Bochelle to come back. He does get the line out and comes back with a strike.
Like Ezekiel Laura, Santa Margarita High School for Gravely, part of that Trinity League. Really, really good competition that he places on a consistent basis. So when he steps into a showcase like PG National, the upper 80s, low 90s, mid 90s velo, he's already adjusted to.
Great point.
Found a couple barrels yesterday. Let's see if you can find some more today.
Bochelle ahead 0-2. Just outside for a ball. swing and a miss for the strikeout. And so we got a chance to see Boschel come in and pitch, and there is a lot to like there.
Really intrigued by that last pitch, Danny. I did not think he had a changeup in his arsenal. Goes to it, left versus right, gets under the barrel there for the strikeout. But, showed a 3-pitch mix. Really intrigued to see that changeup more this next inning.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Top of the fourth, we welcome you back into Perfect Game TV. Danny Wexelman with you alongside Joey Cohen. Arian Vargas comes back out on the mound for another inning of work. Committed to the University of Alabama. He's from Lanham, Maryland. Shared a little bit about what he wants to work on over the next year. He said, get stronger in the weight room, work on my craft, become a better pitcher overall. He also wants to continue to have good grades to prepare for college. He said, I like to watch college baseball, maybe more than pro. He said, I think that they play with more passion. I love, though, to watch Chase Burns, Paul Skeens, and Jacob deGrom. We've seen those names a lot today. Chase Burns in particular, who just got called up by the Reds a few weeks ago to make his debut, which is really special. And I think he's been a really great source of inspiration for a lot of kids.
Leading off for the Maroon team, number 21, Aiden Roman.
Aiden Roman leads things off for Maroon. He'll be behind the plate later in this game. Uncommitted, out of Queens. So we've got someone from the Bronx here, someone from Queens. The boroughs are being represented.
Oof.
That one caught our umpire. Might have caught our catcher too. Hopefully he's okay back there. Yeah, that doesn't feel good. One ball, one strike the count, and now Roman got hit. So he's going to stay in the box. Vargas will throw straight fastballs, and we'll get a runner over at first.
With Vargas here, an understanding of his arsenal, understanding how much his fastball moves, how much it carries, and understanding that he doesn't need to locate necessarily as pinpoint. He can exist in the middle of the strike zone and still get plenty of whiffs. So that'd be something I'd be focusing on. Hey, like, I don't need to live on the inside corner. I don't need to live on the outside corner. I just have the catcher set up middle and let my fastball do its thing, which I think a lot of new coaches in college and the major leagues are just letting their guys' pitchers stuff play.
Ghost runner taken off. I'll tell you who it is in a second.
I believe it's Church.
Yeah, Landon Church.
Yesterday he stole like 6 bags. I think he was wanted to be on at every ghost runner opportunity available. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes right here.
There's always one. That's a line drive off Roman's bat, but right to left field, so Church will go back.
Vargas started taking a little bit off his fastball, realizing, hey, look, my fastball's going to play. Let me just throw it in the zone, right? It'll get its whiffs, and it'll get its weak contact.
Jackson Melkonian will bat, the shortstop, committed to Vanderbilt. Malvern, Pennsylvania. There goes Church. Gomez Gaudino with the throw down. Church is in there safely. Melkonian out of Malvern Prep.
Obviously, Church is stealing those bases. Doesn't go unnoticed. He ran a 6.36 yesterday, which puts him most likely in the top 10, 15 runners that we've had this week.
Elite type speed over there. That's why he likes to run. That pitch coming in at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1.
When you're breaking down speed, Danny, 6'8" runners are like the average big league runner. So every 10th, you're adding a plus 10 grade to their speed grade.
Okay.
When you're getting to the 6'3" category, you're talking about 80 grade speed. So we have a couple 80 grade runners here at the PG National.
You blink and they're by you.
Exactly.
It really is true, especially when they're running. The 60-yard dash is done in left field. That's how it's set up. And you go head to head with, your teammate next to you. It's a fly ball into left. And the catch is made. There's 2 away. And it's kind of intimidating when you look at it. And you get to go twice. You're up on the big screen. Sometimes guys lose their hats. And they're winded afterwards. It's fun to watch, though. I really love to watch it. I don't know how much they love to do it. I'm not going to lie.
I think they like to do it, Danny. I think.
Do you?
Them running side by side, most of these guys are fierce competitors. And when they see that runner next to them, they want to beat him, right? And I think the way we do that, the reason we do that is because it adds to their 60 time, knowing that they have someone next to them, gives them that extra adrenaline.
Church takes third on the pass ball. Yeah, no, I think that they probably much prefer to have someone running next to them. I just don't know if every guy who has to run the 60 is stoked to run the
For
60.
Sure. I think you have some first basemen, some corner infielders that are like, this is not really my part of my game.
That's right. But they do it anyway.
Yeah.
With a smile on their face, and then we post all of those numbers on the website. Foul ball into the stands on the right side. Jalen Walker is the batter. It's from Pearland, Texas, uncommitted. He goes to Lutheran South Academy. Back pick down. Church is going to get in a run down. How about that? The tag out. You've been talking about our catcher behind the plate. Again, we're going to share his story, but what did you see there?
Well, and every look I've gotten from him from high school, he's been a back pick machine. Goes in front of the batter there and gets the runner out of third base, which is no base runner at third base is looking to get picked off like that. So very, very advanced catch throw ability there by Alain.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
We're in the early parts of Game 2 here at our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. We're into the game part, by the way. 4 games today on Perfect Game TV. We're so happy to have you with us. Joey Cohen next to me. I'm Danny Wexelman. We got you covered in the booth for these early games. 2 more later today, of course. We get another chance to see Cody Boschel take the mound. 2 strikeouts in his first inning of work. So we'll get to see one more from him. Anything you'd like to see from him?
Yeah, I want to see those secondaries a bit more this inning. Obviously, these guys are going to go high usage with the fastball, but in 2 innings, you want to be able to show these scouts your secondary options so they get a good sample of how they move, the shape, the metrics on it. So interested to see, him throw a couple more changeups, a couple more breaking balls.
Marcus Cantu swinging and driving that ball into right field for a leadoff. Oh, excuse me, that's not Marcus Cantu. Let me get my names right here.
Carlo Rivero.
Thank you.
Arizonian.
Okay.
Number 6, Marcus Cantu.
Sometimes the lineups lie to me.
Yeah, we have some lineup manipulation sometimes to give maybe some catchers a break, some pitchers a break. You can blame Jared Goodwin for that.
No, I wouldn't.
My boss.
I would never do that. I know way better than to do that.
I'm just joking, by the way, Jared.
Okay, so he's over at first base. Rivero from Tucson, Arizona. Uncommitted, by the way. This is Marcus Cantu, who steps out of the way for a ball. It's 2-0.
Just to give Carlos some credit there, high fastball, up and away fastball, kind of simplifies their approach a little bit, just to get the barrel to the baseball, drives it the other way. Good piece of hitting.
Check on him at first base. So Francisco Rivero over at first. He goes to Canyon del Oro. And again, uncommitted out of Tucson, Arizona. 3-0 count to Cantu. He's from Friendswood, Texas. Committed to going to Texas. He's going to be a Longhorn. That pitch sails inside, so we'll see another runner come over. So 2 will be on. Plays for Wow Factor National 17U, coached by Evan Einhart. Aaron Schneider is his high school coach at Lutheran South Academy. His goals over the next 12 months, he's said to win a second state championship. He wants to maintain a 3.7 plus and keep God first. That's a nice pitch in there from Boschel. It'll be straight fastballs from Cody. Driven but foul, right side. Watch out, fans. Heads up over there.
Really tough for left-handers to line up against Boschel. The release angle, the head whack, the way he's stepping into them at release. Good swing there from Marquez. Let's say if he can stay a little bit with more length through the middle of the field instead of pulling off it a bit.
Talking with Jax Robinson behind the plate to get the pitch they want, and they do for the strikeout. There's one away.
So, Danny, from Marcus's standpoint there, his arm's basically coming from behind him, and the angle is coming from basically the second baseman into the zone. So really tough for left-handers to see that.
Right at the letters for the swing and miss. Here's Aiden Ruiz. He takes strike 1.
Looks like Boschel's finding his lanes right now with the fastball. A couple really good ones in the strike zone in the last couple pitches.
Sometimes that second inning of work kind of does the trick for these guys.
For sure, you get adjusted to the visual of where the plate is, the stadium, the mound, how high you are, where you're landing. Becomes a bit easier, like you said.
Something really interesting I've noticed the past 4 years at the Men's College World Series in Omaha is after the practice day, a lot of the teams will file their pitchers out to the mound and let them stand on it and see what it feels like, to your point, that eyesight as well, as Ruiz launches this into deep center field, but Deion Cole is there for the out. And it allows them to just kind of get a quick look at what they're going to be seeing so that the first time they take the mound is not the first time they're seeing how the background looks, what the mound feels like, what their surroundings look like, right? Everything, that 360 view. So it's not so shocking to them.
And for a lot of these players, these pitchers, this is the best mound they've ever thrown in their lives. It's well maintained. It's not, loose dirt. It's really well done by, like you said, you gave some credit to the grounds crew at the beginning of this. They make sure this field is pristine for these players. So even with it being pristine, they're not adjusted to it. So them finding their feet, finding where they need to land, their visuals, you see them tend to get adjusted the more pitches they throw.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys haven't even played at this field, right? They've either never been to the field or they've been here to watch a game but not played on the field. So Matt Ponatowski takes the bat. He swings through that pitch. It's 0-2. Must have fouled it off.
Ahead 0-2 here, Danny. Let's see if he can mix in a secondary here, because he's been kind of fastball, dominant this inning. We'd like to see him mix in maybe a slider or changeup here.
He's a two-way commit at Kentucky. Recently committed.
I believe he's a two-way commit. This Matt's out of my area, but I think he's a football commit to quarterback.
Yes.
I want to say.
Yes, he is playing football and baseball at Kentucky, at least for now. Very impressive. I know we're going to have a story coming out on Perfect Game TV about him. He hits it on the ground just second, and that's going to end the frame there. So 2 innings that we got to see of Cody Bochelle. Had 3 strikeouts mixed in there, and he did find his groove at the end.
Yeah, happy he mixed in a breaking ball there against the lefty. Scouts like to see that. And obviously the fastball played really, really well against left-handed hitters this inning.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome back to the top of the 5th. It is 2-1 Orange over Maroon. This is our second game today. We got 2 more coming up. We are done with the workouts at our national showcase. If you're interested in seeing those times, we've got infield and outfield velocities. We've got the 60-yard dash, of course, first base, catcher pop times. All of that is on the website, perfectgame.org. And all you have to do is just search 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, go to the event info, and workout results. New pitcher on the mound for the Orange team. That's lefty Finn Waters. And he comes in throwing some heat. Swing and a miss there from Jalen Walker to start things off.
93 there at 21 inches of induced vertical break there, which is going to get some whiffs in the strike zone, Danny. There's another one attacking to start his outing.
Top left of your screen, we've got the spin rate and the velo 2. Walker uncommitted out of Pearland, Texas. And it is good morning, good afternoon, good night for Mr. Waters, and 1 away.
He's making it quite clear to the scouts here, Danny, that he has an explosive fastball, tons of hop, tons of carry. If he's executing that at the top of the zone the rest of his outing, he's going to get a lot of whiffs.
Committed to Texas. He's from Collierville, Tennessee. Plays for Wow Factor National. Justin Smith, the head coach of that program. Trip Hanna at the plate. We saw him come in to ghost run and stole a couple bags. He's got a ton of speed. Waters shared that he's a fan of Clayton Kershaw. Loves to watch him. As he goes up again with that fastball coming in at 92. He said he's the type of person that I want to be not just on the field, but also off of it. He's been working on his feel for the splitter and commanding all of his pitches in the zone, Joey.
There was the splitter right there. He's up to 22 inches of induced vertical break with the fastball. And when that splitter, that was 3 inches of induced vertical break. That means he's getting 20 inches difference off his fastball to the splitter.
That doesn't sound fun.
It does not sound fun at all.
Tapped over to first base, weak contact for the second out.
So if you were to talk to any pitching coach in college baseball, you want around 10 difference in your fastball to your splitter or changeup. He's getting 20 inches of difference. So if he's able to locate that fastball where he's been at the top of the zone and throw that splitter or changeup, he has both with that movement profile. It's just nasty, Danny.
Disgusting, but in the best way possible. The best use of that word. It's like a good disgusting. That's what I like to say. Ryan Morrell is the batter. He swings at strike one. Committed to Cincinnati. Plays for the Breakthrough Series team for Major League Baseball.
Another fastball there. Like, his fastball has been one of the best I've seen these last couple of days here, Danny. Sorry, I'm being a little...
No, you're entertained. I love it.
Excited.
As you should be. As you should be. Swing and a miss for another strikeout. So we'll get another chance to see Finn Waters, luckily. Not just one inning of work, but wow.
Wow, that was one of the better fastballs we've seen. It's only 90-93, but with that movement profile, and then he mixed in his splitter there. Oof, one of the better fastball splitter combinations we've seen this week.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Welcome on back. Parker Mitzel, the Rice commit, taking over on the mound for the Maroon team. He goes to Berkeley Prep out of Odessa, Florida. He's going to get a chance to pitch 2 innings. Miles Young back at the plate. The Georgia commit watches it all the way in for a ball. It's 1-1.
Parker Mitzel, Tyler Cotilla, who I think was up with you for the first game. He's a big fan of this kid. Looking at some... Ooh.
Hard hit over the head of the left fielder. Young is going to go to second easy and stand up with a leadoff double. 99.9 exit velocity. Hit it 351 feet.
Looks like a 17.6 degree launch angle. If he just got a bit more under that, that would be in the bleachers, Danny. Showing off the impact to the pull side. Landing out the warning track, one hop the wall, like you said.
Strong way to start off the bottom of the 5th inning. Alain Gomez Godinho is the batter. We've seen him behind the plate early in this game. He had a back pick over to third base and ended up getting Trip Hanna out. Was very impressive.
Really good take there. probably looking fastball 1-0 there. He gets the curveball. I was in the zone for a while, but spat on that.
Line drive, backside into left field. And he's aboard with a base hit.
That's his third hit of the week. Making his case, Danny. Making his case.
Looking very impressive.
Now batting number 14, Ezekiel Lara.
I mean, he gets a bit beat there, Danny, right? Catches it a bit deep, but the path is so good.
Yeah.
When the bat enters the zone that early, it allows you to still find barrels to the other side of the field.
Runners on the corners for Ezekiel Lara. He takes a ball low. It's 1-0. Committed to Georgia Tech out of Cerritos, California. How about another steal there?
It's like Alain's fourth or fifth stolen base in these first 2 games.
Yeah, he had one earlier today as well. You mentioned maybe not the part of his game that you talk about first, but he's making it known that it is a part of his game. 2-0 pitch at the knees for a strike.
Being a good base runner today is not just all about speed. It's obviously an important aspect of it, right? But base running is a lot of its instincts, a lot of it's picking your opportunities, right? And he feels like he has opportunities to take a base. He's going to do it.
That pitch is low. It's 3-1. Yeah, I think it shows off a lot of different skills when you're paying attention. And we said it before, the pitcher's main priority is not necessarily the base runners right now. They're hyper-focused on the batters, so we give them a little bit of a break in that regard. That's hit foul. It's definitely not the same as a normal game. Another ball trailing foul on the left side.
Laura's going to be a really, really tough out here. You see he's really deep in his legs with 2 strikes. He's just letting his hands work here. He's been known to be a really good bat-to-ball player. It's going to take a really nasty pitch to get him out this at-bat.
He also hovers over the plate. Look how far inside the box he is. Not a lot of breathing room because he doesn't want to miss, right? He's kind of covering it all and then some.
Yeah, he wants that good plate coverage, right? You know, a lot of these pitchers want to live to the outside part of the plate. He's daring them to throw him inside because he has that outside covered.
That's a drive. Center field coming in. Good first step over there. The runners are going to advance. It was a great effort there in center field.
Another really good swing by our guy there. He's going to be on barrel through the rest of his at-bats, I'd bet. It's just really simple stroke. You know, when you minimize the moving pieces of your swing, right, you're just going to find more barrels naturally. Maybe sacrifice some impact, but you're going to find those line drives.
That's a good breaking ball pitch in for a strike. Ryan Morrell is playing center field for Maroon, by the way. I thought he got a great jump on that ball. 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. Sterling Coaxum is the batter.
Looks like Logan Weidman stole that base there. Not often you see a guy of his size with his level of athleticism and speed.
Came into ghost run. Could block behind the plate for the Maroon team. That's Aiden Roman behind the plate right now.
Mitchell's giving up a couple barrels here, but a lot to like with the delivery. Super athletic down the mound. The arm is really loose. A lot of arm speed there, where one of the bigger predictors of future, fastball velocity is your arm speed, and he's got a ton of projection in his frame, so I'm expecting some velo. Ooh, really good pitch there.
That one catches the top of the zone for the strikeout. 2 away for Maroon. A strikeout for Mitzel.
Ton of carry there, a ton of burst to that fastball.
Number 1, Raymond Gunnis.
Upstairs for ball 1.
Been getting around 18 to 19 inches of induced vertical there. another guy whose fastball will play up in the zone.
Raymond Giannis is the batter. Uncommitted. Takes the ball outside. It's 2-0. That one's floating foul, left side and out of play. Raymond said the person who inspires him the most is his father, no matter how hard times get or what challenges he faces. He said that he always gets it done, no matter what. I want to be known as someone who does things when things need to be done, and my father is the greatest example when it comes to that. His father, Ramon. He's also a fan of Ronald Acuna Jr., said he's the most complete five-tool player. 2-on-2 down. The one fouled away. Good battle here at the plate by Giannis.
Laid on a couple of fastballs this at bat. Let's see if he makes the mental adjustment, the approach adjustment. Maybe simplifying the lower half, getting that barrel just a bit more out front.
That one does. It lands fair down the left field line. It's going to score a run. And Giannis with the speed standing up at second base.
Made a really good adjustment there with the lower half. Got it down a bit earlier, right? So he can recognize it a bit more out front. And still caught enough barrel to line it the other way.
All right, so Giannis gets the double. And we saw an inning of Parker Mitzel. We'll get to see another one from him as we come back. We're rolling along in the 6th inning. It's 5-1 Orange over Maroon.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
I think we're looking forward to another inning of Finn Waters. He takes the mound one more time. The fastball and that vertical break was wildly impressive. It had you almost speechless, Joey.
It gets me excited when you're getting some outlier metrics, some outlier territory with the shapes. And when you execute on top of it, obviously you can create those shapes and not be in the strike zone with it. It's the combination of the stuff plus the strike zone that's got me really excited.
Charles Messina is the batter. Committed to Northwestern. 5'10", 185.
More fastball whip standing.
That's all we need. We just need the noises. We don't even need me to talk. I do want to share the self-scouting report for Finn. He said, my fastball is unique, has a lot of ride to it. My splitter tunnels well with the pitch and has a lot of depth as that's fouled away. My slider also tunnels my fastball well. It's firm, almost a cutter shape. And my curveball is slower compared to everything else. It's just flashed to get hitters thinking and to get ahead early in counts.
Really like that he understands his own arsenal, that he knows how his pitches work. Sometimes you talk to pitchers and they think a certain pitch is their best pitch. You look at the shapes, you look at how he's executing it. It might not be their best pitch, but what you just said makes me very confident in his ability because he knows how to execute his pitches and knows what he's strong at.
Yeah, that's a part of that IQ, right? Is being a pitcher, not just a thrower.
And understanding the pitcher that you are, not trying to become a different pitcher because of what's cool on, MLB or college baseball.
It's probably hard to do, though, I imagine, the kick change that was so popular this year. David Ronsley and I were talking about that earlier. You know, they're not new names, he reminded me, as we see that spin rate below 1,000 for that last pitch. They're not new names. They're just recycled. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. There's one away.
Nearing around 10 whiffs with the fastball. I think he had 7 or 8 that first inning, 2 in that at bat. He's going to miss a lot of bats, Danny.
Charles Messina's just like, good luck. I don't have anything for you, man. I can't help you out here.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the fastball. What these hitters need to do, Danny, I think Alex Bregman talks about this a good amount. He's really good at, teaching the young generation about hitting. With these guys that have that righty, that carry that hoppy fastball, you got to think about a ball above the pitch.
Okay.
Right? Because that ball is not going to have that downward angle. It's going to stay true and stay up. The way you adjust to that type of pitch is think a baseball above the actual baseball.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. That does sound like Alex Bregman very much. I mean, he has been unbelievable before his injury with the Red Sox, man. He was tearing it up. All right, so this is Jax Robinson, the catcher committed to Texas, plays for Kane Southwest National 17U, and takes strike 1. Swing and a miss out of the glove. Behind the plate catching here in the 6th for the Orange team.
Interested to see if he mixes in a breaking ball here. I mean, old school pitching coaches will say, just go with what's working, right? But obviously this is a showcase style. You want to be able to show all, your whole arsenal here. So hopefully he mixes in a couple of sliders, maybe that loopy big breaking ball that you mentioned before. There's a slider, I believe.
Missing out of the zone. That makes it 2-2. Warren Gravely is behind the plate, by the way, catching Finn Waters. We'll see a ghost runner over at first. Looks like that's Jackson Melkonian.
One thing I've noticed here, Danny, and it's a common theme, is when you get a left-handed hitter in the box, sometimes the pitcher's mentality changes, their lanes change on how they want to execute pitches.
That's a fly ball into right field. It's going to be caught for the second out. Go ahead.
Where sometimes how they execute versus righties is different than how they're going to execute versus lefties, and they get out of their own lanes, where Finn did a nice adjustment there, getting back in the zone, trusting that his fastball is still going to play where it usually plays against righties.
Great observation by you. Rylan Baker comes to the plate. Swing and a miss through strike 1. Goes to the Bulls school. He's from Fernandina, Florida, committed to VCU.
See Gravely set up outside there. Finn's fastball is going to play in the strike zone. If Gravely just sets up middle, it's still going to get those whiffs. Really good slider there. That's really good to see. What you want to see, obviously, is a plus pitch. He has that plus fastball, flash that plus splitter, and then he shows a slider there. So now you have the idea that there is a 3-pitch arsenal there for Finn.
It had missed low a few times, so again, an adjustment by him, right?
Yeah, really good adjustment there to get himself in line, start that pitch a bit high, and let it use its natural drop on the pitch to get below the barrel.
1-2. That one missing. Here's the throw from Gravely offline, so Melkonian slides in safely into scoring position for the Maroon team. 2-way in the top of the 6th inning. This is the 2nd inning of work of Finn Waters. If you're just joining us, it's been pretty electric.
Really looking for his 4th strikeout in his 2 innings of work right here.
And there it is, caught looking, and that's frustrating for the batter, but even better for Finn Waters. 2 innings. What'd you learn?
I learned it's a plus fastball. innings. He knows what he's doing on the mound. He knows how he wants to execute. And he'll be a guy that we're going to be eyeing very closely the rest of the year and into his senior year.
Chase Field, our backdrop all week long for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Joey Cohen, Danny Wexelman with you here on PGTV, bottom of the 6th inning of Game 2. We got 2 more games coming up today. Those guys should start filing into the ballpark pretty soon. We're going to play 10 innings in this one. Parker Mitzel back out. He'll get another inning of work. John Dolan is the batter.
Looking for Mitzel here to be more aggressive in the strike zone, get ahead of hitters, kind of operate behind hitters that last inning.
Swing and a miss, 3-1 the count.
Albeit a swing and miss, I like that he's swinging 3-0. So much on the high school and trial ball scene. They're auto-taking 3-0. It's a showcase-style format. Take your 3-0 hacks.
Yeah, if you know that pitch is coming, do some damage.
Most definitely.
Yeah, called strike 3. So Parker Mitzel comes back and gets a strikeout. There's one away.
Want to give the catcher some credit there. A lot of the new school technique with pitch framing. Getting that glove below and working it up. You see how he grabs it, works it up to steal that strike. Really, really good work from a framing standpoint there.
Aiden Roman should be behind the plate for the Maroon team this inning. That pitch is fouled away.
As long as the robot umpires are not a thing, framing's going to be still very much evaluated from us and amongst all the scouting community.
Winston Pennant is the batter. And he takes that breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. 0-2, excuse me. Yeah, the evolution is large right now, I would say.
Fast.
It's all happening so fast. The automatic balls and strike system, I know they're going to implement some of that at the All-Star game. So when Sale's too far inside and hits them. They were using it in spring training this year at the big league level.
Yeah, it's crazy, Danny. You know, I'm very much about the framing skill that catchers work on. They work on it intensely in the spring and during spring training and throughout the regular season. So would like that to still be a part of the game for as long as I'm scouting and covering the game.
Yeah, I think everyone's still trying to get a little used to it. And I know that, of course, with big changes comes hesitation, and a lot of people who are hesitant to get on board with it. And the same with the way the game changed when both leagues adopted the designated hitter. The shift was banned. Ghost Runner's taken off for second. believe that's Francisco Rivero. Came in to ghost run. Shift was banned. The bases got bigger. The pitch clock was implemented. It all turned out okay. That's a long fly ball, but foul. 2-2 the count.
I know hitters will like the automated strike zone. They'll get to be able to challenge it, but I know the catchers like the skill, of framing and receiving.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to change the landscape of the position. Fly ball into left. Catch is made. Rivero takes off and goes second to third on the play. 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. This is the second inning of work for Parker Mitzel.
Pennant just missed that one. Looks like he got just a tad bit on the hands. Still a really good swing there.
That was a good swing. Whippy.
Getting the hands inside of it. Catching enough barrel to still have a productive out there, advancing the runner over to third base.
Logan Weidman, the batter. He's playing first base in this game. Out of Marietta, Georgia, uncommitted. 6'6", 220. He plays for 643 DP Cougars. And you were right, by the way, about his brother, Ryan. We never put a little bow on that. His brother, Ryan, is another brother, Adam.
I believe similar size. Is a big, big athlete.
And that comes in for a strike.
I'd like to see him get into one here. Use some of that big frame, that big strength. Big hack there.
Big hack there, and Mitzel blew it by him. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count.
It's been a bit inconsistent command with Mitzel with the fastball, but it has that good carry, that good vert.
Just a little too far outside, so we'll see another runner come to the bases, put him on the corners. Maybe.
We'll see if they...
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Someone's got to get a helmet. We don't have Brock McDonald in this game anymore to ghost run. There we go.
So Logan knows fastball's coming here. Let's see if he makes that mental adjustment off his whiff from earlier in this at-bat.
Matt Ponitowski, excuse me, came into ghost run. Committed to Kentucky football, baseball, and a 2-way in the sport for baseball. Straight fastball here. And he got every single piece of that. Where is it? Foul. Wow. Right at the wall. Just foul. We talking about the big ballpark here?
Yeah. I mean, that's a home run. That's, probably a foul ball home run at a lot of ballparks. But, get to gauge the major league true power here of these high school athletes, these high school hitters. Logan definitely has plus pop. Let's see if he can get to it here.
On fouled back. Good battle at the plate here.
It's been a tad under a couple fastballs there. Let's see if he can flatten out the swing a little bit. Maybe let it get a tad deeper in the strike zone.
He's staying with it. Another one fouled away. Heads up over there. Right into the press seating here at the ballpark. That one's popped up.
Who's got it? Catcher's got it.
Catcher's got it. A mile high on the infield. And so that's going to be 2 innings of work for Parker Mitzel there. Weidman just missing that one. And a sigh of relief, I would say, from Parker.
Yeah, better outing, better inning this inning. Their fastball command was a bit better, was executing it in certain quadrants where it plays. Was also landing a few more breaking balls in the strike zone. So happy to see him be strong at that second inning.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
We welcome you back. Grady Saunders is going to take over for the Orange team. The right-handed pitcher out of Springfield, Oregon, committed to Oregon State. Get a good look at him. 6'2", 185. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, he's got your prototypical starter's frame. I saw him a couple weeks ago at our UBC West tournament where we had the best West region travel ball teams come out. And he faced off against a Canes West squad that I know pretty well and was dominant in his outing. I think 4 shutout innings, 5 or 6 strikeouts, showed 3 pitches for strikes. Just really good presence and poise. Up to 94 there with a fastball with a ton of movement, 18 inches of induced vertical with about 15, 16 inches of horizontal. Oof.
Heads up. Jaden Jackson lost his bat. UCLA commit. 5'10", 190.
No, Grady's going to work fast. He's going to pound the strike zone. These hitters are going to get pitches to hit. But you don't want to fall behind too far against Grady.
That one just missing a little inside. Jackson goes to St. John Bosco. He's from Redondo Beach, California.
Umpire thought I caught the inside corner there. Rung him up, actually.
Oh, it was a strikeout.
Yeah.
None of us knew it was a strikeout. Okay. All right, so it wasn't too far inside. All right, 1 away. And 1 strikeout for Saunders. Carson Reeder comes up, and that pitch catches outside for a strike.
Up to 95 there. I only saw him up to 93 a couple weeks ago. Sometimes, Danny, you'll see these guys get the adrenaline pumping. First time on a big league mound, that fastball climbs a couple ticks.
That's launched into left field. That's going to be out number 2, playing left field for the Orange this inning. Sterling Coaxum. So Saunders working quickly, 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
Very similar to what I saw a couple weeks ago. You know, working fast, up-tempo, pounding the strike zone with stuff.
Here's Dylan Messina. So we're going to miss through strike 1.
It's also one of the better deliveries. Really compact throughout. Good force, good athleticism, good pace with body control while getting some good length down the mound as well.
Ahead 0-2 quickly again. The self-scouting for Saunders. Low 90s fastball with sink, a slurve with tight spin, and a changeup with depth and arm side run. Oh, called strike 3. So how about there? A pair of strikeouts for Saunders. Grady coming in 1 inning of work. A little better than what you're expecting.
No, it was about, I thought he was really good, but he blew me away that inning. He didn't throw 1 ball that inning, Danny. That was 100% strikes. That's strike throwing.
We like efficiency.
Yeah.
That was great. We'll get to see him again. He'll come back out for another inning of work. The Orange is up 5-1 over Maroon.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dog. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
5-1, orange over maroon, bottom of the 7th. Welcome back in. Ethan DeJesus will take over on the mound for the maroon team. We'll get to see him in a little bit of action. 5'10", 172 out of Riverview, Florida, and uncommitted.
Leading off for the orange team, number 9, Johnson DeBose.
DeJesus plays for Florida Burn 2026 scout. Mark Guthrie, the travel coach of that team. Johnson DeBose swings through strike 1.
Another pitcher with a fastball that has some really good carry to it. If he's able to get that thing in the strike zone, it's going to be effective.
Ahead, 0-2 in the count. He said his pitching mechanics and velocity have increased and developed. They've gotten a lot stronger. He's been totally dedicated to his craft, Joey, over this last year.
Looks like he's been working on that slider, Danny. 2 of them really, really well executed. Right off the plate with sharp, late, horizontal tilting action to it. It's going to get those right-handed hitting whiffs if he's continuing to execute it right at that location.
Now batting number 13, Tyler Chemist.
1 strikeout for him, 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. Tyler Kennis steps up. He's out of Winter Springs, Florida, committed to Texas Tech. Said he's been trying to get stronger this year. He hopes to continue to get good grades, graduate high school. Two-way lefty pitcher as he takes a ball low. He said, as much as I enjoy pitching, I also love swinging the bat. I've had the opportunity at all levels to play first base and outfield, and I'd like to play baseball at the college level with an opportunity to be a two-way.
Ethan's missing a bit arm side with a couple of his pitches here. See if he can make the adjustment, get back in line with that fastball.
We're going to see a ghost runner over at first. Is that what you saw with the first batter in the strikeout?
Well, the first batter was he was a bit more in line, was locating that fastball in the strike zone. When you see those consistent misses in a certain region, right, it's just a small adjustment, maybe with your lower half or with your release and extension to get back to where you were in that first batter.
The other one fouled away, still 0-2.
He lands a bit open at landing, so sometimes that arm's a tad late because that torso is opening up a bit early. So a lot of his cues need to be more about extension.
Ghost runner taking off for second. Sliding in safely. One-two pitch. Another one fouled away. Winston Pennant back running at second. On the ground, but foul. Took a battle here between these two. DeJesus in his first inning of work.
I believe that was our first look at either a two-seam or change-up there. A bit different movement profile than the rest of his other pitches.
That's a small fly ball into shallow left center field that's going to get down for a base hit. Tyler Kennist wins the battle this time and just kind of muscles up and puts that ball in play.
Yeah, up and away fastball here. Flattens out the path a bit. Doesn't get a lot of barrel on it, but it falls in. And, you know, something to I said earlier, not all barrels find grass, but some non-barrels find grass sometimes, Danny.
Just enough muscle to get that ball down. He ends up in scoring position. One away in the bottom of the 7th. Luke Manderson will bat. And he takes that breaking ball for a strike. Good pitch there. It's 1-2. Self-scouting for DeJesus. Strong-armed 5'9" pitcher who consistently dominates the strike zone and generates a high rate of swing and miss. Demonstrates poise under pressure with the ability to adjust and execute in high-leverage situations. Swing and miss for the strikeout, 2 away, and the second strikeout for DeJesus.
Really good tunneling there. The pitch before, the last couple of pitches before were 2 outside fastballs, one of them for a strike. That one, he tunnels well out the hand. Has that late tilting action to the slider, which means hitters see it on the plate, and then run off the plate for the chase.
Warren Gravely steps up, the Notre Dame commit. First pitch swinging, drives it into right field, and Maroon makes the 3rd out. So an inning of work for Ethan DeJesus on the mound. We'll tell you a little bit more about him. We'll have more stories to tell, but initial impressions?
Really good fastball. The slider flash, really good action to it. Late and tilting sharp action off the plate versus these right-handed hitters. As you see, got a couple whiffs. If he's continuing to execute that pitch there, he's gonna find a lot of success.
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you take
All right, here's our game recapping the game so far. Maroon and orange, as you can see. 5 base runners today for the offense for Team Maroon. Thank you for that. Wes Peterson had 4 strikeouts. That's a fly ball to right field. First pitch swinging out of the gate. Manderson over there able to get the ball.
Now batting number 28, Landon Church.
It was J.C. Pacheco who just flew out. Landon Church is the batter now. Top of the 8th inning. We get another inning of Grady Saunders as well. It was quick, the first one.
Yeah, he's continuing to live around the strike zone here. Tells you about how his body's working in line, his arms working in line, right? Hopefully we get to see some more secondary options here. Was very fastball dominant that first inning. There's a look at his slider there. Flashing some sweeper shape, pushing out to 12 inches of horizontal action at 81. Whew.
That's a drive deep left field. Is it fair? Just foul. We've had a couple of those now.
I know. We're still looking for our first home run. No, second. We're looking for our second home run. I believe we had one earlier this week.
Carson May.
Yeah,
Carson May went deep early this week into left field.
We had a couple inside the Parkers, but would like to see a couple more leave the yard.
Outside Church for a ball. We'll get a ghost runner. Yeah, you can go.
Really good shape to that slider, but he needs to start it in the strike zone, right, to get that hitter to bite at it a bit more and then let the break take it off the plate.
Jackson Melkonian over at first running. That is called strike 3. He knew it walking back to the dugout. Frustrating on that end, but Grady Saunders continues to roll. There's 2 outs in the 8th.
A lot of pitchers, in terms of evaluating them, scouts start with their fastball command. He's shown really solid fastball command so far in his, second inning of work.
Patrick Diaz is the batter. Uncommitted from the Bronx. 6'2", 205, the third baseman. He goes to St. Raymond's High School for the boys.
When Sanders is missing, it's always to the glove side. He just falls off a tad bit to that side of the plate.
A lot of foul balls.
Yeah, he's tough to square off. A ton of total movement to his pitches. He's got 16 inches of induced vertical with 15 inches of horizontal. You add those two numbers, that's 30-plus inches of total movement. When you have that much movement, it's really, really hard to square up.
It's all about the numbers. I like it.
Maybe
I like that you explain them.
Maybe more with me than it is with, Ronsley. I kind of nerd out sometimes. I know Ronsley sometimes says I nerd out a little bit too much.
I'm sure he's happy with how you've done so far. I have no doubt. David is a human encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And so the stories are fantastic that we get to hear of players past. That's in the air foul territory. It's going to get down, though.
Now, every time I see him, he always has a new story to tell.
He's always watching. He's always listening.
Yeah.
He's the best of us.
No, most definitely. Looking for Sanders here to mix in a secondary. He's got a really good fastball, but he can flash a really good, secondary option here would be awesome.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. And that's outside for a ball. It's 3-2.
Yeah, just falling a bit off to the glove side with that slider.
No throw down. Melkonian takes second. There's going to be another runner over at first. Looks like it's Rylan Baker. Double steal. And doesn't matter because Saunders gets the strikeout. So we get to see 2 innings of Grady Saunders, who wowed.
Yes, very, very good outing from Sanders. He understood where his miss windows were, his miss consistently off the plate, and was able to self-correct himself and get him back online with his fastball plenty of times. That showed big movement profile, big movement patterns.
Well, we welcome you back. Ethan DeJesus back out on the mound for the Maroon team in the bottom of the 8th. We're playing 10 in this game. We've got 2 more games today on our airwaves all day on PGTV. We've been here all week, by the way, on Perfect Game TV. We got you covered. All the workout portions of the week are over. I'm Danny Wexelman sitting next to Joey Cohen, National Scouting Coordinator for the West regions for Arizona. He's done a great job up in the booth with us.
I've done okay, Danny. You're giving me too much credit. I appreciate it, though.
Joey, all I said was you've done a good job. I mean, at the bare minimum, you have, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. It's okay. You could take the compliment. Yeah.
I'll take it.
I know it's tough. Francisco Rivero is the batter. Out of Tucson, Arizona, uncommitted. Shortstop, 6', 190. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the catcher's glove for the first out.
Really good by Ethan there. Hopefully had realization where my fastball is going to play in the strike zone no matter where it is. Let me just throw it with my sights down the middle and let fastball movement do its thing.
Charles Messina behind the plate held on to it. Marcus Cantu is the batter.
Looks like a new pitch there. Was mixing in his slider last inning. That one was definitively a curveball. 18 inches of induced vertical drop to that one. Really good slider there. Really good slider there. Maintained plane all the way to the plate where it had that sharp, late biting action to it. Oof.
Heads up.
Sometimes you see that when you really rip through a good slider off the side of it, and then you have to go back to the fastball. Takes a little bit of an adjustment to get back to that release consistency.
Cantu fouls it away.
Cantu's another player like Ezekiel Laura. He's going to shorten up their approach with 2 strikes. He's going to put the ball in play. Speedy hitter out of the left-hander's batter's box. Well, that's a nasty 12-6 breaker there.
Another strikeout for DeJesus and 2 away.
Like that, he's showing off a different secondary there, making sure he shows all the scouts here his full arsenal.
Aiden Ruiz will step in. And he takes strike 1.
Ruiz, another player that gets up on that plate. Smaller frame, but when he gets up on that plate, it allows for some good plate coverage.
It's in the air, trailing foul on the left side. It'll be out of play.
Now I started mixing in the 12-6 breaker this inning. Let's see if he goes to it here for the strikeout.
There's the profile for Aiden Ruiz.
Tried to go for the chase whiff there, but Ruiz was able to hold back. Would be surprised if he goes back to the high fastball.
A deep fly ball into right center field, and the catch is made. That's going to be a 1-2-3 for Ethan DeJesus, and I feel like more efficient in his second inning and maybe stronger with his command of those pitches. Looked really good.
Definitely more command of his fastball there, executing it to a lot of quadrants, especially up, and then liked how he mixed in a different secondary, that hammer breaking ball that got a couple whiffs and a couple buckled takes.
Wow, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. 0 pain, 0.
That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. but my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Shooting my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco Cookers.
All right, welcome back to our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. So the man in the orange pullover, that's Darren Sutton, our executive producer, with Tanner Schofield out there getting ready to, they're getting some video, they're putting some features together. They'll be up on Perfect Game TV. Darren just doing a little stand-up, as we like to call in the business. Prime time real estate here at Chase Field. Our media team hustling, man, to bring you guys some incredible stories. The social media team has brought you inside the dugouts and along for the ride with all these great players in the class of 2026. This is Cooper Sides. He's going to take over on the mound for the Orange team. Goes to Orange Lutheran from Orange, California. And he's going to LSU, rocking the orange jersey. It's just everywhere he goes, it's all orange for Cooper Sides.
Yep. We're talking about a 6'5", 210 frame. So he checks that box. It's a really, really loose arm. It strikes. It's plus secondary stuff. There's a lot of boxes he checks. Danny.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing him. You were excited about him in the break. So we'll get a chance to see probably 2 innings, the 9th and the 10th from him. 6-1, orange over maroon. By the way, maroon's still looking for their first hit. Ironically, they've got a run. They had a ghost runner that came in to score. They don't have a hit yet, so let's see if they can do it.
Doesn't help that they're facing Sides, but I'm rooting for a couple knocks here this inning. Either way.
It's been good defense from the Orange team and exceptional pitching as well.
That fastball has some really late bursts out the hand there. Gets a whiff there right down the middle.
A pitch fouled away. It's 1-2. So some goals for Sides over the next 12 months. He said, as a pitcher, one of my biggest goals is to increase my fastball velo. I topped out at 95 this year. I'm working hard to reach 97. To do that, I plan to get stronger, add muscle, and stay consistent with my workouts and throwing program. I also want to improve my off-speed pitches. That one's up. He said, I'm focused on making my changeup and breaking ball into true plus pitches. More movement, better control, and being able to throw them in any count. Along with that, I'm working on becoming more confident on the mound, staying focused under pressure, and being a leader for my team. Breaking ball for strike 3, and there's one away.
Really sharp late action on that one. Showing above average spin at around 2,500 RPMs. Trying to be able to land it in the strike zone.
Now batting number 9, Isaiah Galson.
Isaiah Galson steps in and takes a ball outside.
Slider there at around 86. More standard shape to it, but firm.
Time is called. How about the football pants for Sides?
Why not?
Hunter Pence was here earlier this week doing some stuff with our media team. Check swing for a strike. It's 1-1. He is the godfather. Well, maybe one of the godfathers of that style.
Yeah.
At least in the modern era. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
I like Sides to go back to that slider he threw 2 pitches ago that got that chase. Looks like he has a lot of pitches here. Alain's putting down 4 or 5 different pitches.
He's only got the 5 fingers. We don't have any of the technology for these guys to communicate, so he's doing his best. Another punch out there, back to back, and there's 2 away.
Looked like Sides was right. He wanted to go to the changeup there. He threw it and got the whiff. A lot of depth to it. Kills about 7 to 8 inches off the fastball there with that fading action as well.
Dylan Cheek comes up with 2 outs.
Really like the way Sides is going about his business here. He's trying to show all the scouts here his full arsenal.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count. At the knees with some bite. It's 1-2.
Really, really doing a good job executing that changeup under the hands of these right-handed hitters.
And he paints outside for strike 3. So he strikes out the Sides. No pun intended there. Nice job by Cooper. We'll get a chance to see him come back. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's explosive fastball, flashing plus with the slider while executing it well. And then got 2 whiffs off the changeup there against right-handed hitters. Where if you're getting that right-handed hitter whiff, you know it's a plus pitch.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Welcome back into the bottom of the 9th inning. Cole McLean is going to take over on the mound for the Maroon team. Darren Sutton getting 1 more stand-up in there, by the way. It must have been a 2-take day. Steve Banta, our director, producer, tech director as well. I can't believe it took him 2 takes there, Steve. We're going to have to give him a little trouble for that. I can't believe it. You can catch all of our features, all of our stories on Perfect Game TV. The social media team as well has got you covered, up-to-date, wall-to-wall coverage right here, whether it's on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, wherever you watch your social media, you can catch all of their incredible work as well. I'm sure we're going to see a Brock McDonald piece if it hasn't already come out. I really look forward to that. Matt Ponitowski steps in. Cincinnati, Ohio native. He fouls that pitch away. Committed to Kentucky very recently. I believe it was this week. Could be wrong on that. He's going to play football and baseball. Pretty cool. Guy is an absolute athlete as he hits that one on the ground. A short, strong throw. The tag in time. Nice job over at first base by Diaz to make that play. Patrick Diaz going up and getting it. Shortstop in the 9th is Dylan Cheek.
Who said first basemen aren't athletes, Danny?
I've never said that. I know better than that.
Getting up to make the catch and then coming down quick for the tag. We have a new pitcher here, Cole McLean, on the mound.
Fires in a breaking ball. Go ahead, Joey.
A really, really good pitch there. Good fading action to it. Get to see Alain from the right side now. Has collected 3 hits from the left. Let's see if he can find one from the right. Ooh.
Drives that deep into left field, all the way back. It's going to bounce up and into the stands for a ground rule double. And you've been talking about him all game. I want to share this story. You shared it with me, and it was already covered by AZ Central. But what an incredible story about this young man. And the author of this, let me get this pulled up here properly so I can give some credit. I mean, it's unbelievable. So Richard Obert of Arizona Republic wrote this story about him, Joey, and he ended up making an incredible journey here to the United States, coming from Venezuela when he was just a kid. And he came here, he immigrated here, and I can't even imagine what it must have been like as Ezekiel Lara drives that ball into left, scoring Alain. And you know this story better than I do. It's covered in this article, but it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, the level of adversity to come here with your mom, not knowing, the language well, not knowing, United States lifestyle, coming in here to Arizona, not knowing anyone, and then, having some really good people in Arizona help take him in and, show him around, and a really good community at Squirrel High School. Comes here and, gets brought in by Cam Caminiti, who's, obviously PG All-American, first rounder for the Braves this past draft, 2024 draft, and, shows himself to the community and performs at such a high level. He becomes a starting catcher for that team that won the 4A title last year. And can't imagine how hard it is to catch Cam Caminiti, right? 95, 98 mile per hour fastball. Comes in with, not a ton of great catching, gear, and is still able to, handle that level of pitcher his first season here in the States. So, different levels of adversity for Alain that he's had to go through, that's way different than any other kid that's probably here at the PG National Showcase.
Yeah, he shared in his biography with us is that he's improved a lot when it comes to learning English. He said, learning to communicate with my friends and people that I knew. I was able to do it and learn by listening to my friends, listening to music at my school. My friends have helped me every day, but it took 4 months. They crossed through several countries, some by foot, surviving on one meal a day, to go from Venezuela to the United States. And it just, again, I can't imagine what that must have been like to have to do that. But they made it here and have settled in, as you described, Joey. So an incredible talent that he is. He's worked so hard, and we've had a chance to see him behind the plate a little bit in this game and crush it at the plate as well.
I mean, 3 hits this game, a hit yesterday, has shown off the catching ability. He's made his name known here at the PG National Showcase. He will for sure be a riser in our next release, and I bet, my chances he might be a PG All-American in a month or two. We'll see.
Alain Guadinho Gomez is his name. All right, so Cole McLean with 2 outs. Raymond Giannis is the batter.
McLean with a really, really good breaking ball there. Regrouping well after a couple barrels by the first 2 hitters. Right, resettling in, finding the strike zone. Really good pitch there right out the outside for the strike.
Called strike 3, by the way, for McLean. So Cole McLean comes in and takes care of business as we move along. We've got one more inning to go here from Chase Field in Game 2. We got 2 more games coming up on PGTV. 1 inning of work already in the books for Cole McLean, painting on the outside part of the plate. Let's go to the 10th.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
top of the 10th. We've got 2 more games today on PGTV, by the way. Joey Cohen with me. I'm Danny Wexelman. I've been with you all morning long into the afternoon here at Chase Field in Arizona. Cooper Sides struck out the side in his first inning of work. You were intrigued to see him and get a chance to watch him in that first inning. Anything else you want to see from him in the second?
He did a lot of what I wanted to see in that first inning with showing his secondary options. If he has any more secondaries, I'd like to see him obviously this inning, but continue to fill up the strike zone at a high rate and land those secondary options. Just continue to do what he did that first inning. That's all I'm looking for. Also, last opportunity for Maroon to pick up a hit here in the 10th inning. It'll be tough task on Sides, but we'll see.
Still hitless despite the run. Don't you love it? Deon Cole, the batter, he takes strike 1.
Really, really tough for hitters to game plan against Sides when you're able to land multiple secondary options on top of that fastball.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
He's executing every single pitch in this desired location right now, locating that fastball to the outside corner, landing that breaking ball. Maybe he goes to the changeup here again under the hands of the right-handed hitter like he did 2 times in that first inning.
It's tapped short on the
there
ground.
You go.
First hit for the Maroon team. Deon Cole breaks up the no-hitter. No surprise there. By the way, Deon sharing with us someone who inspires him, Eric Thomas, he said, because of all the things he speaks about, the way he speaks about, and how he gives his inspirational messages really inspires me, and they really get to me. He said all the things he talks about have a certain message that I can take out of it and learn something, and that keeps me inspired to keep striving for greatness in my life. Well, Deon Cole, you broke up the no-hitter. You got on base. I'd say those messages are working.
I'd say so, too.
Here's Aiden Roman at the knees for strike 1.
Really loving how Sides is filling up the strike zone. He knows he has really good stuff. He's daring these hitters to barrel it up. Another breaking ball landed by Sides there. When you're landing that many secondary options, that's when the mental game with the hitters, comes into play. They don't know what pitch to expect. They're trying to guess which one is going to come. It's exactly where Sides probably wants him.
He's got that fastball, too.
Yeah, I'm hyping up all these secondaries, but he does throw 95.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, to your point, exactly what you're talking about is that he also can blow it by you.
Yeah.
And he's living low, right? Not giving him a chance there. Wow. Just dropping out, and another strikeout for Sides. 4 straight. There's 1 away.
He has another well-executed slider there. Looks like he has 2 different shapes. He has a bigger slurvy breaking ball, and then he has that tight one right here, which tunnels really well, maintains that fastball plane, then that has that late diving depth to it, which makes it get the in-zone whiffs.
My mistake. 3 strikeouts. Deon Cole broke up the no-hitter. He adds 1 more. It's 4 total now. Jackson Melkonian will bat. Take strike 1.
The approach to be against Sides, you have to be aggressive early, because if you get down the count to Sides, he has you just where you want him, where he has all his secondary options at play.
And on his hands, 94.
Like you said, Danny, he was able to locate his fastball down the zone effectively, but he's also able to locate the fastball in different quadrants where hitters can't set their eyes in one particular region of the strike zone. That's the one part of the game that Sides seems to have. He's able to manipulate his pitches in every part of the strike zone.
Up and in for a ball. It's 1-2.
Looks like Sides got just a bit out of his mechanics there. Fell off a little bit off the rubber in that landing. Let's see if he can get himself realigned. Take a deep breath. And execute right here.
outside for a ball. It's 2-2.
Just off the plate there, really good pitch. That's the more slurvy breaking ball there.
Three balls and 2 strikes to count.
Well, I think that's the 5th pitch right there. I know Alain was fasting 5 fingers last inning, so that was a cutter at 86. So there's the fastball, the changeup, the slider, the curveball, and the cutter.
And it looks like Gravely is behind the plate now, trying to catch up with all those pitches.
Yep.
Shallow fly ball to left is caught. And there's 2 away.
Very, very rare to see, Danny, a pitcher with 5 pitches with field to execute all of them.
It's a special guy right here.
Very, very special. He's throwing 95 right now, Danny, but that frame holds so much more in terms of strength and athleticism to add, where I wouldn't be surprised. We'll look at him a couple months from now and he's throwing upper 90s.
Jalen Walker comes up. And he turns one inside out over the first baseman's head. Everybody is safe. And here's the thing, Jalen Walker, right, watching everybody before him, first pitch swinging. Now, I don't know if he knew he was going to get that pitch, but either way, he was ready for it and decided he was going to swing at that one.
Yeah, better to, just attack early against sides when you're, fall behind against him. That's where he's at a great advantage. So gets enough of that fastball to punch it right over the first baseman.
Tyler Kennist is over at first, and he's pretty tall. That was just out of the reach of him. 2 on, 2 down, top 10. Trip Hanna will bat. He takes strike 1. Hanna committed to Oklahoma State from Yulee, Florida. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
I'm sure Hanna was thinking, man, he got me 2 fastballs. All these other hitters attacking with the breaking stuff. Which one of his 5 pitches he's going to go to?
It's hard
here?
to know, right? Yeah, it really keeps these guys thinking, which is the whole point. On the black and fouled away.
After that foul ball, I don't think he'll go back to the fastball here. My bet is one of those late breaking sliders right off the plate.
We'll play the bottom of the 10th inning, by the way, and then take a half an hour break for our grounds crew to reset the field, and then we'll be back with game 3. It's outside for a ball. Called third strike. So there you have it. Cooper Sides coming in and showing off a lot. His arsenal super diverse, and he looks pretty happy coming off the mound.
Yeah, I mean, I think he got a whiff or a buckle take with each one of his pitches there. That one right there was the cutter. That looks like it's breaking right in the hands of that right-handed hitter, but comes back over the plate. A couple of these whiffs you see on the screen, and the buckle take right there, right on the inside corner.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Purple team getting ready, getting set. They're playing the red team after this. A half an hour after this game ends, we'll be back on Perfect Game TV. The number 1 player in the class of 2026, Grady Emerson, number 7 on the purple team, somewhere mixed in there, will be a part of this one. We look forward to it. We'll be back here on PG TV. We got you covered. Do not worry. Do not fret. Cole McLean back out on the mound, and he throws strike 1 to John Dolan. Where are you going to be for game 3? Are you going to be here?
I don't think so. I think I'll be back down with Jared and Vinny and the boys.
Back down with the boys behind home. You can see the guys behind home plate right now, the PG crew. They get the prime real estate right behind home. And then just past them, in the seats above, are all the scouts and family members here. 0-2 bouncing in for a ball.
Also a new... not newish. I'm sure there's been college coaches that have showed up in years past, but a lot more college coaches here in the last 2 years. I think that's a product of the new environment, the transfer portal, and all those new elements that want these colleges to know everyone.
That's a great point.
Where who knows, obviously 90% of these kids are committed somewhere, but who knows if they'll be in the portal after a year at their first place, right? So they want a track record of evaluation for all these kids. Now.
You never know. It is exactly why these guys are out here, because they are not familiar with every single guy who comes through as Winston Pennant steps in. And they want to have something on them, right? Just in case a few years down the road they see them and their name is in the transfer portal.
And you brought it up, too, with how much college conferences have become way more traveling's in place now with so many of these conferences where, a lot of these kids can be coming across these kids again in the future relatively quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, I think about the kids who are committing to Stanford and Cal, those 2 teams joining the ACC. I saw them in their grueling travel schedules this year. Dave Esker and Mike New talking about when those teams have to leave, but you're also playing in the ACC. There's more TV time. There's more media for that. The competition is incredible. The talent's off the charts. It's kind of a guessing game right now of what will happen in the next 5 years with conference realignments and a lot of different things changing. But I do think that it can play to your advantage depending upon what you want to get out of college.
For sure. And definitely an advantage from a recruiting standpoint. I think PG has, elevated that recruitment standpoint to a next level with our tournaments, with our national tournaments, where you have kids from all over the place going to one location, whether that's here in Arizona, which, me and my, other worker out here, other scout, Tyler Henninger, we see a lot of the West region, teams and players come here to play. And we have our major big tournaments in Georgia, where we have players all across the country come out there to Atlanta and play tournaments. So you have these schools that are coming out here that are seeing everyone from across the country, and that opens up the recruitment from a national perspective.
Very well said. Cole McLean with back-to-back strikeouts, 2 away in the bottom of the 10th. Logan Weidman steps up. Big breaking ball in. That misses for a ball.
Cole's really settled in this inning, mixing in a couple of different pitches, a changeup, a really effective breaking ball with some good spin. And the fastball's playing well in the strike zone as well. Got a bit of running action to it right there. 15 inches of induced horizontal break there, getting off the barrel of Weidman.
Inside for a strike, it's 1-2.
Really good slider there. Starts off the plate to the outside and comes right back in the strike zone for the taken strike. I think he's going to go back to a secondary. Nope, looks like he's going high fastball. Let's see it.
Spikes that one down. You had mentioned the transition sometimes from those off-speed or breaking pitches back to the fastball sometimes brings in that spike
Yeah. Sometimes you supinate or pronate so hard on a secondary option, then you have to go back to a fastball and just stay behind it a bit better. And sometimes you lose that release cue a little bit.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Weidman. He drives that into center field, and this should be it. It is it. So that's going to end our second game today. 2 in the books, 2 more to go here on Perfect Game TV. Joey Cohen, some final thoughts from this game we saw today.
Really, really, really high-level pitching, especially from the Orange team. Started with Wes Peterson. Then you had Andrew Wong from the Maroon team come and punch out 5. But really, really high-level stuff and high-level pitchability. That's what you like to see. Obviously, a lot of these guys are known for their high-level stuff, but be able to command the strike zone and execute their pitches in the desired regions. That's what really stood out this game.
Yeah, it was really great competition. We got 2 more games. Grady Emerson, the #1 player in the class of 2026, coming up with the purple team playing the red team. We'll be back in half an hour here on PGTV for our entire crew. Our producer, director, Steve Banta, our analyst, Joey Cohen. I'm Danny Wexelman, and we'll see you here in a little bit back at Chase Field.
With the first pick, he's the #1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be #1. You're going to have your #1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be #1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go onto the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette are probably your main kind of candidates for this #1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock #1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the #1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented focus hitter, similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins School glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're #1 and you're #1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. You don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but He's always walked at a consistently high clip in power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially a number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo is a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably illicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willits, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willits, excuse me. Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft, but there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willits.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Game's national showcase at Chase Field, most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect Game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. As a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who's another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the Perfect Game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number one or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward, with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves in short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely the 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder, the year before, has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, is very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop, what a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope a successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year, and doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U, National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, here at Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick. Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get in their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostingers guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long-term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game All-American. He was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout, the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much of it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick. Because he's tied to travel ball so much now, I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now a travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jay Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew's coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Game 2025 Mock Draft.
Welcome to our third game of the day here on day 4 of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. This is the first competition for teams 9 and 10, the purple team and the red team today here at Chase. With Vinny Servito, Mike Farron with you. You see the rest of our schedule. One more game later tonight, royal blue and white. And as we always say, you can throw out the records when royal blue and white get together, Vinny. Let's take a look at the roster here for these teams. And here's a look at the purple team. A name that stands out to you, I would assume Grady Emerson, who missed yesterday but got here today and went through both an infield and a batting practice workout.
Yeah, also ran the 60. Had some difficulties getting in terms of flights and everything, but we're glad to have him here. He's the #1 ranked player in the class, and we're excited to see him play.
Carson Bowman will make the start for the purple team that you see there, the 21st ranked player on the list. And for the red team, you get a look at the starter today. Chase Kiker is on the mound, the 6'1", 195-pound right-hander from Indian Trail, North Carolina. And Kiker, one of the top right-handed pitchers in this 2026 class, Vinny.
Yeah, legit two-way prospect. He was over here last year at Chase Field in the All-Star game. He'll run it up probably to right around mid-90s as a big carrying fastball, also serious right-handed power at the plate.
We got a chance to see him take BP yesterday and go through the outfield drills as well, and we are just about set to go on this warm summer afternoon here in Phoenix, but it is pleasant indoors with the air conditioning going as Miller Sheets will lead things off for the purple squad. The Baylor commit, last year's Mr. Baseball in Louisiana, leads things off. Kiker ready. And the first pitch of the ball game to Sheets is cut on and missed. Hey, what a changeup on the first pitch, 0-1.
Yeah, that'll keep you off balance there. First pitch of the game.
Don't see a whole lot of first pitch changeups in this atmosphere. That's a breaking ball low. The count 1-1. You mentioned Kiker will run it into the mid-90s at times. You've got a lot of history with so many of these players. What is it that stands out to you about him?
To be completely honest with you, I think what stands out is the fact that he's been doing both for so long. You're talking about a guy who hits 3-hole for the dirt bags and comes into pitches whenever they need him to pitch. So a lot of a taxing workload, so to speak, but he handles it really well.
Miller Sheets lines it back through the middle and a leadoff single with a big hard turn at first. For Sheets, it's a leadoff man aboard, and here is Grady Emerson in our first look in competition. Let's take a look at Sheets' swing.
Well, yeah, he showed some really big power during BP, and obviously sits on that fastball there and just smashes it at the center.
Grady Emerson is the hitter, the #1 prospect in this class from Argyle, Texas, committed to Texas. And he chops the first pitch off the glove of the first baseman. Nice play behind him, but thrown away. Yeah, good job to back up by the catcher. The second baseman is Spencer Browning, and the catcher, Will Holden. That's a heads-up play by Holden.
Yeah, backed it up there really nicely, but Grady's obviously got speed, too. Probably beats that out even if the throw is on time, but yeah, Holden right there to get the ball and keep everybody at bay.
So back-to-back singles to start the first for the purple squad. And first pitch is a strike to Blake Bowen. Bowen will get the start in left field. See a top 50 product from Oregon State. Showed good speed yesterday and some power as well.
Yeah, Bowen was the MVP of the UBC for the Canes national team down in West Palm Beach. He's got some unreal combination of power and speed. You're talking, I think he maxed out at 115 off the bat during his BP round yesterday.
Yeah, so that was really the hardest hit ball we've had here. That's got to be one of the hardest hit balls we've ever had at PG National.
Oh, yeah.
He just looks the part. The pitch
Bowen takes high. 2-1. The right-handed hitting Bowen, listed at 6'3", 215 pounds.
Would not want to pick a fight with him.
2-1. Upstairs in the count, 3-1. And he's in the driver's seat here. And if the pitcher walks a batter, there's a courtesy runner that's put in. The ball count resets. The strikes stay the same, but it's all fastballs from that point. Geiger in a little bit of trouble here in the first. 3-1. And the pitch. Lined into right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. It'll split the gap and go all the way to the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Emerson streaking around third. Bowen chugging for third with a stand-up triple, and it's 2-0 Purple.
A really impressive swing there, too. Gets a 3-1 breaking ball, but it just doesn't matter. The thing about some of these fastball only count rules is that guys, Blake Bowen might have been able to kind of piece together, hey, he's going to throw me a break ball here. But he stayed on it, crushed it to right center.
Well over 100 miles an hour on the exit velocity as well. It was an impressive bolt. And here's A.J. Curry. Curry had an impressive BP yesterday as well, the top-rated first baseman in this class. Swinging at the first pitch, he'll dump it into center field for a base hit, and it's a 3-0 lead.
I was going to talk about how Curry's hit tool gathers a lot of fans of his offensive profile, the no batting gloves, old school kind of style, and he took the words out of my mouth.
Boy, Lloyd Thompson over there looks like he's having a yard sale. He's got so much equipment on him now. Coaching at first, here's Andrew Costello, the Wake Forest commit, Pennsylvania native. Was one of the more impressive defensive catchers yesterday in the throwing drills.
Yeah, can really catch and throw. You're talking about a power-hitting, offensive-minded catcher, excuse me. Costello, another guy who plays for that Canes national team.
One of the top 2 catchers in the class. You know off the top of your head who is number 1 ahead of him on the catchers list?
I actually do not off the top of my head.
Always curious as to when somebody is number 2, who's number 1. There was a really good group of catchers yesterday. The throwing was very, very strong. Guys that were not trying to generate extra speed by getting out of their crouches early. There's a strike.
Jaworski Lane is our number 1 catcher in the
okay,
rankings.
yeah.
Yes, he was here on day 1 or day 2, I believe.
He was supposed to be on one of these later teams and then came in early, I believe. Jaworski Lane Jr. The 1-1. Fouled away. And it's 1-2 to Costello. Plays for Canes National. Getting ready to head to Wake Forest. Still nobody out in the top of the first. 3-0. The purple team leads. And a ball high. It's 2-2. The pitch, that one to the screen, and the count goes full. It's the 5th hitter that Geiger will face in the inning. Still roll at 5?
Yes.
So this will be the last batter of the inning. Now, granted, if he issues a walk, there'll be a courtesy runner. Costello will get to finish the at-bat. 3-2 the count.
CJ Weinstein just getting a nice view of the field there from the on-deck circle. Even though he won't bat.
The 3-2. Outside, ball 4, and a courtesy runner will be set to first. Theoretically. A count will reset to 0-2. I guess with 2 outs, they'll let it slide. It's the 5th batter of the inning. Upstairs again, 1-2. So it's all fastballs now for Costello. And that's really good. We get a chance to see what a hitter can do, right? That's one of the reasons why you go to it.
Yeah, we don't want somebody to come here, the at-bats with the size of these teams are so precious that we don't want somebody to come here and just, walk 3 or 4 times and not get a chance to show what they can do with the bat.
Low bridged again, 2-2. Costello taking a little extra time before he digs back in. The pitch on its way. 3-2. Tigers had better command of his secondaries than he has the fastball to this point. And ball 4 again. And so the count will reset to 0-2, so missed on 4 straight heaters.
Yeah, and Kiker's got that big carrying fastball, and so you saw all of his misses there. That last 4 have been up and out of the zone, so sometimes that ball's just taken off a little bit on him.
And he throws that one by Costello for strike 3, and the inning is over. But the purple team gets 3 in the top of the first to the bottom of the first. 3-0 purple.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off. For the red team as they get ready to hit. Some really good prospect. Uriel Palazzo yesterday was one of the standouts at the top. Tyler Spangler, power hitter from California. Number 18, 5th ranked prospect. Let's see. Will Grable there as well. Another guy to keep an eye on. We were talking during the inning break. Carson Pullman, Vinny, is a guy that you are a big fan of.
Yeah, he's got 4 pitches. He absolutely pounds the strike zone the majority of the time. You're talking about a fastball, slider, changeup, curveball type of arsenal here. He'll probably mostly sit in the low 90s. He'll grab higher kind of when he needs to, but cruises at that 91, 92, 93 altitude.
The Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of South Carolina. And he will face the speedy Spencer Browning to start things off. The first pitch, foul back. Tardy on that fastball at 92. It's 0-1. Boy, it's a little bit of a higher release, but it looks like, at least from the data, that he gets pretty good carry on it, too.
Yeah, and it's deceptive. He really hides it well.
Lands the breaking ball for a strike, 0-2. Yeah, normally when we talk about that induced vertical break or that high carry, it's usually from a guy with a lower arm slot, but this should hold its plane pretty well. Swing and a miss. Boy, that was nasty. Really good breaking ball in the low 80s for out number 1.
Yeah, Spencer Browning just didn't have a chance on that back foot slider. 2,500 on the spin rate. You see kind of that bold spin out of the hand. Just a really, really good 2-strike pitch.
Well, this will be a fun matchup against Tyler Spangler. We were just talking about him, the left-handed hitter from California, one of the top 5 players in this class. power and speed, and from what his high school coaches say, incredible makeup.
Yeah, De La Salle, really, really good program there in that NorCal area. Even during BP, the way he kind of carries himself, he just looks like a big leaguer.
The 0-1. It's another breaking ball for a strike, 0-2, and Spangler's looking around like, seriously? 5 pitches, 5 strikes so far for Boloman. The pitch just off the plate. His first miss at 93. It's 1-2. Spangler swings and misses, back-to-back strikeouts. 2 up, 2 down. 2 different breaking balls for Boloman there. That was the slider, I think, right?
Yeah, low 80 slider and then an upper 70s curveball. Curveball, I think, gets a little more sweeping action, but you can see the pitchability on full display here too, Mike. 2 fastballs and 7 pitches so far. Really comfort with the breaking ball and dropping it in.
Michael Teasley is committed to Tennessee. The Oak Ridge, Tennessee native takes a strike. It's 0-1. At 94, the best fastball we've seen. He lays off the breaking ball. It was a good take. Well, he can really spin it, can't he? I mean, the hitters are having to flinch on every breaking ball.
Yeah, it's not only the spin and the shape and stuff too, but it's where Boloman can locate it too. That's really, really impressive. Whether it's back foot, dropping it in for a strike, he kind of knows how he wants to attack with them.
2-1 the count. And it's 2-2. And we'll run the count full here with 2 outs and nobody on in the last of the first. The red team batting down 3-0. Teasley waits and takes strike 3 on the inside corner. A slower breaking ball, and Boloman strikes out the side in a very impressive first inning.
Yeah, it's stuff we've seen from Boloman throughout his whole career, and now he finally gets to do it here at Chase Field on the national level stage. The field of spin, the strikes, the stuff, the projection. Really, really good prospect.
To the second, 3-0 Purple.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Chase Cocker to his second inning of work, trailing 3-0. C.J. Weinstein will lead things off for the purple team against Kiker, who gave up 4 hits in the top of the first. And gets a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. He has had good command of that curveball so far and shown a good changeup as well. A lot of pitching backwards.
Oh, yeah, the secondary stuff's been pretty good, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Even though he struggled with the fastball command a little bit to end the last inning, he's been dropping that breaking ball and glove side pretty consistently.
I wonder if he goes to the fastball here, 0-2. He goes to the changeup, misses away. You talked about the carry on his fastball. We were just talking about it on the last half inning with Boloman, but it's a little different with Kiker, a little lower arm slot. Go to the change. Oh, it goes to the curveball again. Excuse me, it's 2-2.
Yeah, Kiker's kind of more traditional, what you were talking about, that low launch kind of uphill with carry versus Boloman's from a higher slot. But
2-2. There's the fastball, foul back. And a lot of the plate that time. 92 is just under 92. Probably his best one that we've seen today. Two again. Called strike 3. And the leadoff man gone in the purple second.
Just a really well-placed changeup there, Mike. We talked a little bit about the breaking ball and the changeup. The off-speed pitch stuff is a little bit advanced there for Chase, and he drops that in arm side perfectly.
One out for Christian Serrano. Younger brother of Eli Serrano III, the former PG All-American and North Carolina State standout. From Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. It's behind 0-2. So Kiker, after struggling in the top of the first, now working with better pace and tempo. On the ground to short, backhanded there, and a high throw to first, but in time. By Bryant James for out number 2. No, excuse me, that is not Bryant James. Clearly it is not.
Now batting number 12, Griffin Miller.
2 outs.
Yeah, there's a real textbook backhand play there.
Excuse me, yeah.
From Tyler Spangler, we talked about a little bit last half inning.
He does not look like Bryant James. Griffin Miller, the hitter. From Jupiter, Florida. Takes upstairs. Want to know, we were talking about Miller yesterday. His goal is to be a scratch golfer.
Wow.
It's not a bad goal to have. I always try to figure out, do you want to be the guy that plays with a scratch golfer because you know you're going to get shot? You're going to get a couple aside? Or do you not want to play with a guy who's so much better than everybody else? What a do. And Kiker will step off. And now Miller will take time as a little cat and mouse game between the two. And we are ready to go. The pitch. Called strike 3 of the breaking ball, and the inning is over. A much better second inning for Chase Kiker as he strikes out 2. We go to the bottom of the second. Purple leading red 3-0. It's the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Of the second inning. Bullbot back to work. Striking out the side in the first. You promised a lot of strikes from him, and we got them from the left-hander.
Leading off on the red team, number 14, Brock Grant.
Leadoff man Brock Rain, the third baseman to start the game. Brock Rain on the first pitch, chopped to third. And throw across by the third baseman Dawson Hinson for out number 1. Jay Curry at first. Curry, a very good defender at first. It looks like watching him yesterday was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he really moves around the bag well, and he has a lot of understanding for the position. A guy that I think other infielders like throwing to, that big target, you know?
One out for Bryant James. Committed to Duke. He was a standout in both the defensive and the running portion yesterday. Behind 0-1. Bishop O'Connell and Suburban DC's behind 0-2.
Yeah, James is a real athlete. Really good tools throughout. Plays shortstop well. Bat speed stands out.
And he's down on 3 pitches. Bulleman with 4 strikeouts. He set down all 5 that he faced. A couple of high fastballs and has James talking to himself. 2 outs.
Now batting number 12, Lorenzo Laurel.
See James there. Frustrated. Lorenzo Laurel's a Florida commit. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. Laurel, a top 100 prospect, one of the top 20 outfielders. Behind in the count 0-2.
Yeah, second change of Bulleman's thrown there. Just gets Laurel out in front, and now he's in a bad place to be.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew 94 by him. And what a performance from Bulleman today. 5 strikeouts in 2 perfect innings in his stint on the mound. And a big smile from the lefty as his day is done at Perfect Game National.
Everything working for Bulleman today. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Kind of wherever he wanted. 92, 94 the whole way. Just an elite pitching prospect.
Third inning of 10 today, 3-0 Purple, the new pitcher for the red team. Carson Moser, 6'7" uncommitted right-hander from Greenfield, New York.
Yeah, 6'7" and a super young prospect, a guy who only just turned 17 years old. He'll run the fastball. He's been up to 94 this spring at PG events, probably sit in the low 90s. Really controls his body well for a guy that's 6'7".
He missed about 7 weeks of the regular season. He goes to Saratoga Central Catholic. That's the high school that produced over number 4 overall draft pick Tim Stauffer.
There you go. The big pull.
Never know how deep we'll get into the bag of tricks on day 4. Not as deep as we have to on day 5, but that's Danny's problem.
Leading off for the purple team, number 18, Jordan Wasikowski.
Jordan Wasikowski will be the leadoff man here. Left-handed hitting outfielder from El Dorado Hills, California. First pitch, outside a ball, 1-0. Wasikowski out of Jesuit High School. Takes low. The count 2-0 for Moser. Lanky righty set. Foul back right to our right and into our production room. Everybody's okay, I think. There's a couple of sighs of relief in there.
Couple laptops seem okay.
Blink twice if you're all right. 2-1. Down low, it's 3-1. The good news is I could tell right away that was going to be a lot closer to you than me, so I was going to let you make the play. Either way.
I was dodging foul balls yesterday too. Mojo was yelling at me on the field. We needed those balls back. So
3-1's a strike and the count full. Zukowski, the leadoff man. With these games being 10 innings, everybody should get about 2 plate appearances. Some might get a third. As well as Zukowski down on strikes and the leadoff man gone in the purple third.
Yeah, Moser keeping it simple here. Stretch only mechanics. A good way to kind of help that repeatability for a 6'7" pitcher, but really living on the arm side there. 90-93 with the fastball. Pretty good control there to the arm side, and also mixed in a changeup during the at-bat.
Brady Murrieta hits. And trying to make sure that Moser makes eye contact with the hitter. There is no pitch timer here, but those are some nice courtesy rules to have. First pitch to the Texas commit. Bounced in front of the plate, 1-0. Murrieta out of Orange Lutheran. He played for the U.S. national team last summer, the 18U squad. And you got to look at our catcher now, Diego Edwin Rivera behind the plate. Backhand stop, 2-0. It's interesting to me that we've seen more catchers adopt the one-knee style now at the amateur level. I mean, every major league catcher is doing it.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that, as the data continues to come out, the data continues to show that it's helping improve. It's helping guys defend. Pitchers like throw into it. Kind of when that kind of new revolution takes over, it kind of permeates throughout all levels. Obviously, you see it at the college level, too.
Yeah, there's really no difference in the wild pitch or pass ball rate as a result of it. And there were a couple other things. We were talking about this the other day. It was a 3-0. It takes inside, and you get a courtesy runner with 1 out. But 1, it really gives guys a better base. 2, it improves wear and tear, which could be huge, especially if we have a good offensive catcher.
100%.
Receive. And this was interesting to me. Jerry Weinstein, the great catching coordinator, is now with the Cubs, was the Rockies for years, former head coach at Sacramento City College. First pitch outside corner is strike, 0-1. Said that there is some early data that shows that it's helped to reduce concussions. Just the catcher's head is a little bit lower.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's super
I thought that was interesting. Now with a man on, Rivera going from a more traditional stance as he takes low, 1-1. I think that's the way most old school people would like to look at the catcher position, right? You can do a more athletic stance, but there really isn't any data to show that it's more effective in that. 1-1. Up and in, 2-1. Murrieta not really getting much of a chance to swing as of yet.
Murrieta's always been pretty advanced when it comes to plate discipline, laying off balls. He typically swings and strikes. So he's not going to get fooled here.
And he rips that one fair past a backhanding third baseman and down the left field line. Courtesy runner on their way to third. Murrieta with a double with 1 out here in the third.
Takes advantage of the fastball only count, just hammers a ground ball down the line. Diving third baseman can't quite get to it, and Murrieta's going to end up on second base because of it.
So 2 more in scoring position with the purple team already leading 3-0 for Dawson Hinson. Hinson got the start at third base. So that was 91 miles an hour off the bat. We use exit velocity a lot more now. Obviously, we're dealing with guys that are going to be seniors in high school who are using wood bats. That one poked down the right field line, slicing, and it will fall just foul. 0-1. So what kind of exit velocities are you looking for that you can project off of?
So it's like you said, these guys are all using wood. They're all 17, 18 years old. A lot of these guys are going to look drastically different from a physical perspective over the next couple of years, but it's a pretty good gauge of like the bat speed, ability. Typically the triple digits are going to stand out, right? Not everybody's capable of hitting for triple digits at this age, but especially if they can show it a couple of times, to where as these guys get bigger and stronger and able to kind of maintain that strength, they're able to do it a lot more consistency. And a lot of these guys, even most of these guys end up going to college next year, next 3 years, and they're right back in the draft cycle again. So it's all kind of paints a history before you get to the big leagues.
Ripped in a nice catch at third base. Excellent play by the third baseman, David Carrion. Wow, that ball was roasted at 103 miles an hour for out number 2. Wow.
Well, they call it the hot corner for a reason, and Mr. Carrion there throws the hands up and comes down with a 103-mile-an-hour liner. Pretty impressive athleticism and instincts there.
Job by Serrano to get back, too. First pitch outside to Deacon Nelson from Twinsburg, Ohio. He is committed to Auburn, flipped his commitment after the coaching change at Virginia. Inside, count 1-1. So, all right, so that was 103 miles an hour. That gets your attention. That's going to get marked, right? But I would say that like a 91, that's just a little bit higher than the major league average. And for a guy who is a rising senior, that's pretty impressive, right? Anything that's in the high 80s, low 90s, that's kind of worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, 100. The line that we kind of, I guess the line of demarcation that we have behind the plate, basically our scouting staff, is anything 87, 88 or better is typically something that we're going to take note of.
Yeah, the hard hit rate in the major leagues is 95 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think that if you're going to get really deep into the data, that launch angle between 10 and 25 degrees is what you're looking for, right? There's a strike and the count is full.
Yeah, that's that like line drive to well-struck fly ball happy range that you hit that at X amount of exit velocity, typically gets out X amount of percent of the time, or the expected batting average is, 700 or whatever it might be.
3-2, crush to right field. That's going to be extra bases. 2 runs will score on the automatic double from Deacon Nelson as he hooks one into the corner at 101 off the bat. A lot of hard contact at a 5-0 lead for the Purple squad.
Just goes down and gets this one, too. Really leverages the front side there to whip that barrel around and crush that ball 101 off the bat. Really good swing.
And that will roll the inning as the 5th hitter bats. The Purple team has their hitting shoes on today. They lead 5-0 of a new pitcher coming in here in the bottom of the 3rd. It's day 4 of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. 0 pain, 0. That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Shooting my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Party's happening here as Alex Hoffman takes the mound for the Purple Squad with a 5-0 lead here at the bottom of the third inning. 2 innings from the right-hander. Out of Charlotte Catholic, the Virginia Tech commit. And you can see one of the top 10 right-handed pitchers in this class. There's a lot of talent that we're going to see between these two games today.
Yeah, Hoffman is a super exciting one. He's a super low mileage arm. Was a primary catcher up until this summer, so not a ton of innings under his belt, but he's a low launch righty with a big carry fastball. Kind of has that really compact short tape back and mixes in a big sweeper too. He should be up to around 94 or so.
Javed Carrion leads things off. He made that nice catch on the leap and grab of the hot shot line drive. And the top of the third, and he swings and misses the first pitch. 0-1.
He might still be buzzing from that line drive a little bit. A little out in front of 93 is pretty hard to do.
Switch hitter. Tried to hold up, went around. You were at the Puerto Rican showcase that he showed at. What were some of the things that stood out to you about him?
Well, I think the switch hit ability, something I was going to bring up during batting practice yesterday, 100-plus exit velos from both sides of the plate. Like, that's pretty, usually lefty-righty, you see a dominant side, but he can hit for power from both sides.
Check swing, take strike 3 for out number 1. That was really impressive. All right, normally, you're right. Like, even in the big leagues, you see guys with one swing that's better than the others. His were both good from either side.
Yeah, 6'3" infielder too, so real easy. Obviously, has the instincts to play third base. Real easy to dream on that power upside.
Brody Schumacher hits, the TCU commit, son of former National League Manager of the Year Skip Schumacher. I like that we lead with that now instead of former Santa Barbara standout and big leaguer. Brody's not going to play for the Chos. He's going to join that West Coast-centric staff that they have at TCU.
Yeah, Kirk Sarlos and company love their Cali guys.
That's, Bill Mosiello, their hitting coach, the great Bill Mosiello, love Mo, is just salivating at having a guy who plays West Coast ball coming in. It's like, hey, boy, his dad grew up in the Big West. Like, he's going to know exactly how to execute the offense.
Oh, Brody was at our junior national last year, and he is that kind of profile to a T. Handles the barrel, lots of contact, makes all the plays, steals bags. He's a fun player.
2-1. 2-2.
You see Hoffman too, can almost kind of tell he used to catch based on the arm action there.
A little shorter.
And it's really deceptive. Neither Brody nor Javeth are really seeing that out of the hand, and it gets on you quick at 92, 94.
Outside, and the count is full. He is wearing a glove that says 100 or die. Not quite there yet, but there certainly is some physical projection left, too. Here's the 3-2. Ripped into right field, a base hit, and the first hit of the game for the red team.
Just a 3-2 count there that, Brody sees fastball and turns and let the hands work. 94 off the bat, a good hard line drive to the pull side.
So 1 out base runner for Logan D'Amico. Wake Forest commit. See if Schumacher is running here. Not going. Swing and a miss. A breaking ball gets away. And that will let Schumacher get to second.
Yeah, didn't need to show it, but Schumacher did run a 6.4 in the 60 yesterday. Obviously has the speed. Kind of like I mentioned, can be really disruptive out there on the bases. Not only by stealing bags, but keeping pressure on the pitcher.
Get the lead from second. Big dance and a huge jump, and that one for D'Amico is lined to left, and it'll get down and get to the fence. Schumacher will walk home on the double from Logan D'Amico, and Reds on the board, trailing 5-1.
Yeah, I was going to talk, Mike, about D'Amico's round. Really, really impressive. I thought just the ability to kind of create that leverage and power out in front. See, plants the front side and just lets the hands work. 102 off the bat and just burns the left fielder there. Really, really interesting power potential from Logan.
Griffin Miller was playing closer to the line and couldn't get a good read on it. And I'll bring up the Texas Tech commit Tayton Reeves from Menifee, California. First pitch, and that one gets away again. Brooks Zumwalt, the catcher, has had a couple that have gotten loose from him. He's a big kid trying to get down low.
Yeah, Zumwalt obviously a catcher by trade. Played a lot of first base this summer as well, but like you mentioned, kind of that 6'4" frames makes it a little tougher back there at times.
Son of Alex Zumwalt, the director of hitting for the Royals. That one outside, 2-0.
Also has a younger brother, Keelan, 2028 graduate. Another high-end nationally ranked player.
The 2-0 to Reeves. And he fouls it back. He had a pitch to hit there and was just a little late on it. Just could not quite square it up. I think that's that deception from Hoffman. It's not like there's the data on the pitch is crazy, but you're right. It's like if you can really watch here, that short arm action on the back has to make it tough for hitters. See him pull it back. Strike with a breaking ball. A good tight one there, 2-2.
Yeah, Hoffman's got a lot of comfort with the sweeper. 80 miles an hour there, 17, 18 inches of horizontal action and pretty flat too. So lots of horizontal, just moves right off the bat, but obviously lands it for a strike.
See if he goes back to it again. He did. And a grounder to short will get a run home. Reeves retired as he's racing down the line, and it's a 5-2 game. D'Amico scores. Well, the red team cashing in a couple of runners from third base with less than 2 outs.
Well, Mike, we like to see the offense. You know, last game we had here did not get a hit until the 10th inning for one of our teams, so like to see guys hit balls hard, like to see defenders make plays and pitchers throw strikes.
Will Holden, top 200 player, committed to Wake Forest, takes a ball outside, 1-0. West Forsyth High School in North Carolina.
Holden took a super interesting round. He's got like a very unusual setup. He's got kind of that Giancarlo Stanton kind of closed off, a little almost coiled start, and really, really uncoils explosively. So hit a ball or two into the stands, I think, during his round. Definitely has that that power potential.
Yeah, some ball there with the backswing, it looked like. 1-1 the count. One and two. Well, that's a good little breaking ball that he can flip in there for a strike. Shouldn't say it's little. I mean, it moves the width of the plate, but it's tight. Time is called. So Hoffman trying to get on the same page. And the 1-2. Swinging a tapper to third. Gloved on the run and a throw high to first. Not in time by Sheets. And Holden reaches, or do they call it a foul ball?
They might have said it hit off
foul ball. I think they called it a foul ball. It looked to me like Sheets had fielded it in fair ground, but get another look here. Yeah, maybe it would cross the line. Good call. 1-2 again. Soft fly ball into right, coming on and making a sliding catch on his knees is the right fielder to retire the side. Kozakowski making the catch. The red team scores a pair to the fourth, 5-2 purple.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Plenty of scouts here today to see the action on day 4 of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Their bosses are lining up the draft boards for Sunday's first-year player draft. 2025's getting ready to go as Moser back out for his second inning of work. Rounds 1 through 3 now on first day of the draft, and then 4 through 20 beyond that.
Leading off for the purple team, number 15, Kyle Pena.
Kyle Pena will lead things off, uncommitted shortstop. You got a nice little trip to Puerto Rico to see the showcase there. Number of Puerto Rican-born players this year in the National Showcase. Must have been an impressive group.
Yeah, and Pena was definitely one of the top standouts of that group. A really athletic defender. Can run too, handles his bat.
See how quick his hands are as he serves that one to center field. A routine play there for out number 1.
First pitch out, probably doing a little bit to help Moser kind of ease the nerves a little bit. Had a little bit long inning there in terms of pitch count, but one pitch, he's out of it. On to the next guy.
Alex Zumwalt will hit. Committed to Pitt, listed at 6'6", 180 pounds. He swings and misses. It's 0-1.
Yeah, good change up there. 86, 18 inches of fading action.
Just missed with that one. That was a pretty well-located pitch, too.
Yeah, the fastball changeup's pretty good for Moser. Good combination there. Slider's not really been used too much, but changeup's been very good.
Foul back. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Zumwalt. From Lee's Summit, Missouri. Swing and a miss. Backdoored him a little bit with that little cutter slider. 2 outs. It's almost like a cutter with a lack of movement on it.
Yeah, just a short little bullet breaking ball there. like I mentioned, hadn't really had to use it much. Been mostly fastball changeup, but that was really, really well located.
Back to the top with Miller Sheets, who singled and scored to start the game. It's 5-2 Purple Team in the fourth. And we played 10 innings in these showcase games. Swings and misses the first pitch changeup. It's 0-1. And a chopper foul. And again, that spinner, it's 0-2. Really does have cutter movement to it, doesn't it? It just doesn't, just enough to keep it off the barrel. Sheets back through the middle, and James behind the bag at second has trouble getting it out of his glove. It'll be an infield single. Nice range from James to get to that one.
Yeah, really good first step up there, up the middle. Obviously has the arm strength to be able to make that throw, but like you would mention, just had a little bit of trouble. If he gets that out cleanly, he probably gets the runner.
2-out base runner for Grady Emerson, who had an infield base hit his first trip. This is the #1 player in the class. Took a very professional BP earlier today. He had some flight issues yesterday and takes a strike. Started the last two hitters. The changeups went to that cutter slider there. 0-1. 1-1. Kind of mixing up his secondaries in that spot. 28 all-tournament team selections. That was a really nasty pitch. 1-2. A lot of late movement there.
Super well located.
Yeah. I wonder if he goes back to the changeup or does he go to the fastball here? Yep, he's going back. Oh, he's going to go back to the cutter, it looks like. That was the change. Popped up. Shallow left, coming in to make the catch is the left fielder, Logan D'Amico, and the inning is over. Nice job by Moser here in the fourth through 3.5. 5-2 Purple. Arms are pretty good, right? Bottom four, 5-2 Purple. Alex Hoffman's second inning of work. Big right-hander will face Matthew Lugo to lead things off. Excuse me, Sebastian Lugo. I should say Sebastian. Matthew's his brother. Outfielder for the Angels. It'll be Lugo, Collazo, and Harrison. A couple guys with bloodlines due in this inning. See Sebastian Lugo. First pitch. Takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Lugo going with the rec specs today.
We've seen a couple guys rocking that. I think Miles Young last game was rocking the rec specs too.
Old school.
Maybe making a comeback.
Just as long as the fighting Nicholas doesn't come back, I think we'll be fine. Please, no more fighting. Oh, that was such a of its time and place.
What were the little bands?
Oh, gosh, I can't remember. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Zumwalt. They say a foul ball. It's a late call. It looked like he had called a strike, but give Lugo another one here. Gosh, what were the name of those bands? Now I got to think of it. Swing and a miss. That time, Lugo's down on strikes. Zumwalt fires first for out number 1. And here's Collazo. He had a nice day yesterday, too. Really impressive. Throwing in both the outfield and the infield, was the top runner of the day, and then put together a really solid BP.
Yeah, really impressed in all facets yesterday, obviously. The athleticism is paramount. The outfield throws were all really impressive, and like you said, the BP stood out, especially being the first guy, which is always kind of a lot of pressure on your shoulders, right? And no pressure for him.
Was a junior national last year. I thought his actions on the infield were pretty good, though, too. Yesterday played a little short, and it was not bad. Definitely has that top of the lineup look to him. 2-1. He's 5'11" and standing next to the 6'6" Zumwalt. He looks a lot smaller. Zumwalt's at his crouch at the top of his head is at his shoulders. 2-1. 3-1.
This is the chess game, right? The 3-1 count. Because you know that if he walks, you get fastballs only. So you think, oh, he's probably going to throw me a breaking ball here.
And he gets jammed with it. Slow roller to first, but he's hustling down the line. Out number 2 as Serrano takes it himself. Well, he got the breaking ball, but I think the swing that he wanted. And there's now 2 outs for Kahaku Harrison. Great baseball playing family, the Harrisons.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kahaku's awesome. He was at our Hawaii showcase last month in May. Still coming back from a little bit of an arm injury, so not really letting it eat, but good actions, good tools.
His oldest brother KJ was a great player at Oregon State. Or a 3rd rounder of the Brewers. He's got 2 other brothers that played college ball, is that right?
I think that sounds right, yeah.
Kay is at Tulane right now after starting at USC. Calais was at A&M and then NC State, and now is in the Pirates system. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Their dad played in Japan. So, as I said, a really great baseball playing family. The 1-2. Called strike 3 at the top of the zone. A nice work from Hoffman to work a perfect 4th. We head to the 5th. Purple team leading the red 5-2.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son. on the field and off.
Fifth inning, and the new pitcher for the red team is Pablo Figueroa. Right-hander from Puerto Rico, committed to Central Florida. He will take over on the mound. Purple team's getting some good offensive work in the first and third innings. Figueroa, a fastball up to 94 miles an hour. And May, you had a chance to see him in Puerto Rico, Vinny?
Yeah, I've seen Pablo quite a bit over the course of his PG career. He'll run it up to 95 or so. I think he was up to 95 or 96 at the 17U Worldwood Bat last week. A really good mover, high-waisted kid. You know, lots of projection here. Be up to 95 or so. Lands the breaking ball for strikes. Off speed still kind of developing, working on it, but a really low mileage young arm that has a lot of upside.
Now Figueroa will have his work cut out for him against essentially the heart of this purple team order, starting with Blake Bowen, who tripled the other way his first trip up the alley in right center field. This should be a fun matchup against these next three hitters for Figueroa. And before the first pitch, he'll step off and reset. Ooh, 95 right by him at zone 1. That's a quick step back and then a fairly normal delivery. That's got to 0-2. Swing and a miss. Hanging breaking ball that time, but the leadoff man gone in the purple fifth.
Just locked him up there. 95 by you, 95 by you. Slider doesn't break quite how you expected it to, and that'll do it for Blake.
A.J. Curry singled home a run on the first pitch he saw in the 3-run purple first. His first pitch inside at 95. It's 1-0. Probably a good idea to take one at that point. Curry plays with a 5-star national travel team. Takes outside. It's 2-0. Is that a changeup at 91? Or a sinker?
I think probably a two-seam sinker. I think it just kind of a little pronated it a little bit.
Foul back. Goes back to the four-seamer and almost 96 there. He said he's up to 96. He's been real close to that a couple of times. Yeah, back in the count. Pitch. 2-2. But it's amazing how comfortable these guys are just dropping in breaking balls. So it's been amazing watching the evolution of high school players over the last 10 years. Foul back.
Like we talked about, everything eventually permeates its way down across all levels, and now there's the prevailing school of thought of throw your best pitch, right? And sometimes there's a lot of guys. You saw it with Kiker this morning, or in the first inning. Maybe the fastball command not quite there. The breaking ball though, lots of comfort sometimes.
Figueroa steps off again. The pitch. Breaking ball chopped to first. And an easy play there for Harrison, 2 outs. Yeah, it'll be up to Costello. 5-2 purple team.
Now batting number 6, Andrew Costello.
Costello was the lone out of the top of the first as the 5th hitter to bat. Figueroa's been the most effective pitcher so far. Only 2 batters in, but he has looked really good. Strike with the breaking ball, it's 0-1. You're right. I mean, everything has trickled down, right? Catcher setting up down the middle, just let your stuff do the work. This game ain't getting any easier to hit. These are big league velocities that we're seeing from guys. And the average fastball is 94 in the big leagues, and that's what Figueroa is sitting at today.
I think the other part of it too is that it's such a once somebody figures it out, everybody figures it out.
Mm-hmm. Costello to shallow left. Coming in is the left fielder and making the catch is Ricardo Sanchez at a 1-2-3 inning for Pablo Figueroa. Impressive stuff from the young right-hander.
Sitting 94-95 with the fastball, filling up the strike zone, landing the breaking ball for strikes. Kind of everything you get asked for out of Pablo. Is the ceiling is very, very high for Mr. Figueroa.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Your pitcher for the purple team is Jake Arik, Oregon commit. He's over here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Arik from Norwalk, California, Gar High School.
Yeah, physical righty, Jake Arik, up to 92, 93 in California recently at our UBC West event. Kind of power stuff. Breaking ball can be thrown for strikes. Fastball sitting in the low 90s. It's a good arm.
So Arik will face, I believe, Will Grable, the first scheduled hitter.
Leading off for the red team, number 27, Will Grable.
Grable, younger brother of Indiana pitcher Ben Grable. See the Duke commit digging in. First pitch, swing and a miss. A little tardy on that fastball at 89, it's 0-1. Foul back. 0-2, but you can really see Gable trying to keep his hands close to his body because his first move takes them away, trying to stop that length.
Yeah, I want to stay connected there. He's got a lot of power. You got to see it in the body, see it in the bat speed. You got to get that timed up.
Fouled away on that breaking ball. The count remains 0-2. Yeah, he looks the part. That's without a doubt. 6'3", 215. Takes a fastball just high and count 1-2. Feels like he's going to hit a few balls out at Coombs. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. That's out number 1.
Yeah, 91 on the fastball there, located it well to the arm side. The pitch just before was just a little bit outside. He got that a little bit more over the outer half there. Just lock Grable up. Well located fastball.
Uriel Rivera Martinez hits and takes a breaking ball strike. It's 0-1.
More of a sweeper there at 75. He was throwing a little bit of a shorter cutter slider there, 80-81, and that had a lot more sweeping action to it.
0-2. Slower breaking ball there in the low 70s. Foul back. I think if you're one of these players like Rick, who maybe hasn't been at a ton of big events to this point, showing everything early on has to be pretty important because you want scouts and coaches to see what you have. I mean, obviously, he's committed to Oregon, probably going to go there as Martinez getting an extra second there because I think because of that swing, the way he fouled it off. Is he going to give up the rest of his at bat? Or did he swing and miss that and it hit him?
That's what I thought at first glance, but the good news about the showcase simulated game setting is that even if he just wants a break or, feeling a little sore from that, he can just flip to the next batter.
Ricardo Sanchez pops it up, foul behind the plate. And a play there for the catcher. Making the play is Andrew Costello, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. We're halfway through this with purple leading the red team 5-2.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Pretty impressive first inning from Pablo Figueroa. Let's see how he finishes up his outing here. The team trailing the purple 5-2. One more game tonight. The heated rivalry between Royal Blue and White.
Got to throw out the record books, Mike.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen when those two teams get together, Vinny. I do appreciate that the color scheme has been consistent for a decade.
Unless we start uncovering some new ones or something like that, I think we got a good system.
I do miss that we have seen, I believe, Vegas Gold.
Vegas Gold
retired. I miss Vegas Gold. Yeah, they were good. That was a good program for a long time. Now defunct.
Gray's undergone a couple name changes. Used to be Steel sometimes. Maroon or Brown or whatever you want to call it. Burgundy, even.
Burgundy, yeah. I think maroon has been a staple. Yeah, R.I.P. Vegas Gold. There was yellow and Vegas Gold, and now it's just gold. C.J. Weinstein, the LSU commit. Orange Lutheran going to lead things off. Left-handed hitter facing Pablo Figueroa. Takes a first pitch strike. Had a big summer last year with Team USA and 16U, 17U squads. And you can see 2024 PG All-Star played a game right here in this ballpark. 1-1.
Yeah, CJ's a really good left-handed hitter. SoCal guy. Plays in the really good high school league. Played his travel ball with the Canes national team this summer. It's a really, really true left-handed swing.
1-2.
Pablo's still holding that 94-95 here in the second inning. Stuff still looks pretty sharp.
He's had good command of the strike zone so far. Hasn't had a lot of base runner to this point. And he gets a strikeout on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball for out number one.
Just executed the plan really well, that at-bat, even with the breaking ball. Everything was arm side or away from the left-handed hitter, and just dots that perfectly on the corner. Gets C.J. Weinstein to swing and miss.
Went out for Christian Serrano. Serrano very still at the plate. Takes a breaking ball strike, 0-1. He physically looks just like his brother. Maybe a little shorter, but Eli.
Oh yeah, that power hitting body to dream off of, really.
Eli in the Mets system now. And 2. Then an 88.
A little cutter there.
Yeah. I don't know. That had a little bit more inside movement. It felt like maybe it was just kind of a slower fastball. That one at 93, right at the knees, and that's 2 straight strikeouts here for Figueroa. As he set down 5 in a row. He is feeling it right now.
Yeah, Pablo's locked in. This is just a knee-high fastball. Tails right back over the plate. Kind of locks Serrano up. He's filling it up right now. It's been mostly fastball, breaking ball. I think it's kind of like a 2-seam change variety he's got going on third pitch, but he really only needs fastball breaker.
2 outs for Griffin Miller. Outfielder 0 for 1. Swing and a miss. 93 again. Pitch. That one misses 1-1. The delivery. 2-1. Here it is. 2-2. And now Figueroa one pitch away from finishing this outing with 6 up, 6 down. Trying to get Griffin Miller. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a breaking ball. And an outstanding performance for Pablo Figueroa here at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
Just executed the plan that inning, Mike. You know, lived outer half to hitters of either left or right-handedness. 93-95, dotting up with the fastball, and then a beautiful best breaking ball he's thrown there to end it to Griffin Miller and a strikeout.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Purple, bottom of the 6th inning.
Leading off for the red team, number 21, Jack Wilson.
Jake Arik back to work. Against Jack Woodda from Arlington, Virginia. Bishop O'Connell High School takes a ball. It's 1-0. Woodda, 5'11" catcher, takes a strike. 1-1. Woodda committed to East Carolina. One of 2 members of the Bishop O'Connell team that are on this red roster. And Bryant James, high school teammates. Cool thing that Woda is working on, he's going to create a charity baseball camp for middle school age kids to raise money for underprivileged kids in the community in Northern Virginia. That's pretty neat.
Oh, that's awesome.
Chance for him to give back a little bit. Suburban DC. He used to live in Arlington, Virginia, so I appreciate that for him. 2-2. Well, it takes high, and the count full. The leadoff man here in the red 6. They trail 5-2. Swing and a miss. A backup breaking ball that he swung through for out number 1. That had a lot of movement on it, though.
Yeah, big sweeper there. Keeping that like 72, 75. Like you said, backed up a touch there, but still got it right over the middle. 18 inches of sweeping action on that one.
Now batting number 22, Diego Rivera.
There's Diego Rivera. Right-handed hitting catcher. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. And he punches that one into right center field for a base hit. Nice job by Rivera getting an elevated breaking ball and dumping it into right center for a single.
Now batting number 5.
Yeah, just stays on that breaker like we had mentioned. That's got a lot of sweeping action to it. Just keeps the hands back long enough to poke it up to center. Good piece of hitting.
Bring up Spencer Browning as the lineup turns over. Breaking ball strike. It's 0-1. You can see there is now bright sunshine coming through the panels between home plate and the mound. And a broken bat floater out into left field for a base hit for Browning. And 2 are aboard with 1 out. Our first broken bat of this game, and that one died a hero. Salute to you, baseball bat.
You ask any player to, they will absolutely take it.
Looks like a line drive in the box score. Tyler Spangler's the tying run, and he certainly has the power to do some damage, as you see a little bit more on Spencer Browning. Speedster at first. Spangler, number 5 player in this class, swings and misses at an off-speed offering. It's 0-1.
Yeah, it looked like the change up there. First time we'd seen that. Good pitch. Located well. Just get Spangler out in front.
The 0-1. Breaking ball outside. It's 1-1. And he certainly has the power to get this game even. Spangler, who idolizes Barry Bonds, which is incredible because he was barely alive when Barry Bonds' career ended. But watched a lot of videos. Northern California product. Takes a strike, and it's 1-2. The set. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball running away. Snap throw behind the runner at second. It can't quite find the handle. Ken Dawson Hinson, but a big second out.
Another well-located fastball there for O'Reilly. Just living in that 88-91 range. Spotting up to both sides of the plate. Solid command.
2 outs for Michael Teasley. Runner still at first and second. The pitch. And that breaking ball missed. It's 1-0. Top 50 prospect in this class. Yeah, he takes a strike that time. It's 1-1. Not much he could do with that one. And a fastball in the air to right center. It's playable. Over and making the catch is the right fielder, and the inning is over. Nice job by Jake Arik. 2 hits, 2 scoreless frames.
Yeah, filled up the strike zone. 88-91 on the fastball. Big sweeping breaking ball. Also pretty good changeup to lefties. Solid stuff. Really projects out well as a starter at the next level.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
top performers from the skill workouts. Jacob Lombard, 6'1", 3 outfield throws at 100 miles an hour. Matt Ponatoski with the new record for an infield throw. Andrew Costello, 1-8 pop time. Costello in this game. Only one record fell. I don't know that anybody's going to go across and break Kate Arambeatty's records anytime soon from the workout portion, the LSU catcher. Jake Carbaugh's on from Plant City, Florida, the 6'5" righty. Carbaugh, big golfer. We can get them together with Griffin Miller, they can play.
Carbaugh's a big right-handed pitcher going to Wake. Low slot, low launch guy with good carry on the fastball, has a big sweeper too. It's kind of really unique from a data standpoint.
Jake Walzakowski made a nice sliding catch earlier today. We'll lead off and slap the first one foul. It's 0-1.
Big run on the 94-mile-an-hour two-seam there from Carbaugh. I mentioned the unique stuff. It's a really unique arm slot he releases from.
Outside, it's 1-1. It's going to be a new pitching coach that he'll be working with when he gets to Wake. Eason, the former Demon Deacon pitcher, replacing Corey Muscara, leaving the Astros organization. Swing and a miss. Muscara now the head coach at Duke, replacing Chris Pollard, who went to Virginia to replace Brian O'Connor.
And the conga line continues on.
Brian O'Connor went to Mississippi State to replace the fired Chris Lemonis, who was also in a movie with Kevin Bacon. Swing and a miss. And the leadoff man going to the top of the seventh.
Yeah, good stuff here from Carbaugh. Sitting 2-4 here to open up. The two seam is getting up to 18 inches of horizontal movement. Just getting right off the bat of a left-handed hitter. Just nothing you can do with that pitch.
Yeah, great shot there to see that pitch started down the middle and about 30 feet from home plate took off. Brady Murrieta with a double in the third into right center field on the run and making a fine running catch is Lorenzo Laurel for out number 2. Boy, he got a great jump on a hard hit ball.
Yeah, and he looked like a wide receiver there, just hitting him in stride. Gets a good first jump like you had mentioned and just glides kind of into it. Really impressive catch there from Lorenzo Laurel.
That ball slicing away from him the whole time. Excellent work by the center fielder. And here's Dawson Hinson. Hinson hit the hardest ball of the day, an absolute rocket. Javith Carrion made a great leaping grab on at third. Bouncer to third, behind the bag, and foul. Michael Teasley was ready to throw, but count 0-2. I don't want to make too much of a judgment on two swings, but it certainly seems like Hinson is a pull hitter.
Yeah.
Baylor commit, 5'10" shortstop from Friendswood, Texas. Takes outside.
Carbaugh working quick here, too. You got to see the sweeper there for that foul ball down the line.
Liner into left field, a base hit. That one at 95. Not as hard hit as his one in the third inning, but those are two balls that he has smoked today. Very impressive.
You see him get really wide there with two strikes, choke up on the bat, and just crushed a fastball over the middle. The pull side power really standing out today for Hinson.
So Mitch Thompson is smiling. Here's Deacon Nelson. Takes the ball low, 1-0.
Sun right in Deke Nelson's face as it begins to set out here in Phoenix.
Inside. Count 2-0. I'm glad that you mentioned it because we're, as broadcasters, contractually obligated to talk about the shadows.
Well, you see our PG scouts behind the plate, too. We got the sunglasses back out.
So they were just trying to look cool. The setter, Laurel's there to make the catch, and the inning is over. Lorenzo Laurel with a terrific running catch of the alley in right center. 6.5. Purple leading red, 5-2.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
Yeah. 5-2. Purple leads. Matthew Sharman on for his 2 innings of work. A Georgia native going to go play for Wes Johnson in Athens.
Sharman's a big game pitcher. He has been kind of his whole life. Played on a really, really good Edo High School team in the spring. He'll be mostly 90-94. Lots of strikes. Slider's gotten a lot better, but the changeup is a diabolical pitch, and it's his best one. He'll throw to righties and lefties.
Good choice of words. I like diabolical on a changeup. And older brother Michael, who's going to Clemson. And finishing his warm-up tosses here as we get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. This sunny day in Phoenix. A lot of those in the summer. And some fist bumps for everybody for Brock Rain. Opposing catcher, umpire. I'm surprised he didn't point at you. Say, what's up, Vinny?
After the round that Brock Rain took back there, he can do whatever he wants.
I have a feeling Wes Johnson's watching this about with a couple of Bulldog commits. First pitch. Fastball strike at 91. Ooh, there's a little bit of funkiness here.
Yeah, there's some deception, but there's real pitchability too. Sharman's a guy that could probably get out to the college level now if you put him out there tomorrow.
Swing and a miss. That was a changeup that was up, but he had no chance at it. That was basically it had more movement, but that same kind of movement pattern. That had 24 inches of horizontal break to it. That is a lot.
Fits my criteria for diabolical.
Yes, I think when you can throw a right-on-right changeup like that and get that swing in the middle of the plate, yes, diabolical. The only thing that's missing is the laugh that comes with it. Don't you have to, or is that just maniacal that you have to laugh?
I think that happens after the third one.
Here's the 1-2. That's foul.
Brock Rain, I kind of alluded to earlier, took a really impressive round of BP last night during the workout portion. So interested to see the game looks here for him.
Called strike 3. Landed the breaking ball for out number 1.
Big sweeper here from Sharman. 16 inches of horizontal movement. Just starts it right at that hitter's front hip, and unfortunately, Brock had no chance on that one.
One out for Bryant James. Strikeout victim his first time. Takes inside corner strike. 0-1.
That's the thing about Sharman, too, is he will fill up the strike zone, typically.
Bryant James flipped his commitment, actually 2 nights ago, to Virginia. Was originally committed to Duke. We went through that coaching carousel.
Kevin Bacon's the head coach there now, right?
I think that's what we determined, right? Or either that or Chris Pollard was in a movie with him. Here's the 1-1. Roller to third. Going to be a tough play with the speedy James running and thrown away. I had James, an infield single, and the throw going into the dugout will send him to second.
Now batting number 12.
It'll be a throwing error on C.J. Weinstein, but not an easy play in with the speedy James going.
No, that's in the back of CJ's head the moment that ball's put on the ground, is I got to get this out quick. Even if that throw was on the money, I think Bryant was there.
Lorenzo Laurel, who made that fine running catch of the alley in right center, will hit. First pitch is a strike, 0-1. You know, I did notice, I was kind of wanted to talk about this. There are a fair amount of uncommitteds, and more than I remember. I know obviously things are changing with the scholarship limits, but have you been getting more conversations and attention from college coaches here as Laurel swings and misses?
Yes, absolutely. You know, I think kind of traditionally this event has been a good avenue for some of the guys who were still left uncommitted or couldn't find homes yet, especially the high-end level players. But now I think guys kind of have to wait until they commit, until that August 1st year of their junior year. And then a lot of the guys, too, I think, are realizing that with kind of the state of college baseball now and the transfer portal, there's NIL now, there's so many different options, right? So not necessarily committing when you're young or committing early and right away, and maybe more so playing the field.
Outside 2-2. Yeah, and you have to think, too, that with roster limits coming, that maybe it pushes some more talent to conferences like the Big Ten. We've seen a number of Indiana commits here, right? Oregon, UCLA, like we expect those, right? But Indiana, who has a very good program, a couple of Iowa commits. Got a couple of Grand Canyon players. Like that's going to be really interesting. Swing and a miss. Boy, that had some nasty run on it. 2 outs. That was another 21 inches of run on a changeup.
Really hard to tie a right-handed hitter up on a right-handed changeup, but as I mentioned, Matthew Sherman's got a really good one of them.
Wow. 2 outs for Carrion, the switch hitter. Struck out his first trip. I would have to think he's going to see a changeup fairly early in this at-bat. Strike, it's 0-1. I believe I called that. I'd see another one here. Outside, 1-1. You might want to be sitting on this right now if you're Carrion. I don't know if it's fair to ask a soon-to-be senior in high school to sit off speed, but nails the spot of the fastball that time at 91. It's 1-2. Perfectly located.
Not only perfectly located, but Sherman also sells it so well. The arm slot's the same, the arm speed's the same, and then that ball, the changeup just falls right off the table. The fastball comes in too hot to make the adjustment.
Swing and a miss. Got him to chase one off the plate. And excellent work from Matthew Sharman in the 7th. To the 8th we go. 5-2 purple. Get a look at this. the spinner, and then the change, getting the last 2 strikeouts of the inning for the Georgia commit. Here's how we got here at the top of the 8th. Blake Bowen, an opposite field 2-run triple in the first. And the starter for Purple, Carson Bowman, outstanding 5 of the 6 hitters he faced. Fan Pablo Figueroa, the star on the mound for the red team, up to 96 today. A breaking ball, impressive performance for him. It's the end of the 8th. Jake Carbaugh back to work. Kyle Pena fouls that one away off to the right. It's 0-1. Kyle Pena. Oh, looks like we have one of the red hitters. That must be Kiker in the on-deck circle. I would think Chase Kiker, yep. Roller to first. Easy play for out number 1. Pena racing down the line and nearly a collision with Ben Grable. Woo. That's the first out. Here's Kiker, who started this game for the red team.
Now batting for the purple team, red number 11, Jason Kiker.
And as you said, Kiker, a guy with some big power.
Yeah, right-handed power. Can really go to all fields with it. Kind of a middle-of-the-order cleanup slugger type, almost.
I mean, hitting cleanup for the Dirtbags is a pretty it's a pretty good role to have, right? I mean, that's one of the top travel teams in the country. Broken bat back to the mound. How about a long underhand toss for out number 2.
Quick first frame for Carbaugh so far, so quick here in the second. Mostly the sweeper been being used up to about 14, 15 inches horizontal there. Right at 78, 80 on the slider. Lots of strikes so far.
2 outs for Sheets. Singled and scored back in the first. Takes low, 1-0.
Second changeup we've seen from Jake Carbaugh. 21 inches horizontal on that one.
That one is down and in. Kind of cut that change a little bit.
Love me a good cut change.
You know, Kyle Hendricks, when he first started throwing his changeup in the Ivy League, it was always a cut change. He had to learn how to turn it over. It's crazy because he's not a guy that spins the ball, really. He's got that kind of like lead curveball, but
yeah. Anything that's sort of unique or different or presents a different look, I think has huge potential.
2-2. Well, and he's been able to use that effectively because that basically works as his breaking ball because, you're talking about a guy that's everybody we've seen today throws harder than Kyle Hendricks does. You know? Of the Angels. 2-2. Called strike 3. Backdoor breaking ball locks him up. And a 1-2-3 inning for Carbaugh.
Yeah, really good look at Carbaugh. Pounded the strike zone up to 94. 3 pitches, sweeper, changeup. Like I mentioned, lots of good data with unique action to it. Drops the backdoor sweeper in there for a strike. Really good look.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
To purple. To the bottom of the 8th. Shallow back to work. You have to hope that he gets every close call in the strike zone because, please, don't squeeze the Charmin. No.
Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Probably could have found a better time to use it, but
I was going to say, I know Kyle Hendricks came up last frame. Matthew Charmin, a little Kyle Hendricks-esque with the changeup?
He throws harder. His has a little bit more run to it. There it is again.
Yeah, Hendricks is more of a drop,
depth,
right?
Yeah, his has a lot more depth to it, but it's a really effective pitch. And I think you made the point earlier, the fastball coming out of the same slot, it's tough to pick that up. That's that old story about Greg Maddux, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hitters couldn't pick up his fastball and change it because you can't, if you're, when you're driving down the street, you can't tell exactly how fast a car coming at you is. And that's what Maddux always said, was that was something that he used in effect, and the only guy who could figure it out was Tony Gwynn.
And that's why you see Matthew Charmin's velocity here. He's sitting like 91, 93, which is not near the top of what we've seen, but
Brody Schumacher to left for route number 1. But yeah, you're right. It's really effective. And the thing is that, that was a pretty good 93, not bad. But it's that back and forth, and if you start sitting on that changeup, I have to think that fastball is going to start playing, especially if he's going to pitch off the change. It's going to look like 103.
100%. And you're just not going to have enough time to adjust.
D'Amico, an RBI double, left center in the 3rd. Takes a strike.
Yeah, D'Amico's a guy who's had some big home runs over the course of his PG career. I think I talked last at-bat about the power, and you obviously see it there with the 101 exit double he had in his first at-bat.
Just away. Down low. It's 2-1. Interesting that Charmin here, you see him kind of rocking, and then he kind of stops his momentum in the middle of the delivery. Watch his feet. You can see him kind of going back and forth, and watch him stop there. It's almost like a dead stop. That time he had a little bit more motion to it, but it's 2-2.
When you got guys like Charmin, and Charmin's a guy I have a lot of experience with throughout his PG career, guys that compete, throw strikes on a pretty consistent basis, command the stuff.
Swing and a miss.
Typically, what I find at least is that whatever works when it comes to timing mechanisms, when it comes to getting that arm on time or that arm up, whatever the indicator might be. And if it's that slight pause.
I think that's a great point, because it's that hesitation probably. impacts a hitter's timing too, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Blew that fastball by him there. Tatum Reeves hitter.
You saw it, you see it throughout baseball history, right? The Luis Tiant, the Johnny Cueto, the pitching's just about disrupting timing of the hitter.
0-2 the count. This has been an impressive outing for Sherman. The only hit he allowed an infield single, a scratch base hit, and a slow roller to third.
Been throwing the breaking ball here a little bit more this second inning, but I'd be surprised if this is anything but the changeup here to try to get the strikeout.
That was the fastball, and it ran back over the middle. Now it feels like he's got him set up for the breaking ball, though, the way that fastball worked in, right? Like if you want to throw the changeup, I mean, I know it'll move more, but make it look similar, come off the same.
Cross that X-axis.
Yep. He did go to the breaking ball, and a good job by Reeves to lay off it. It was up a little bit, which probably helped him see it, but... And Sherman one again. New pitch, it appears. Now he's got what he wants. The righty rocking back and forth delivers. Called strike three. Ran the fastball back over the outside corner, and the Sherman did not get squeezed. An impressive outing for Matthew Sherman to the ninth, 5-2 purple.
3 pitches, strikes, 91-93 with command. Changeup's diabolical. Sliders got sweep. It's a really complete starter profile.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Two more innings to go in this one. Colton Brady is the new pitcher for the Red Squad. They trail purple 5-2. We will play a bottom of the 10th inning regardless of the score. It's an opportunity for 2 more innings for these guys to compete against each other as the 6'5 righty takes over. Committed to Central Florida.
Colton Brady goes to TNXL in Orlando. Big 6'5 righty was up to 95 last week at the 17U Worldwood Bat National Championship.
First pitch to Grady Emerson, the top player in the class, takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Good slider there at 83 miles an hour.
Emerson, an infield single his first time. Pitch. 2-1.
93-94 here to open for Brady. 17 inches of horizontal and 2 seamers.
2-2.
hard gyro slider here in the mid-80s. Moves just enough to kind of bite and get in on the hands of a left-handed hitter. Tough pitch.
2-2. Back to the breaking ball, and Emerson fouled it off. Grady Emerson, an impressive player. Very, very good travel ball career.
Complete player, too. All 5 tools. Talk about a guy like Grady Emerson.
He slaps it in the air towards the left field line, racing over and making the catch. It's Collazo for out number 1.
Yeah, had to defend with 2 strikes there, but a well-located pitch. Emerson, a guy obviously we've seen from the time he was 12 years old, 18 years old, currently the number 1 player in what is a very, very exciting 2026 high school class.
Blake Bowen hits here. We were talking a little bit about that at one of the breaks. You were very excited about this, putting it on par with what, the 2019 class?
Yeah, that's right. Obviously not making direct player comps, but the 19 class have featured guys like Bobby Witt, Riley Green, CJ Abrams.
101.
All of those guys are all-stars now? Abrams an all-star before?
Abrams was an all-star last year, yeah.
That's right.
Popped up, fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Yeah, a little more depth, it feels like, on the mound, too, than maybe the 25 draft. There's some good arms that are in the 25 draft that are prep, but it feels like most of those guys are going to be going to college outside of the top 2. And Bowen, unhappy as that check swing call went against him for out number 2.
Yeah, it kind of gets under that 2 seam. You know, almost creates a little more ride and arm side run there. Just kind of gets in up on the hands.
Now batting number 25, AJ Curry.
2 outs for Curry. RBI single back in the first. Top first baseman in the class takes ball 1. Is it true that if you don't wear batting gloves, you automatically get called hitterish?
Ooh, that's kind of true.
That was hitterish. 2 for 3 as he smokes a single at 99 miles an hour through the right side.
I mean, it helps when you do that, too.
Kind of backs up the point, right?
Still really, really pretty swing from AJ there. Gets a pitch he can handle, turns and burns. It shows a little bit of the power, too. Just really, really loose hands.
He reminds me of somebody physically, and I cannot put my finger on it. Andrew Costello hits. Catcher chops it foul. It's 0-1.
I'll throw one your way.
Okay.
First time I saw him this summer, told one of my coworkers I got James Loney vibes.
Yep, that's it. That's exactly who it is. James Loney was a great defensive first baseman. Never had much power. I think Curry's going to have more power, it feels like. But that's a good call.
Much like Loney, too, he's a very good defensive first baseman, AJ is. Also played some quarter outfield this summer, too. You know, positional versatility, things of that nature.
Curry from first, the pitch to Costello, up and in. Gets away from the catcher for a moment, but dragging it down is Woda. And the count 2-1. Runner bluffs going and check swing, and he takes outside. 3-1 to Costello now.
And we talked about it already, but Costello's got juice. So this can't be a get-me-over pitch here from Brady. Otherwise, Costello might send it into the stands.
Tapper back to the mound, and that'll end the top of the 9th. 2-out single for Curry, a man left. Bottom of the ninth of this 10-inning game, 5-2 Purple.
Show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you
Beautiful Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, the site of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. And another TNXL arm, Cameron Haynes, committed to Florida. So a battle of high school teammates here for the final 2 innings.
Yeah, it's Haynes, like you said, another TNXL duck. He'll be probably 91, 94, 91, 93, somewhere around there with the fastball. Really, really good slider. Locates it, gets swings and misses on the offering. A guy who at one point was a member of the 2027 high school class, had reclassified up, I believe, over a year ago. He's got solid stuff, good chance to start, good body. Lots to like here.
So Haynes will work the final 2 innings for the Purple Squad. Pitching with a 5-2 lead. One more game tonight. Royal Blue and White will meet. Teams 11 and 12 if you're on the website looking at the rosters. First pitch lined and a backhanded play by Hinson at second for out number 1. And Will Holden retired on that soft line drive.
Yeah, first pitch slider. Holden kind of goes with it, tries to knock it the other way, and second baseman positioned really, really nicely there for the catcher.
Sebastian Lugo struck out in his first plate appearance. Takes a strike. And he's behind 0-2. Slap foul.
Haynes living kind of 91, 92 right now. Locating the fastball well. The breaker's been pretty good. Landing it for strikes, obviously, through the first pitch of the inning, a breaking ball.
Called strike 3. Lugo knew it. Fastball over the outside corner, a 4-seamer there, 2 outs.
Just a perfectly located glove side fastball there at 93 miles an hour. Gets the elevated outside corner, and we're throwing strikes here today.
We really are.
Farron.
Don't jinx it. Also swings and misses the first pitch breaking ball. It's 0-1. Yeah, we've only had what I can think of. 1 walk, 2 walks? 2 walks. Both of those were back in the first inning. Still kind of slowing Haynes down. He's moving a little fast there. High fastball that Collazo swings through. 1-2.
Yeah, set him up here well. I typically like to go breaking ball away after fastball up.
Yeah, he hung it, but Lazo swings through it in a 1-2-3 inning for Cameron Haynes to the 10th and final frame. Purple leading red 5-2. Excellent fastball command. Spinner. And Collazo fooled. Inning, 5-2, Purple leading in the final frame here. For the first game for these two teams, they will play again tomorrow. Tomorrow, the final day of the Perfect Game National Showcase for 2025. CJ Weinstein leads off, checks and takes low. 1-0. Weinstein 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And the count 1-1. Again, one more game tonight. I believe Tyler Henninger's going to join me. Is that right?
That is correct. Tyler Henninger will be on the call with you, Mike, for the last game.
Did I do something wrong? Like you're going to leave?
Not necessarily.
I haven't seen you in forever.
No.
It was so nice to have you come up, Vinny.
I love being on the call, but we have a lot of jobs to do down there. Might not always look like it, but...
1-2. Foul back. So Tyler Henninger will be with us for the final game between the Royal Blue and the White. Who are some of the players we should be on the lookout for there tonight?
So I believe Gio Rojas will be getting the ball for the Royal team to start out the game. He's one of the top arms in this year's class. Was up to 97 at the 17U Worldwood Bat.
Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida.
Yeah, a couple other big names on that Royal Blue team. You've got Colin Bland, first baseman, going to Vanderbilt.
Gunnar just missed.
Gunnar Skelton as well, going to Vanderbilt, and Tennessee guys there. White team, you've got a couple big names like Jaworski. Jaworski was in the first group, but Connor Como, left-handed hitter out of Texas. Big left-handed power. Some other names to know, like C.J. Sampson from Texas.
Yeah, he's a very good pitcher, but we saw him hit and show some power yesterday, too.
Super interesting two-way guy, for sure.
From Tomball, Texas. His high school catcher is on that team, too. His catcher's name is Catcher.
That's
Catcher
right.
Hopkins. That's a rare walk. We've not had many today, and so now the ball count will reset, and it'll stay 2 strikes for Weinstein as Cal Pena will run it first. 0-2 to Weinstein. Runner goes, pitch to the screen, and that one will rattle around, and Pena didn't see it right away, or he would have ended up at third. That went all the way to the first base coaching box. Brady going to get a new ball because that one was rattling along against the backstop.
I just can't help but feel like that walk was my fault and the wild pitch is my fault. And
totally.
Talking about how many strikes we've had today and
good work.
This is what I get.
Popped up. Foul territory, third base side. And unable to make the play is Browning. Did not seem happy with himself as he kind of overran it just a touch. Weinstein, new life again.
Both those lines kind of on pop-ups, whether it's third base or first base, when you got three guys converging on one spot, it's just no man's land. Tough play.
2-2 again. Brady takes high, the count full, and after the walk, the ball count resets, strikes stay the same, but only fastballs for Weinstein, so he's really tried to dial in on something he can drive. Takes inside again, and he'll put two men on with nobody out. And a quick conference on the mound.
I think Tatum Reeves is just going to try to calm Colton Brady down a little bit. Hey, man, done this 1,000 times.
Just a little breather. He's got a 2-strike count. He knows he's got to throw a fastball. He's got to throw it for a strike and see what happens. Maybe he can get a double play ball. Runners get their lead at first and second. He gets a pop-up instead. Playable. Easy play. The infield fly in effect for out number one as Schumacher makes the play.
Now batting number 20.
One gone.
Christian Serrano.
And here's Serrano. Christian Serrano 0 for 2. Fouls it away. It's 0-1.
You always get out of that fastball only count, and then you're like, finally, I can throw something else. Back to the breaker.
Serrano was thinking, it's going to get a first pitch breaking ball, just couldn't barrel it up. 0-2. That was the best fastball we've seen from Brady at 92.
Yeah, lots of 2-seam, lots of arm side run on that fastball there. Just kind of got under the hands.
Let's see if he goes for the strikeout of Trenton to run another one in to get a ground ball here. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by him upstairs. 2 outs. Reeves, after that mound visit, seemed to have gotten Brady back on track. The pop-out helped.
Yeah, 3 pitches, breaking ball, fastball. Sometimes all you need is that little second to breathe, collect yourself. Obviously working here for Colton Brady.
2 outs for Griffin Miller. Runner goes from third into the hole. Sliding stop by Carrion. He will throw to first late, and coming home to score is Pena, who never stopped running at 6-2.
Yeah, really good job by Pena, who, like you had mentioned, just kept on going after that ball was hit. Obviously gets that into the perfect spot to where Carrion's going to have to make a full extension. But really good awareness from Cale Pena.
Carrion did a great job to get his glove on that, and then I think if he looks up at home, he had no idea that Pena was going. He may have had a play. Pena had a really good running start. I don't know that it was that he was going to get him at home. I think his better play would have been at home, but
I think it probably would have been closer than first base. But yeah.
Walzakowski hits. It's 1-1. Went upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Runner goes for third. The throw is not in time, but just did get to the bag on the double steal. At a count 2-2.
It looked almost like Bowen moved his foot out of the way as he popped up to avoid the nifty slide for sure.
Yeah, it was slick. I think it's just that the foot popped off the bag, but he was able to get back on before the tag happened. But 2 more in scoring position now with 2 outs and a 2-2 count on Walzakowski. He fouls off the plate.
The slide abided by the rule of cool, right? Too cool, it's gotta stay.
But it's not like it was Trey Turner crossing the plate, but swing and a miss. It gets away from the catcher. And firing to first is Reeves to record the putout, and the inning is over. Purple gets a run. We head to the bottom of the 10th, 6-2 Purple. One more game coming up tonight. Royal v. White. Legendary rivalry continues. We hit the bottom of the 10th. Purple leading red 6-2. Cameron Haynes had an impressive first inning of work. He will finish things off for the purple team. Aku Harrison to lead off for the red squad. He swings and misses a first pitch breaking ball. It's 0-1. We've seen some aggressive swinging early in the count, but made the point earlier, even with the walk in the top of the 10th, it has been pretty good strike throwing here today.
Yeah, and we had kind of talked about the National as a whole this year for the most part. Lots of these guys are not only showing the stuff, but strikes and command and the ability to not only throw the fastball for strikes, but breaking ball for strikes too. Even changeups.
Yeah, we've seen actually probably better command of the secondary pitches than we have seen the fastballs.
Cameron Haynes, another guy like that. Got lots and lots of comfort with the slider. Been kind of his bread and butter pitch for a while now.
Fastball running in. Harrison fought it off. He's got him set up to go back to that breaking ball here. did, but he just didn't finish it well. It's 2-2. Now the question is, does he double up or does he go right at him with the heater? He doubled up and lands it for a strike, and the leadoff man gone in the red 10th.
Just your classic lock him up breaking ball there, right? Starts in on the front hip of the right-handed hitter and just bends back in over that inside corner. Really well located slider there from Haynes.
Now batting number 27, Will Grable.
One out for Will Grable. Takes the ball high. It's 1-0. Grable, who plays for the Trotsky National Program. Very good travel ball program in California. A lot of fundamentally sound players that come out of that. 1-1.
Just fundamentally sound just means they like to bunt.
No, it means they make the right decision on the base paths, good defenders, and that they like to bunt. It's West Coast baseball, baby. The bunt is an offensive weapon out here.
Yeah, lots of players here at the PG National from that Trotsky National team. Very good program, very good team. A couple All-Americans there from the last year class, and Xavier Naines, Slater DeBrun.
Couple guys will probably go in the first round. Liner to center, and it's going to fall in front of the center fielder for a base hit. One out single for Grable.
$29.99 on the spin rate there from Cameron Haynes. That slider. Grable just gets enough on this one to drop it in the center, and they all look like line drives in the scorebook, right, Mike?
That's right. I mean, it did have a line drive launch angle. It was just 74 miles an hour off the bat. Here's Uriel Rivera Martinez. 0-1.
93 there from Haynes. 19.5 inches of reduced vertical. Showing the mix between the 4-seam and the 2-seam.
And lands a breaking ball for a strike. That went over 3,000 RPMs. Which is, if you're not sure what spin rate is, just 3,000 good. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the high fastball. That one had some extra life late. 2 outs.
Yeah, just a perfect sequence there from Haynes, right? Gets that fastball, glove side, drops in the breaking ball, second pitch, and then gets the elevated fastball to kind of carry and ride late there for the swing and miss. Really good.
Two outs and the last chance for the red team today is Ricardo Sanchez. Takes in the dirt. It's 2-0.
Sanchez, another prospect from Puerto Rico that was at our Puerto Rico National Showcases qualifier event in May.
He's a physical left-handed hitter. Despite the fact that he's only 5'10", I mean, he is really put together.
Uh-huh. Strong looking kid.
(2-0) slap foul. Two and one the count. Assign the pitch. Just missed low with a breaking ball. It's 3-1. Boy, it didn't miss by much. That was a pretty good spinner. Now a 3-1 count for Sanchez. It'll take ball 4. And so they'll get a runner for him at first. reset the count to 0-1, so now he's going to get heaters. Two on, two out in the 10th. Oh, and 2. And now the red team down to its final strike for today. Upstairs. One and 2 the count. And the delivery. Swing and a miss. And that'll do it. Ball game over. The purple team beats the red 6-2 in game 3 today here on day 4 of the Perfect Game All-American National Showcase. And he saw some good pitching performances, and early in the game, some good offense from the purple team.
Yeah, had some fireworks early. Both game starters there, Chase Kiker and Carson Bolemon, were both very good on the mound. Multiple 100-plus exit velocities in the game, including guys like Blake Bowen, Logan D'Amico. Sound fundamental defense, good strikes, good players making good plays, Mike.
It certainly was. It was a pleasure. Vinny Servito, I'm Mike Farron. Thanks for joining us. Coming up shortly, we'll have the final game of the night. Royal Blue and White, the final game of our day, day 4. Perfect Game National Showcase from Chase Field in Phoenix.
With the first pick, number 1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. You know, I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be number 1. You're going to have your number 1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be number 1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette, are probably your main kind of candidates for this number 1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock number 1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the number 1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson. More of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now. Just won a Rollins Gold Glove, actually, for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level. We'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest. and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're number 1 and you're number 1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. You don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now, with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willis, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willis, Jackson is his brother who played shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willis.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Pete Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect Game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who could play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above-average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. He's a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be, for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process, This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who's another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the perfect game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number one or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School, for you casual fans. Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much to like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely. The 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder, the year before, has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider, that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. but what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, is very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop. What a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year? And doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100 hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, Hewitt Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick, Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get in their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostinger's guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game All-American. He was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much of it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now a travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew is coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Game's 2025 Mock Draft.
game of Day 4 of the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase between the Royal Blue Team and the White Team tonight, as we get a look at some of the top players in the 2026 draft class with Tyler Henninger, Mike Farron, and Tyler. We are really excited because Gio Rojas is pitching in this game, and I know it's your first chance to see him in person too.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Going to see a lot of velocity, some nasty breaking balls. Should be good to watch.
Yeah, we are excited for that. So we will get you the lineups here in just a second as you see the Royal Blue Team getting ready. And here's a look at their roster of players. Troy Southesine, brother of a pair of former Perfect Game All-Americans. Gio Rojas there, one of the top 25 prospects in this class. Gunnar Skelton, a very exciting player. As well, Matthew Kelly had a very good workout yesterday.
Oh yeah, a lot of thump in this lineup, that's for sure.
Ryan Harwood as well. A number of top 50 players there. And for the white team, Chandler Hart will make the start. His warm-up tosses committed to Texas A&M from Allen, Texas. Kind of a famous place for pitchers to be from, the hometown of Nolan Ryan. Top 10 left-handed pitcher in this class, 6'6", 217-pound lefty. What do you got on Chandler Hart?
Yeah, big-time upside here. You should see kind of low 90 sinker. Should play well in the bottom of the zone. Also pair it with the sweeper that should miss some bats. A lot of upside here with the 6'6" frame. Should be another fun one to watch. Good pitching matchup on deck.
You can see there in 2025 already this year, the 17U Worldwood bat, a 7-inning no-hitter with 9 strikeouts.
Yeah, it was absolutely dominant. That low slot from the left side can be really tough on hitters. Going to be a tough matchup for the Blue squad.
You know, you mentioned he's got a lower slot, but it's more a sinker baller. It almost seems like it's rare at this point, right? Everybody wants the low slot guy that's running the fastball at the top of the zone.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of interesting. You're kind of seeing more sinkers show up here and there than we have the last couple of years.
Yeah, a lot of different ways to get hitters out, right?
Oh, yeah,
so
for sure.
Starting to get that figured. So this is our last game of the day. And 2 more tomorrow to wrap the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase here at Chase Field. And then everybody will be focused on the first-year player draft coming up Sunday. So we're already working on next year's draft before this one gets started. And Hart's finishes warm-up tosses, and so we are ready for baseball tonight here at Chase Field. Hotter and you-know-what outside, relatively pleasant indoors. You and I are both used to this kind of weather.
For sure. It's nice inside, roof closed. Doesn't get much better than this.
You don't get a chance to scout with roof closed very often.
No. Used to sitting out there and baking.
We are ready for action. Jet Berry from Queen Creek, Arizona. Switch hitting shortstop committed to Oregon leads things off. Chandler Hart ready to go, and the first pitch of the ball game is on its way, and it's inside a ball, 1-0. Barry from your area as well, younger brother of Jacob Berry, the former LSU star.
Yep, switch hitter just like him. A little more athletic here. He'll be good at the top of the lineup. Good bat to ball. Has found some power recently in the last year or so.
His brother was more a pure corner guy, and it seems like Jet's got a chance to play up the middle.
Yep, we'll see. Jet's got a chance to stay on the dirt up the middle, may even slide to center long term, but yeah, a little more athletic. Can run a little better too, but both great players, obviously.
Outside, it's 2-1. Hart, as we mentioned, on the mound, committed to Texas A&M. Set to go work with the great Jason Kelly, their outstanding pitching coach, former head coach at Washington. He's falling behind here, 3-1.
Yeah, just flying open a little bit. Just got to readjust here and hone back in the zone.
The pitch. Outside and a leadoff walk to begin the game. And so we'll get a courtesy runner at first if you're unfamiliar After a walk, the count resets, the ball count resets, the strikes stay the same. And only fastballs here, so Barry should get something to hit. If Hart can find the strike zone. Fouled away, it's 0-2. Well, even knowing that it's coming, and even at 91, not a real comfortable swing.
Yeah, that's where that tough slot comes into play. Kind of hard to pick up the hands. A little late there. Let's see if he can make the adjustment here.
The 0-2. Takes high, it's 1-2. That one at 91. Runner goes, pitch outside, a ball, the throw down to second, not in time. Stolen base for our courtesy runner. That is Caden Powell. So Powell at scoring position. 2-2 the count. The pitch to Barry. And the count goes full again. A lot of high fastballs here. Hart needs to get one in the middle of the zone. And fouled off by Barry. It wasn't a pitch, was a strike, but boy, it almost seemed like Barry was looking for anything that wasn't eye high.
Yep. Kind of adjusted his eye level there. Still, Barry showing off the bat to ball there. Still getting to a pitch he wasn't expecting at the bottom of the zone and living to see another day. You can even see the athleticism in the box with Barry.
He slaps that one to right and ranging towards the line and making the catch is Braylon Montgomery for out number 1. So Hart gets relatively weak contact on that fastball, and it'll be Troy Southacene who hits. Southacene, we talked about when the rosters came out at the beginning of the game, brother of Ty and Tate. Tate likely to be drafted on Sunday, day 1 of the draft. Ty, a 4th rounder of the Cubs, spent most of this year in Myrtle Beach. And the first pitch misses low, 1-0.
All three of them almost got identical swings. You know, real athletic in the box, loose hands, with really good bat speed.
How many more Southacenes are there? 13 or 14?
They just keep coming year after year, it seems.
They kind of have turned basic high school into a power, haven't they?
Yeah, won a state title this year. Really strong squad with Troy leading the way along with Tate. And older brother Ty, former All-American MVP.
2-0. High strike, it's 2-1. Different personalities, it seemed like, with Ty and Tate. Tate more reserved. Ty was more of a mix-it-up type. What's Troy like?
Yeah, he's a little more on that reserve side, kind of. He'll be a fiery competitor on the field, but kind of a mix of the two, you know.
Popped up into shallow right. Going over. Tanner Evans, the second baseman, will make the catch for out number 2.
Just gets under that one.
And Hart going through, I think, what a lot of guys go through in their first inning here at PG National. They just, I've got to think that there's just a little bit of energy and excitement as Harwood comes up, and the command isn't there. Usually we see them settle down in that second inning.
Yeah, that second inning usually goes pretty smooth, you know. Late game today, you got all day thinking about this outing, big time matchup. You know, there's some nerves there for sure.
Potential future teammate at A&M here in Ryan Harwood. As he takes a strike, 0-1.
Big physical left-handed stick here. Has helped Castile reach 3 straight state title games. It just seems to continue to get better at the plate, too. Showing off some big-time power this year. Strong summer.
Showed good athleticism and work in the outfield yesterday.
Yeah, don't let the size fool you. He moves pretty well.
It's funny, I was reading a little bit about some of his work, and his local hitting guy is Kevin Crone, the former big leaguer and former, I believe he still holds the Arizona Prep record for home runs, but physically there's some similarities between the two. Kevin is bigger, but Kevin is 6'5". Monstrous human being.
Right, not quite there, but not too far off.
C.J. Crone, the brother, had a good big league career, went to an all-star game. The dad, Chris, a longtime hitting coach now, the A's organization, terrific guy. In the dirt, it's 3-1, and the runner takes off for third. And he will get there easily.
Although he is a power hitter, Harwood will work deep into counts, doesn't get too aggressive, waits for his pitch, and looks for mistakes over the plate.
Well, that's what you got to have, right, with a power guy, is somebody that knows how to work the count. 2-2. The pitch. Breaking ball outside, and the count goes full to Harwood.
Really tough take right there. That's a good job by Harwood.
A left-on-left matchup showing that he can pick up that breaking ball. Three-two again. Outside, ball 4, and so the count will reset to 0-2, and there'll be runners at the corners with 2 outs here in the first.
You mentioned Harwood's hitting coach. You obviously can see the changes on the field with his swing. He's gone through a couple tweaks and has really found the sweet stroke that's allowed him to create some impact.
Runner goes from first, swing and a miss. Harwood down on strikes, and that is the third out of the inning. So Hart pitches around a couple of walks. We head to the bottom of the first. Royal nothing, white team coming to bat. Final game for today here at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
For the white team hits, let's take a look at their roster. Connor Como has some really exciting tools. 7. Let's see him here early in the first inning. Waylon Montgomery showed out well yesterday as well. Feels like he'll be moving up the boards here in the rankings. I'm really intrigued by C.J. Sampson as a two-way player. Ace the Tomball, Texas staff this year. And very good power hitting third baseman. And they have their hands full to start here with Gio Rojas. 6'4 lefty, Coral Springs, committed to Miami. This is a really special arm.
Yeah, this one will be fun. Easy plus pitches across the board. He'll sit mid-90s with ease. Won't look like it if you're just looking at the delivery. Super low effort. Has an outstanding feel for a slider that'll spin upwards of 2,600 with really sharp break. Also mix in a nasty changeup when he needs it. So a lot of quality pitches. Makes it look easy on the mound.
The only thing we got to work on is the facial hair, right? It's a little bit more work. So
he's getting there. He's young.
Gio Rojas, you see the big smile? Look at those numbers, 120 strikeouts in 68 innings. Soba Douglas, that is a really good high school program, and they play in a tough league.
Yeah, tough to get better than that. Almost 2 strikeouts per inning, ERA under 1, just outstanding.
This year's Perfect Game Underclass Pitcher of the Year. He will face James Tronstein to start. Tronstein from L.A., committed to Stanford, one of the top 40 prospects.
Put together a really good workout yesterday. BP hit the ball hard throughout. Should be a fun matchup to kick us off.
Rojas into the line, and the first pitch is a fastball in at 96. It's 1-0.
There's the velocity right out the gate.
His warm-up pitches were at 94, and it didn't look like he was trying to throw very hard. Ripped foul. Took a little something off that fastball at 93.7.
Johnstein keeping the hands tight there, still getting to firm fastball. We'll see if he can put one in play here.
Rojas peers into the 1-1. And can't land that breaking ball. It's 2-1 now to Tronstein.
Rojas will just look so relaxed out there when he's at his best. Almost just like he's not even trying.
Popped up. Got in his kitchen of that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's the shortstop who will make the play for out number 1. Gunnar Skelton on the play. And here is Connor Como. The more I watched him yesterday, the more impressed I was with Como.
Oh, yeah. Big tools across the board. Big-time power from the left side. Power left-on-left matchup here.
A&M commit from Anderson High School in Austin, Texas takes a strike. Did we just have a big draft prospect that came out of Anderson? Double check on that. Seemed to ring a bell. Swing and a miss. Ooh, that was a really good breaking ball that time. It's 1-2.
Yeah, there's that sharp slider. When you got 97 in the tank and can spin that off, it's a tough day, especially for left-handed hitters.
Fouled away off to the left and out of play. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. I think I'm thinking of one of the high schools in San Antonio. 1-2 outside. It's 2-2.
See that slider spinning upwards of 2,600 RPMs. Really impressive.
Called strike 3 on the outside corner, panning at 95.8.
Not much you can do there. 96 on the black.
2 outs for Isaiah Hearn.
Now batting number 26, Isaiah Hearn.
Well received, that fastball. Como didn't seem to care for it very much. 2 outs. This could be a wider strike zone tonight. Got to be ready. Nobody's getting paid to take tonight. Hearn committed to Oregon. Hearn looks like the kind of athlete that Mark Wazakowski loves to recruit.
Oh, yeah. He's another one that kind of put on a show in BP yesterday. Multiple balls in the bleachers. Big-time power from the left side. Really leverages the barrel well.
Surprisingly fast. I think sub 6'4" time, right? In the 60 as well. I only say surprising because he's 6'4", 215.
Yeah, ran a 6.33. Really good athlete. Loud tools across the board.
1-2 misses low. 2-2 from Rojas.
Rojas just living at 96 right now. Easy velocity.
Tapper back to the mound. Easy play for Rojas, who fires to first at a 1-2-3 inning for the Floridian. To the second we go. No score. Final game of the night here in Chase Field.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Top of the second, no score. Chandler Hart, Gio Rojas, the starters tonight. Hart worked around a couple of walks and a hitless first inning. We'll see if he's a little sharper here in the second. That's usually what we see if guy struggles a little bit with command, is get that little breather, get a chance to reset.
Still got out of that first, no hits allowed, got out of their scoreless. We'll see if he can settle in and find the command here.
Eric Zdunak from Irvine, California.
Coming off a big-time performance at the WWBA, took home the MVP award.
And he swings to the first pitch and hits it to deep left field, and that ball is gone.
Doing things like that.
A line drive home run nearly 400 feet to left field to make it 1-0 Royal, the first home run we've had tonight in either of these evening games.
Stay short to it, packs a good punch. A lot of impact off the barrel. Just continues his strong summer. Boy, that was loud.
Really loud contact. He didn't have the loudest batting practice yesterday, but it's amazing. In game right away, you see that power show up. And just as you were talking about his MVP performance, Jack Dugan towards the middle, backhanded by Evans. He'll plant and throw him out. 1 out.
Yeah, that's a nice part about this format. You get to see him work out, but then you also get to see the in-game action. See where it really plays.
There's Matthew Kelly. Kelly, in last night's workout, had some of the top throws for both the infield and the outfield.
Yeah, reached 100 from the outfield, 98 across the infield. Another kid out of Basic Academy, just a strong roster they had this spring.
He's a top 100 player. He just looks the part of a middle infielder, doesn't he? Just like, I mean, everything about his body is twitchy.
Oh, yeah. On top of those velos, ran a 6.69, so got some speed to him, too.
Pokes that one into right center. Montgomery on, can't get it. Gets by him, but Kelly will be aboard with a single.
Good piece of hitting right there. Just goes with the pitch, lines it the other way.
Now batting number 23.
You see on the replay there. Yeah, just staying inside it, not trying to do too much with it. Here's Colin Bland, committed to Vanderbilt, one of the top first basemen in this class.
Another one that put on a show during BP yesterday.
He had a good run of, 3 or 4 home runs in a row.
They were not cheap shots. Those were halfway up the bleachers.
I believe he hit, but did he hit our longest one of the night? Was he the one that hit 430?
I believe so.
And 1-1 the count. Wide open stance, left-handed hitter from Memphis. Jackson takes outside. 2-1.
Really physical. 6'3", 240. Tons of strength in the lower half. Uses it well at the plate.
Off the end of the bat and foul. It's 2-2. Your Vanderbilt is in need of a little bit of power, and Bland would certainly be a guy that could help to fill that role. You'd think there's a chance that Riley Nelson, who's a very good hitter, comes back this year, but Bland could be in position to be able to play as a freshman.
Yeah, it's a guy you hope eventually slides into the middle of the order and can pack a punch and drive in some runs for you.
And take strike 3 there on the breaking ball for out number 2.
Hart's really settled in nicely here in the second, like we were talking about. Command's a lot better, mixing in the fastball and the slider.
He gave him the home run, but even the base hit was a pitch away, right? It wasn't a terrible pitch. Gunnar Skelton hits. Swing and a miss. Turned that one over, it looked like. It's 0-1.
Especially after that first inning, you just like to see him attack the zone, and that's what he's been doing.
On the ground to third, and Pupo will go the short way. Evans able to hold the bag, and the inning is over. But the Royal Blue team gets the lead thanks to Eric Zdunek. This blast, 399.9 feet to left. 1-0 Royal.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Gio Rojas working with a lead after the Eric Zdunek home run.
Fun stuff to start the night here.
Yeah.
4 of the day.
Good velocity from a lefty and an impressive home run as Rojas wraps his warm-up tosses.
Keep an eye out and see if he mixes in that changeup here in the second inning of work. Went primarily fastball slider. Obviously both are dynamic pitches. It's not very necessary to use the changeup at times, but let's see if he mixes it in here.
Well, he's going to have a run of right-handed hitters here, so you would think that it's probably more likely, right?
For sure.
Dax Hardcastle. First team all-name team for PG National this year. One of the top 3 first basemen in this class. Committed to Mississippi State. First pitch to the California native, a strike, 0-1. And he swings and misses at 96. 0-2.
Rojas just going right at hitters.
Well, now he's pitching with the lead. Slowed the arm down on that breaking ball, trying to land it on the outside corner. It's 1-2. It seemed like he was trying to guide that one a little bit instead of letting it go.
Yeah, got around that one a little bit.
The 1-2. Ooh, runs that fastball in.
Follows it up with 96 right on the hands. Just an uncomfortable at bat for hitters, that's for sure.
It's got to be partially that slot, and he's all the way over on the first base side of the rubber. That's where his toes are. And so I would think that when that fastball comes in from that lower slot into righties, it's got to be really tough to get on plane.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's got that high spin rate, too, so it's riding through the zone. It's really tough to get the barrel on.
The 1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt.
Kind of slowed down the arm there again.
I want a little harder breaking ball, though, at 80. Runs a fastball in again. It's got a little ride and cut to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's tough. Special arm talent.
Down and in, and the count is full. Oh, you're going to have to go to all fastballs. Boy, I would go back to it here, I think. Yeah, he did. Popped fouling out of play. Good battle here by Hardcastle.
Yeah, doing a good job getting to some tough pitches. Fighting them off.
Fouled away again. And Rojas having a great time in this great competition between two high-level players. I love long at-bats like this. You can tell Rojas.
Let's see what he goes to try to put him away.
3-2 again. Fastball fouled away again. That one down the middle, and Hardcastle was still a little late. I feel like if he could just get it above his hands on the inside part of the plate, he'd have him.
Yeah, that one at 96 with 2,600 spin, that's going to be tough to get to.
3-2. Oh, he goes to the breaking ball and misses down and in. All right, well, after that many fastballs, you might as well try it. It's a walk, so the runner will reach. The count will be 0-2. But now Hardcastle knows what to expect.
Yeah, let's see if he can get the hands out here. Kind of been behind a little bit. Obviously fought off some tough pitches. Let's see if he can get one over the plate.
He did there and fouled it back. Timing it up a little bit better. I'm impressed there that he wasn't over swinging at it either, knowing he was getting a heater.
For sure. And Rojas is a guy, if you try to overswing, he's going to blow it by you. So good job by Hardcastle right there.
Takes off the plate. Good take that time.
Just putting together an outstanding at-bat right here.
Quick toss to first. Ross may need to get oxygen after this at-bat. The 0-2 again. And again a foul back. Well, this is the at-bat of the entire showcase so far.
For sure. Let's see who comes out on top.
15th pitch of this at-bat. And that time he got it and sent it to center field. It is a big ballpark. He just missed it. And that's out number one. 96 off the bat, but just underneath it enough. Tip of the cap to both guys.
Doesn't get rewarded with a hit, but quality barrel there. Finally got the hands out. 96 off the bat, like you mentioned. Just an outstanding battle right there.
That was really fun to watch. Here's Braylon Montgomery.
Montgomery's just got tools across the board. Big time power.
He hits that one in the air to center, racing in and having to wait to play it on a hop as the center fielder. Zdunek will get it back in, and two aboard. First hit allowed.
That's baseball for you right there. 16 pitch at bat, 96. You get nothing. First pitch, 78 off the bat. He gets a base hit.
Served that off-speed pitch into center field.
Stayed back on it well. Montgomery's a guy that put together probably one of the more impressive workouts yesterday.
I agree. Took him a little while to get going in the batting practice session, but once he did, you could see that the tools were really, really loud, as you said. Here's Hunter Harrington. This is a really impressive athlete as well. He was one of the better runners yesterday. As he takes low, 1-0. Out of Cathedral Catholic in San Diego.
Yeah, wound up running a 6.15, just lightning quick.
Takes low. It's 2-0. I think it looked like more of a two-seamer that he ran up there. Get him to hit something on the ground. 3-0.
He hits on the ground, you better get rid of it quick because he'll be flying down the line.
I have to wonder if Rojas has much left in the tank of this long inning after the long at bat from Hardcastle. 3-0. Outside, ball 4, and the bases will be loaded.
That's one of those things where a guy sees a lot of pitches and he helps out his teammates. Rojas obviously a little exhausted out there. Command starting to slip. All because Hardcastle put together a long AB and fought off some tough pitches.
That's a perfectly located fastball strike, 0-1. I almost would have loved to seen Oliveras go to the mound here.
Give him a little breather.
Yeah. Inside out swing and foul. And 2 strikes on Harrington. Swing and a miss. Threw the fastball by him for out number 2.
Found a little in the tank there. Running up near 95 again.
And here's C.J. Sampson. Talked about Sampson at the outset, a two-way player from Tomball, Texas.
Another guy that put a well-rounded workout together. Ran a 6.7. 60, was 92 from the outfield, put together a good round of BP, just tools across the board.
He's behind 0-2, yeah. No balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Rojas got him. Maybe the best breaking ball he threw today was the last one, but after a lengthy at bat with Hardcastle, led to a long inning, and he says he's fine.
They made him work, but he got through it. Goes to fastball slider throughout the outing. Really tough on opposing hitters when he's in the zone. Outstanding job of holding them scoreless there.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with hard hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
Braden Harris is on for the white team. They trail 1-0. Harris ready to go play for Link Jarrett at Florida State. Right-hander out of St. John's Country Day School. This year, get this, Tyler, 76 1/3 innings this year. He fanned 149 hitters.
That's absurd. Right up there with Gio Rojas numbers.
I mean, that's almost 2 strikeouts an inning, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. Really athletic right-hander, will work up into the mid-90s. Outstanding feel for a curveball. Absolute hammer. Will get a lot of ugly whiffs with it. Just another guy that's a tough at-bat for opposing hitters.
See what he did last year at PG events. The strikeouts weren't a fluke in Florida State High School. Caden Powell hits. Caden Powell is a presence in the box. Fouls it away.
Another kid that's just super physical, really strong lower half. You can see turns the barrel hard there. Generates easy impact off the barrel.
I'll tell you, one of the things that impressed me the most about him yesterday was his footwork around first base. You know, a lot of times you see bigger guys like that, and you go, oh, yeah, he moves pretty well. But, like, he was legitimately, like, he looked like a guy that could play first and really was pretty nimble.
Yeah, both these teams got a lot of physical bats. They move well for their size. Not just power hitters, a little athleticism there.
One and two, the count to Powell. Upstairs. So Powell was recruited to Kentucky, and he said the moment he found out that Kentucky was interested, he was swimming in his grandmother's pool. His dad comes, he says, hey, your travel ball coach is on the line. And he had to get out of the pool, take the call, and found out that Kentucky wanted to set up a call with him. So had to dry off and do a call, and then committed to Nick Vigil.
There's a memory for him right there. I'll never forget that.
Here comes the 2-2 to Caden Powell. On its way. Tap foul at the plate.
Stays back just enough there to get a piece of it.
Fouled away again. Already seeing some big guys with some big at-bats so far, fighting off pitches.
Yeah, and they haven't had to face any easy arm, that's for sure. We're seeing a lot of low to mid-90s, quality breaking balls, and they're fighting them off.
2-2 again. And that one ripped hard into right field, a base hit. Like a changeup that he stayed on and hit through the right side for a leadoff single. Nice job. Really good at bat by Powell.
Yeah, caught a little bit too much plate there. Powell keeps the hands back and laces it in left field. Really strong hands at contact.
And here is Henkel Acevedo. He takes a strike, 0-1. 6'4", 210 pounds. P27 Academy. Takes a breaking ball outside. It's 1-1. Once he got going in his batting practice, he hit some absolute missiles. This is the Franchi Cordero starter kit.
Oh, yeah. Big time power already, and that frame still has plenty of room to add. So that power is just going to get even better as he gets going.
Big league bloodlines, son of former pitcher Juan Acevedo.
Really relaxed setup in the box. Generates easy bat speed.
Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw down to second, and Powell is safe. Able to hold on to the bag as he slid by it.
Look at the big first baseman go. Here's that athleticism we talked about.
I don't think his run time was too bad yesterday, if I remember right. I don't know if you got it in front of you.
Yeah, 6.81.
Yeah,
Moves
pretty
well.
good. Acevedo down on strikes. And the first pitch, a check swing by Branson Crawford. Crawford is that built like a middle infielder, but he is a catcher. Committed to Indiana.
Really athletic behind the plate yesterday. Moved extremely well.
Man, the ball gets away, and Powell will make it to third.
Like you said, looks like a middle infielder, and that athleticism plays behind the plate.
Indiana's got a number of commits here. Foul back. I think Crawford's athleticism would play just about anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. Ideally, you'd like to see that stick behind the plate. It's obviously a nice luxury to have an athlete like that back there, but if he's got to move off the plate, obviously can potentially stick up the middle. Ran a 6.51. Definitely a middle of the diamond type athlete, that's for sure.
He's kind of in that Austin Nola, Drew Stubbs. And it looked like he's right on the line of the batter's box. Just sticks his nose in there, swing and a miss. That's out number 2. And Leo Marrero will hit.
Harris elevating the fastball there. Tough to get to at the top of the zone.
Marrero from Florida, committed to South Florida. Count 2-0 to a couple of changeups there. Runner at third with 2 outs. And that one back towards the middle. The second baseman Hazel will throw him out, and the inning is over. Harris pitches around the leadoff single to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Royal Blue. Blue leads 1-0. Royal Blue team turn things over to Colton Crispin. 6-foot lefty. Vegas kid heading to LSU.
Projectable arm here. A lot of intent down the mound. Should see the fastball work into the low 90s. Has some feel for a slider. Mixing a curveball at times. A lot of projection here, though.
First team All Southern Nevada. He got a little late start on his warm-up tosses here as they were looking for somebody to warm him up while Leo Marrero got ready behind the plate. Now we're set to go. Noah Everly will lead things off for the white team.
Number 30, Noah Everly.
Marrero has one more thing to say. They've broken up that mound conference 3 different times so far. Is there one more? And just, if you're interested in term life insurance, I can help you. All right. Everly from Pasadena. He was on that outstanding Trinity League team this year, Trinity championship team, right? Of St. John Bosco.
Correct.
4 of those their players here, is that right?
I think so.
Beat Corona and Seth Hernandez in the semifinals.
Yeah, took down arguably one of the most talented high school rosters of all time. Should probably have two top 10 picks this upcoming weekend.
Seth Hernandez and Billy Carlson. So Brady Ebel, who will probably be a
Ebel along the way.
Day 1 pick.
It's an outstanding roster they took down.
Tristman misses low. It's 2-1.
Quick arm from Crispin. Velocity doesn't overwhelm you, but it gets on hitters quick, gets out of the hand, tough to pick up.
Ooh, that was a really good tight breaker. Over the top, 2-2.
Yeah, the slider's the go-to swing and miss pitch. Tunnels well off that heater. Can be really tough on hitters.
Swing and a miss. And that's out number 1.
Now batting number 14, Gavin Hoddle.
Didn't have a ton of movement to it, but
tight late break.
Mm-hmm. Gavin Hoddle from Orange Lutheran fouls it back. A lot of players from really great Southern California programs here playing on this white team.
A lot of talent out west. We got a good majority of it on both these teams here. Hoddle's another guy, super physical, but a good athlete. Ran a 6.79 yesterday. A lot of loud contact at the plate.
Count 1-1. So the Traskey National program takes 2-1. And now Crispin falls behind 3 balls and a strike.
Just flying open a bit with that front side.
And he gets a 2-hopper to short. On the run. First, 2 outs. Nice play by Kelly. smooth defensively. Not a big surprise there.
Yeah, there's that athleticism you were talking about. Moves extremely well in the dirt. Made that look easy.
Number 13, catcher Hopkins.
2 outs for catcher Hopkins. And that is his name and his position.
Yet another Texas A&M commit here. A lot of arm strength behind the plate. A lot of power at the plate.
He had more fun taking infield yesterday, I think, than any other player. He didn't field everything cleanly, but he had a big smile on his face. He was enjoying the heck out of doing it. I don't think somebody named Catcher Hopkins gets to play shortstop very often.
No, did it all yesterday. Worked down the outfield as well and threw 98 from there and 94 across the infield, showing off the arm strength and having a good time doing it.
3-0 the count. And it's 2 out walks, so we'll get a base runner at first.
Chrisman's been really effective when he's in the zone. Let's see if he can hone it in here.
Reach that time of the night where it's late enough where, being 10:40 Eastern time, that I'm not sure that everybody is locked in on the courtesy runners right now.
Little slower pace here in this game 4 slot.
Hopkins digs back in. Ball 1. Runner goes. Throw down to second, and he is out at second base. An excellent throw from Leo Marrero to gun down the base runner. And the inning is over. To the 4th, it's 1-0 Royal.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain. Zero. That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super Smart Pro, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Braden Harris back at it with the Royal Blue team leading 1-0. Eric Studek's home run in the second inning, the only tally. Both teams have had their pitchers fighting their control just a little bit so far tonight.
Yeah, some pitchers fighting some control and hitters fighting off some tough pitches, making them work. Not going down easy.
Harris again. More warm-up toss here. And we're set to resume the action here in the 4th. And leading off, it'll be Christian Olivares. Olivares, catcher from Corpus Christi. Yeah, his brother wants a state title together this year. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Back a breaking ball on the count 1-1 now to Olivares. One and two.
Starting to find feel for that breaking ball right there. Really sharp when it's at its best, almost extremely tough to barrel.
Falls behind 2-2. Excuse me, count evens up 2-2. And gets him to chase a breaking ball there for out number one.
Goes right back to it. He plays extremely well off that fastball that has a little ride through the top of the zone, then that one breaks off. They tunnel well off each other.
Here's Nicholas Reardon. Reardon had one of the more under control defensive rounds yesterday. Everything's smooth and hits that one back through the middle for a base hit. Jumping on the first pitch. He also had a professional BP round.
Is under control on the defensive side and stays under control there. Easy swing, just throws the hands to it and stays through the middle of the field.
Heading to Missouri State. And I'll bring up Jack Petrov.
Another local guy here. Big time power from the right side of the plate. Don't make a mistake over the middle.
And a strike, gets 1-1. He's able to get back in the count with that breaking ball pretty effectively now.
Yeah, that breaking ball can be a weapon for Harris. Didn't use it too much in that first inning, kind of find it here in the second.
Yeah, it stands in contrast to the game we had just before us where guys were pitching off their breaking ball and off speed, it felt like. Runner goes, pitches the ball, throw down to second. Boy, a perfect throw, and he is out. Wow, what a throw by Carson Sheffer to gun down the base runner, 2 outs. That was impressive.
We were talking about athletic catchers earlier. Sheffer's another one. Moves extremely well behind the plate. That was a quick transfer right there, right on the money.
2-2, the pitch. Way high. That one took off on him.
Sheffer's another guy. Kind of looks like a middle infielder back there.
3-2 the count. Tried to hold up, and he went around, and the inning is over. Carson Sheffer showing off his gun. His stormtrooper garb behind the plate. 3.5, 1-0 Royal.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Colton Crispin back to work at the bottom of the fourth inning. It is 1-0 Royal Blue leading in our final game of the night today. 2 games tomorrow. Only 4 teams left in town. These two and the 2 that played just before, purple and red. They come up with creative international football type names for these.
Add a little flair to it.
Or at least keep some regional history for them, so it's not just, I don't know, a whole lot of people that are just like, you know, gold fans. Fans of rooting interest. Catcher Hopkins was at the plate when it was gunned down to end the 3rd inning. Hopkins will dig in. I was reading an article about Hopkins this season. He was talking about catching, and the actual quote was, "Catching is so much fun." And I just loved that he loves that. I mean, that's a position that is thankless a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's a position that'll wear you down at times, you know. It's always good to see a kid that loves it back there.
I mean, it is his name.
That does help.
What's the maybe not just number one, but first couple things that you look for in a catcher?
You know, you look obviously for the receiving aspect of it, how well they're catching balls, bottom of the zone, top of the zone, how quiet they stay back there. And like we've seen this game, the catch and throw has become a big aspect of it. How well do they get out of the crouch? How athletic are they? You know, how quick can they transfer? There's a lot that goes into it, but you're looking for, the position just continues to get more athletic as we get going. So you like to see the athletes back there that can do a little bit of it all.
Courtesy runner gets the lead. First pitch is a ball. He gets away from Marrero and a delayed break for second, and he will make it standing. That's Harrington, the speedy runner, and probably a wild pitch. Not that anybody is really keeping score, but it was a tough one for Marrero to handle. The delivery. High strike. It's 1-1. Crispin's battled his control a little bit here. Yeah, that is a really good fastball down low. It's 1-2. That had some interesting movement to it.
Almost a little cut action there on that one.
I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Sometimes the accidental cut's effective. But he's been really good when he's in the zone. Like you said, just fighting that command. Missed a lot of bats so far.
Runner goes for third. The pitch is a ball. The throw by Marrero, not in time. We were just talking about catcher defense. Marrero's release is really quick, isn't it?
Yep. Gets rid of it quick. Harrington, obviously a tough runner to throw out. Like you said, the throw down last inning, he showed off the quick release, on target. Exactly what you're looking for.
Upstairs, that's ball 4, and puts another courtesy runner on. The count will reset to 0-2. Crispin really fighting it.
Hopkins got to see a lot of pitches up there. Let's see if he can get a mistake over the plate.
He just has not had a lot of success putting the fastball in the zone right now. Gets a chopper to first. Coming home is Powell. The throw is in time to get him. We were talking earlier about Powell's footwork and how athletic he is at first, and that was an excellent play by the first baseman. 1 out.
Extremely tough play there, coming in, getting the tough hop, gets through the hop and gets rid of it quickly. Really impressive right there.
Marrero with a perfect tag there, 1 out. And here is Carson Schiffer, the catcher that threw out a base runner in the last inning. First pitch. A strike, it's 0-1. Schiffer heading to Oklahoma State. Go play for Josh Holliday. I don't know if you saw, there was a really good article this morning in The Athletic on the Holliday family. You know, it's a long-standing baseball family. Obviously, Tom Holliday, head coach at Oklahoma State once upon a time, longtime pitching coach. Swing and a miss. The pitch of the dirt. Runner takes off for third, makes it. Then Tom's brother Dave is a scout for the Phillies, and obviously Matt Holliday, all-star runner-up for the MVP award. Josh Holliday, head coach at Oklahoma State. And Jackson Holliday in the big leagues with the Orioles playing second base, and Ethan could be the #1 pick on Sunday. Runner goes from first. Breaking ball, called strike 3. Schiffer knew it. 2 outs.
Just crazy bloodlines in that family, that's for sure.
And that is baseball lifers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hopkins going to get a courtesy runner so he can go put on catcher's gear, and you just see how Schiffer, yeah, he knew it. Backdoor breaking ball, had him frozen. 2 outs. Here's Tanner Evans.
Chrisman struggled with the fastball command, but the breaking ball's been good.
Pop foul and out of play by Evans. Evans, Millard North in Omaha, Nebraska. He has gone with the extremely high pants, the Carlos Santana look. Above the knees. I don't know that I would call that in vogue, but there are a number of Major League players that are doing that.
Yeah, you're seeing more and more, that's for sure.
You think you could pull that off?
Oh, no shot.
That hit him. Courtesy runner will go to first. And the bases are loaded now with 2 outs.
Not a fun left-on-left at-bat when the guy's fighting his command like this.
Chrisman just trying to get through this inning any way that he can. He's thrown a lot of pitches in his 2 innings of work. Go 1 outside. Only fastballs here. And Evans in the air to left down the line. And it'll hit the netting. And count 1-2. Evans going to the old school helmet. The face bar. Upstairs.
Got a couple fashion statements up there. Neon leg guard. Bright blue bat.
Well, you know, he and his dad, or the Soldier Sports, they created the Tank 2, which is Tanner Evans' nickname. Grounded to second. And Crispin out of the inning. He leaves him loaded. We go to the 5th, 1-0 Royal Blue. Final game of our day here at PG National on day 4. Landon Lang is on. Austin, Texas. Heading to ASU. Play for Willie Bloomquist. Jeremy Acevedo. Jeremy Accardo, their pitching coach, former big leaguer. Did a nice job with their pitching staff this year as they made it back to a regional. And Lang, the ASU guy, will face a kid from Arizona whose brother starred at U of A before transferring to LSU.
This is where the perk of being a switch hitter comes into play. Lang will throw from a tough sidearm slot, as you see there. Slider will be extremely tough from that slot on hitters.
The 0-1 outside.
Lang's a guy that's not going to overwhelm you with velocity, but will mix it up and keep you off balance and obviously throw from that tough angle where it's hard to see out of the hand.
He is a big Luis Castillo fan with the Mariners, and you can certainly understand why, right? Castillo's about as low a slot starter as you'll have as a righty.
Yeah, you kind of see he's a little more sidearm here, but you can kind of see the same arm swing on the backside.
Soft liner to short. Perry retired. Pupo makes the catch, 1 out. I'll bring up Troy Southacene, his second plate appearance.
Now batting number 1, Troy Southacene.
Takes a strike. It's 0-1.
That fastball will be real effective at the bottom of the zone if he can keep locating like that.
Whew. Good breaker there, 0-2.
Yeah, there's that slider that can be a nightmare for right-handed hitters. Just takes off the plate.
Fastball back through the middle and into center field for a base hit. Southacene stayed inside that one and driving it back through the box.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there. Staying back, making the adjustment off the pitch before. Super quick hands through the zone.
Lang a little frustrated that he didn't make the play. And here's Harwood. Runner goes. Pitch a strike. Throw to second is not in time. It was a good throw from catcher Hopkins, but just a tick late.
Of the three Southacenes, I might argue Troy might be the most athletic.
Really?
Really quick. Has a chance to stick it short. If not, he may even slide to center with that speed will play just fine from there. Obviously, all three great athletes.
Yeah. I mean, that's saying something. I mean, both Ty and Tate are outstanding athletes. Troy takes off for third, pitches a ball, and Hopkins can't find the handle. Southacene stolen a pair of bases here. And now a chance for Harwood to pick up an RBI if he can make some contact. Good look at some situational hitting here. Two one, 3-1.
Yeah, this could be a good matchup for Harwood here. See if he can get something over the plate that runs into that barrel.
I wonder if he flips him up a breaking ball here. He went for the fastball, a strike, and the count's full. That was a really good 3-1 pitch, though. Payoff. On the ground to second, it'll mean a run. As Harwood's thrown out. And it's 2-0 Royal Blue. So he does the job. Carson Ray throws him out. And here's Eric Stunek, who hit a solo home run back in the second.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make some more loud contact here. Can't make a mistake over the plate.
Little different matchup with the side armor dropping a breaking ball in than facing the lefty. Curious to see how he handles it.
Yeah, that slider just takes off. Misses wide out there, but man, that thing can be a nightmare on right-handed hitters. Does not look fun to be up there.
I mean, it moves the width of the plate. Like it's... Whew. What'd it do? He's down on strikes, and the inning is over. Royal Blue gets a run, though.
Lane getting some uncomfortable whiffs there. Really impressive job by the right-hander.
Bottom of the fifth, 2-0 Royal. Trugman is on. New pitcher. That's for USA Prime, headed to Santa Barbara. A lot worse places to go than Santa Barbara.
That's for sure.
6'5" right-hander. Tell me, what do you got on the product of Ruben Ayala High School?
You said 6'5" right-hander. Works with a little crossfire delivery that can be deceptive on hitters. Great extension on the fastball. Create a nice downhill plane on that low 90s heater. Has shown good feel for the changeup. Will also mix in a curveball and a slider. So a 4-pitch mix guy here.
Valentino Pupo will face him. First pitch to Pupo, popped up. Shallow right, and the right fielder Powell is still going out there. It's a base hit. And Pupo will race to second and be there with a double. Good throw by Powell. Powell's looking around going like, hey, I didn't know we were getting ready to start.
Don't see that very often.
No?
Ever.
Watch this again. There he is running out there. He was heading out to right field and sort of fell in. He made a good throw, made that play closer at second than I thought it was going to be. So leadoff double on some weak contact, and here's Joey Arroyo. Arroyo committed to Sandjack. Takes a strike. One of the few junior college commitments we have here. Bounce foul.
Yeah, tough luck for Trugman to start this outing. Let's see if he can work out of it here.
He's ahead 0-2. Fastball fouled off the right and out of play. Pupo was running on the pitch. He had a base stealer's lead and not going in the pitch. That one just called over the outside corner. A late call, but that was a well-located fastball for out number one at 92.
Yeah, good extension on that fastball. Allows it to play higher than 92 to the hitters. Really locates it well right there.
One out for Carson Ray. He's uncommitted, the Atlanta infielder. Checks and takes a strike. It looked like, just from the way he looked at that pitch, that he did not see it coming particularly well out of Trugman's release.
Yeah, Trugman attacking the zone with the whole repertoire here. Lands that breaking ball well.
Chopper to first. This will be an easy play for Bland for out number 2. I'm sure Trugman feels like he should be out of the inning if they just had a right fielder.
That always helps. Still doing a great job of inducing weak contact, attacking the zone.
Two outs, man at third for Adam Swanson. Chicago area kid from Ottawa, Illinois. Takes a breaking ball strike, 0-1. That crossfire delivery must be really difficult for righties to pick up. I mean, he is like in the middle of the rubber and then lands way over to the third base side. Roller to second, and a nice inning for Trugman. And we are through 5 with Royal Blue leading 2-0.
Quick, easy inning right there. Fishing outs, attacking the zone. Outstanding work from Trugman.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Lane back to work his second inning. Laying the side armor. A couple of guys that using some deception here between Lang and Trugman.
Using that deception and getting a lot of weak contact.
Lang's second inning of work. And Jack Dugan will lead things off, headed to Tennessee.
He posted some impressive numbers during his workout yesterday. Ran a 6.3 460, 104 off the bat during the exit velo testing.
Check swing, bouncer, foul, the first 0-1.
It's an intriguing mix of power and speed here.
Dugan, the grandson of the late Ken Dugan, who was the head coach at Lipscomb for years. The 0-1. Tried the corner and missed.
Not quite the changeup he was going for there.
Inside out swing, floated foul, and the count 1-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball running away for out number 1, and here it'll bring up Kelly.
Just a tough pitch mix with that slider taking off and the fastball going the other way. Locates it well right there.
This pitch misses outside to Kelly. He's singled his first trip. Dumping a base hit into right field. And he dumps that one into shallow center, but Braylon Montgomery is there for the two-handed grab. 2 outs. Yeah, it'll be up to Colin Bland. Bland from Memphis. He was all Metro this year. Takes low. It's a really good first base class, it looks like. He smokes that one into right center field, a base hit. Montgomery over to cut it off. Bland around first. He'll hold on there as Montgomery did a great job to get to it and then fire a strike to the cutoff man.
Yeah, holds him to a single, but 107 off the bat right there. Bland showing the big-time impact.
As it looks like.
Stays behind it, fires the barrel with good intent.
He smokes that one into right center field, a base hit. A 2-out single for Bland for Gunnar Skelton now. Another Vandy commit takes a ball. It's the other from Columbia, Tennessee. Bounce towards the middle, glove by Pupo. He'll take it to the bag himself, and the inning is over. Lane gets out of a 2-out man on, jam to the bottom of the 6th. It's 2-0. Royal Blue leading the white squad. And the final game of the day, day 4, 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Caleb Trugman back to work. Pitching with a 2-0 lead, looked very good in his first inning of work. They set to face the top of the order for the white squad. Starting with James Tronstein, just 2 hits allowed by the Royal Blue team. Colton Crispin struggled with his control a little bit, but did not give up a run in his 2 innings of work.
Leading off for the team, number 22, James Tronstein.
And James Tronstein will lead things off. Tronstein out of Harvard Westlake. Now, have they had many good players come out of Harvard Westlake?
Just a couple, just a couple.
Bryce Rayner, I believe the last first rounder out of there, right? Liner down the first base line at foul.
Yep, went to the Tigers last year in the first round.
Sort of a shoulder injury this year, diving back into a base, lost for the year. Oh, and 2 the count. Trugman rocks and delivers. Fastball chop foul.
Trugman just continues to work ahead. Finding himself in a lot of 0-2, 1-2 counts. Allows him to do what he wants.
Watch where Trugman's front foot lands. I mean, it is over